A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace unwittingly told two newspaper reporters the whole story of the shooting of Arthur Lorenz at the Aces. Neal Williams, Marge's boyfriend, who works on the opposition paper, had been trying to squelch the scandal. This episode takes place early the following morning at the Aces, where we find Jane and Mr. Ace at breakfast, looking over the newspaper where the story is spread in big headlines and pictures. Listen.
Well, I certainly can't show my face downtown today. Look at this. Look at these headlines. Look at that story they've smeared all over the front page. Jane, how could you deliberately do a thing like this?
Oh, what are you hollering about? That picture of you is fine.
You said it. That's what I'm hollering about.
But look at me. Look at those two pictures. If I don't look like a scared crow. Look at me. Well, look, dear.
Don't keep pushing that paper at me. I don't want to look at it.
Yeah, dear. Goodness, I know I'm not a Venus B. DeMille, but after all, I don't look like that, I hope. I'm surprised they even got my name spelled right.
You're surprised. I don't care what they said about me if they'd only have spelled my name wrong.
Spelled it wrong? The pictures are bad enough.
Stop worrying about the pictures, will you? You better worry about this scandal we've gotten into. I don't know how you do it. I leave you here in the house with the door locked, and still you have to go blabbing the whole thing.
I told you I didn't know they were reporters. They came in when Mrs. Benton did. I thought they were friends of hers.
Yes, and what does she mean by coming here?
Well, she thought somebody was sick, and she said she heard the ambulance come here and go away with somebody. She thought we were sick. She didn't dream it was Mr. Lorenz, much less shot.
Stop saying that word.
Lorenz?
Yes, Lorenz, and shot, too. Stop saying anything, can't you? You've said enough already, especially last night. Neal was fixing this whole thing up so that there wasn't going to be any scandal, and you...
Listen to this. Jane Ace gives her vision of the shooting.
Her vision of the shooting,
Says Betty Lamar was dressed to kill. Well, I didn't say that. He was the one that said that reporter. I was telling him how gorgeous she looked in her outfit, and he said, I get it, dressed to kill. And we all laughed. It was a kind of cute joke at that.
Oh, sure. That was a dandy quip.
Wasn't it? Well, I didn't say it. How can he say I said it?
Please, Jane, I'm a nervous man.
Well, eat your breakfast and you'll feel better.
I don't feel like eating.
Well, there's no use crying over spoiled milk. It's too late now.
I don't want to hear about it. All I know is that we're in a fine mess. This thing will be in every paper in the country.
Every paper in the country?
Of course it will. A big movie star like that Lamar woman and a great director like Lorenz and a shooting scrape, sure it'll be in every paper in the country.
Well, if that is, with these pictures of me...
I don't know about your pictures.
Well, I do. Why, they're terrible. My own mother won't know me.
I wish my mother won't be able to know me.
Oh, this one of you is marvelous. Look.
Don't keep showing me that...
The hero, it says.
Yes, I'm a fine hero.
Mr. Ace, averted they got it. Honestly, these newspapers, the way they can't even spell. Mr. Ace avoided what might have been a tragedy when he grabbed the arms of the beautiful Betty Lamar. Oh, I hope my mother doesn't see that part. No wonder you're ashamed to go downtown. You, a married man,
Will you stop it? Jane, you don't realize what's happened. You wouldn't be able to sit there as calmly as...
Oh, there's somebody at the door.
Now, you wait a minute. You're not going to answer that door.
But somebody's at the door.
I know, and I'm going to answer it. You stay out of this.
Well, who do you think it is?
I hate to start thinking. I don't know what to expect now, but I didn't expect it this early in the morning.
Didn't expect what? I don't understand what you mean.
Oh, hello, Neal.
Good morning.
Well, I didn't expect you.
You didn't expect me. Then you didn't read the paper this morning, I take it.
Didn't read it. Are you kidding?
And after all, I dread to try to hush this thing up.
Good morning, Neal.
Good morning, Jane. Is it expecting too much to think that you didn't have anything to do with this scoop?
Beg pardon?
Yes, Neal, that's expecting too much.
What did you say?
I'm talking about this story of the shooting spread all over the news this morning with photos.
Yes, aren't they awful? What kind of a paper is that anyhow?
She's complaining that the pictures don't do her justice.
Well, I should say they don't. Look at them.
I've seen them, Jane.
Aren't they abdominal? Imagine a newspaper printing pictures like that of a person.
I'll go you one better than that. Imagine a newspaper not printing any pictures at all.
Well, no pictures at all would be better than
And imagine a newspaper not printing a word about the shooting. A shooting that'll be in every paper in the country today. That's what I'm up against. I'm scooped. Do you understand that?
Scooped?
Well, Neal, it wasn't my fault. I didn't know.
My managing editor isn't interested in whose fault it was.
Oh, so you've heard from your managing
Heard
editor?
from him, huh? That's putting it mildly, yes. He barked at me over the phone at 7 this morning. Just said he wanted me to come down to the office. That's where the real bawling out comes in. Followed, of course, by being fired.
Fired? You mean you lose your job?
Well, what else does it mean? Here our paper puts on a movie contest conducted by the great Arthur Lorentz. And Mrs. Lorentz flies in from Hollywood and shoots her husband, who's in charge of the contest that my paper's putting on, and he gets shot, and my paper is scooped.
What is that scoop?
Oh, will you stop?
Scoop, Jane, is when one paper has a story the other paper hasn't. A big, important story like this. And the reason my paper didn't have it is because I was trying to shield Marge and you people.
I know you were, Neal.
And all the time I was busy covering up, Jane here was giving the story to the news. There's no question about it. I'm fired.
Well, Jane, you see what you've done.
Well, I didn't know those men were...
His paper isn't interested in excuses, Jane.
I should say they're not. The Post wanted the story.
Well, I'll give it to the Post, too.
Oh, you'll give it to the Post now.
Yes.
It's too late now, Jane.
Oh, I don't think so. Look at these pictures. I can give you some better pictures for your paper, Neal. And then...
I said it's too late now, Jane. Will you stop?
Well, I was only trying to help him.
A fine time you picked, Jane. That's what comes of trying to help a friend. I thought if Marge could only...
Where is Marge, by the way? Still at your mother's?
Yes, she might as well hide out. They haven't got any pictures of her yet. She's undercover.
Sleeping this late? She doesn't usually sleep this late.
Jane, why did you do it?
I told you I didn't know they were reporters.
They were here taking flashlight pictures of you, and you didn't know. That's awful.
Yes, aren't they? That's why I said I'd give you some better pictures for your paper. And look at the way they spell some of the words in this paper. Honestly, Neal, it's a shame. Now, if your paper runs it with better pictures and better spelling... Look, I'll read this to you.
I've read it. Don't remind me of it.
Yes, but look at the way they've got some of these things. Where is it? Oh, yes. Jane Ace gives her vision of the shooting.
Her vision of the...
Says Betty Lamar was dressed to kill. Why, I didn't say she was dressed to kill. That reporter was the one that
Wait
said...
a minute.
What?
Gives her vision of the story. Vision.
She means version. She reads sort of fast. And
Vision. I think I've got something.
What?
Mr. Ace avoided what might
I've
have
got
been...
an idea. It's a chance in a million, but it might work.
Look at the way they
Gosh,
spell.
will you, Jane? Now, what is it, Neal?
I got it from that word Jane misread just now. Vision. It was all a vision. She made it up. Am I lucky I stopped over here on the way to the paper? We can make the news look silly.
Now? Why, the harm's already been done.
Not if Jane was just kidding.
Oh, not if kidding? What do you mean, kidding?
About these pictures, I should say I
Not
wasn't.
if both Lorentz and the Lamar woman come out with a statement that it was an accidental shooting. Not if everybody that was here, all of us, get together on a story that we were showing the gun around, probably enacting a scene from some picture of Lorentz's. That's it. Enacting a scene. The gun went off accidentally.
Yes, but Jane's already told the real version of the story.
She knew there were a couple of reporters and she was kidding them. They fell for it. The Post gets the real story. You get it?
Oh, but that won't work. Nobody will believe it now.
Why won't they? It's our story against the news. Who should know better than the people that were here at the time?
Yes, but how are you going to get the Lamar woman to say that it was an accident?
Don't worry about her. Why, do you know what a story like this can ruin her in pictures? She knows it, and believe me, now that she's come to her senses, she's plenty sorry and scared, too. I'm going right over there. I've got to get a hold of Lorentz and Betty Lamar before the police do.
Police?
Well, sure, the police. You don't suppose they're going to let a shooting like this pass by without investigating it?
Don't tell me we're going to get involved in a police investigation now.
You are, unless you're able to prove my story is right. Jane was just kidding those boys from the news.
But why would she be kidding those...
Why? Because she knew about Marge and me. She wanted to put one over on my opposition paper, and my opposition paper fell for it. That's why.
Yeah, say, that sounds like it might have some power.
Might have. The more I think about it, the better I like it. I'm beginning to believe it. It's going to save my job if I pull it.
And it's going to save us a lot of notoriety?
Sure it will. Now, look, Jane.
Yeah?
You were kidding about this shooting. You understand?
She'll understand when I get through with her. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, you rehearse her and all of it. Now, I've got to get to Lorentz at the hospital and to that Lamar woman, too. We'll all stick to the same story, you understand?
Yeah, now what'll be the story again?
We were all over here the night before the contest winner was to be announced.
Who won it, Neal?
Nobody.
By the way, what does happen with that contest?
Nothing happens. It's all off, that's all. Lorenz is wounded. He won't be able to make a picture here. He's going back to Hollywood to recuperate. But that's not the point. The point is that we're going to stick to the accidental shooting story. We were sitting around talking, and Lorenz and Betty Lamar consented to do a scene from a picture. The gun came into use, and accidentally, mind you, Jane.
Yes?
Betty shot Lorenz. Now, the part Jane played in the thing, telling the newspaper men that other story, that was just a gag. She did that just to kid him, knowing I was on the other paper.
Wait a minute now. Won't that get her into trouble?
No, the only parties that would make trouble are Lorenz and his wife. But they're as anxious to have this thing squelched as we are.
You understand that now, Jane? You were just kidding those two men from the news.
Yes, I understand that, but...
We were all sitting around having some laughs when Lorenz and Betty decided to do a scene from a picture. The gun went off accidentally, and Lorenz was shot. All that other stuff about Marge and Lorenz that the news played up, and the jealousy angle... That was all a gag.
She'll get it right. I'll go over that with her. Now, you better get over to the hospital and get the other half straightened out on this story.
I'm practically there now. I'm going to get this story in our first afternoon edition.
I hope there won't be any slip-ups.
There can't be as long as we're all agreed on the story.
Well, wait a minute. How about Marge? You better tell her about it.
They don't know where Marge is, but I'll tell her, and she can come back here as if nothing happened.
Oh, sure. It won't look right with her hiding out.
Now, when the police get here...
Get here? Are they coming here?
They're bound to. They read the papers. I'm surprised they haven't been here yet. I better hurry.
Yes, you go ahead, and I better hurry drumming this story into Jane.
I know the story.
You do this right now, Jane. If you don't, I'm going to lose my job. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
No, I don't, Neal.
You got him into this. Now it's up to you to get him out of it.
I'll do anything you want, Neal. I'll tell him I was just joking about it.
That's the idea.
Yeah, I'll give her all the details. Don't worry.
You do that. We've got to squash this thing before it gets to be a police case and we're all dragged into court to testify.
Dragged into court? Oh, we're not going to have to go.
Not if we stick to this story.
We will, Neal.
We better, because I've got a picture of you getting up in court and telling that other story.
You have? Well, I want to see it before you run it.
What?
Because if it's anything like those other pictures this paper had, I won't let you use it.
Jane, now enough of that.
And so the aces get ready to tell another story to the police. We learn the details of that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Lights out. Everybody. This is the witching hour. It is the hour when dogs howl and evil is let loose on a sleeping world. Want to hear about it? Then turn out your lights.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Lights Out, a revival of the 8 best stories in the series which many of our listeners will remember. Willis Cooper is your author, and Albert Cruz your director. Sit in the dark now and listen to
Lights Out.
And what will you do if I won't?
Something very unpleasant, my dear chap.
For example?
For example, it is quite possible that I will kill you.
You amaze me.
No. I assure you I'm quite serious.
It's impossible.
Not impossible at all.
May I ask just how you propose to, end my life, shall I say?
I shall cut your throat. Neatly, and as the books have it, with dispatch.
You've been reading books, then?
We're wasting time. What's the answer?
The answer is the same as it has always been.
You refuse, then?
I refuse, yes.
Very well. You force me to become a murderer.
Cut. Look, I don't want to throw you up on this first reading, but not much is coming through in here. I don't know just how to say it, but it just doesn't gel for some reason or other. Now, let's think about these lines. Well, let's hold it a minute.
What's the matter, George? Who is it, me or Ed?
Well, I hate to throw you up on this first reading, but, Fritz, I think it's you. Something wrong. It's the attack on the part, or maybe you're throwing those lines away without any sincerity. There's no menace in the part, you see what I mean? Well, look, let me come on out.
Hammond again, eh, Fritz?
Okay, character. Let it alone. I'm having enough trouble.
Look, he can act. Honest, George. Fella's got a card.
All right, let's can the funny stuff, Ed. We've got some work to do, and I want you to just pay attention, if you don't mind.
All right.
Look, Fritz,
Yeah.
How do you feel in this thing?
I don't know. It's not right. I don't know what to do, though.
Well, you don't sound convincing. You see my point?
Yeah.
Have you got any ideas on how you might do it?
No. Oh, wait a minute. What about dialect? I could do a little German.
German? Wait a minute now. No. I don't think I want any German on this thing. I hear too much of that. Some Austrian? No, that's too close to German.
I don't know.
How's your French? Let's see how your French is.
Oh, it's all right.
No. Look, I don't want to make him too definite. See, he should be a kind of a combination. A lot of menace in there, quiet, but I got to believe the guy. Make him. Let's see, what's that word? I want him to.
Continental.
Yeah, that's it. Just not too much now. Just a whiff of
I know.
continental, okay?
Let me try it. Yeah.
All right, we'll try it now from the top, huh? Let's
right.
go.
Okay. And what will you do if I won't?
Something very unpleasant, my dear chap.
For example?
For example, it is quite possible that I will kill you.
You amaze me.
I assure you I am quite serious.
Okay, hold it.
How's it doing now? How's it sound?
Are you asking me or the director?
Well, it sounds a lot better than it did before. I think you'll work into it. Yeah, well, look, Fritz, I think that'll do it. What do you say we put it up on the mic and let's see how it sounds? Take that whole scene over.
How is it for age, George?
Oh, the age is okay. I want a little bit of age, not too much age.
Just
about right.
Little over.
Knows the way you have it.
All right.
Oh, rehearsals. Well, it beats digging ditches for a living, I guess.
Oh, does it?
Or so they tell me.
Well, anyway, it's cool in here. Thank the Lord for air conditioning.
I wish it was 9:30.
Okay, characters, now give me that after number 5 now, will you? And let's hear it again from the top.
And what will you do if I won't?
Something very unpleasant, my dear chap.
For example?
For example, it is quite possible I will kill you.
You amaze me.
I assure you I am quite serious. Possible. Not impossible at all.
May I ask just how you propose to end my life, shall I say?
I shall cut your throat. Neatly, and as the books have it, with dispatch.
Oh, you've been reading books, then.
We are wasting time. What's the answer?
The answer is the same as it has always been.
You refuse, then?
I refuse, yes.
Very well. You forced me to become a murderer.
Look, Fritz, you sound about as much like a murderer as... Oh, I give up.
Oh, for the love of Mike, George, what do you want me to do? Growl?
No, I don't want you to growl. But I do want you, if you won't find it too inconvenient, to act just a little bit like a murderer. You know, a murderer, a guy that kills people.
Yeah.
He wants you to make faces, Fritz.
Ah, shut up.
Wait, I'll come out there again.
How you doing, kid?
I give up. I don't know what the man wants.
Now listen, sweetheart, have you the faintest idea how a guy acts when he's going to kill somebody? Have you?
No, but I got a hunch I'm going to know about it in a minute.
Oh, well, that'll be swell. Because the way you're doing it now, a guy'd think that you're Ed's brother or something.
Oh,
now
George.
listen, get it through your thick skull that we got a show in a few minutes. We're going on the air, radio, remember, you see? You're supposed to be a murderer.
I know, but it's going to come a lot easier if you don't
you
give me...
can't take it, huh?
Oh, nuts.
All right, well, let's try it again. Take it from that line. The answer is the same as it has always been, Ed. Go on, man.
All right. The answer is the same as it has always been.
You refuse... Pardon me. You refuse, then.
Hey, George.
Oh, for...
Now what? Well, what do you want?
There's an old gent out here wants to see you.
What's he want?
I don't know.
Well, tell him to go away. No, wait. Who is he?
I don't know.
How can I keep a character?
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder.
And he says he wants to see Ed, not you.
Who is he?
Don't give his name.
Probably some guy that you owe money to.
You should talk. Well, look, tell him... Well, listen, we're right in the middle of a rehearsal.
Go ahead and talk to him, Ed. We can smoke a cigarette or play tiddlywinks.
No.
But listen, you tell him to make it snappy. We got a show to get on.
All right. Tell him to come in here, Horace.
Go right in.
Well, there you are, Mr. Henley. Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Why, I don't believe I've ever had...
Don't know me, eh? Well, I know you, Mr. Henley. Mr. Ed Henley, yes, sir.
He owes the old guy dough, all right.
I'm afraid I don't know you,
I come up to show you my book. I figured you'd like to have a look at it now while you have the chance, just in case you had any choice. Folks don't often have the choice, you know.
Choice? Choice of what?
Now, here, let me show you the book. I won't be a minute. I don't like to disturb your work, you know, but it's got to be done, I guess. Now, this one here...
Ye gods. Coffin.
What?
Coffins. Look, it's a catalog of coffins.
Caskets.
Huh?
Yes, that's right. Yes, sir, the neatest line of caskets in the country. Handle nothing but the best. No, sir. Now, looky here. This number, A1436, ain't it? Yes. All gray silk, solid silver handle.
Say, listen, what is this?
Or this model, A5499, in mahogany.
Wait a minute, mister. What's this all about?
Why, I just figured Mr. Henley'd kind of like to pick himself out a casket.
Well, who are you?
So I brought up the book here to show him. I got my tape measure right here in my pocket.
It's a rib, George. Somebody sent him up here.
Oh, yeah?
No, nobody sent me. I just thought Mr. Henley...
Well, look, Mr. Henley's busy. We're rehearsing a radio show here, and we've got just a few more minutes before we go on the air. So if you don't mind...
I know. You're rehearsing Lights Out. I know all about it. Listen every Saturday night. I like it. All about ghosts and corpses and things. Yes, sir.
Well, that's fine, but we've got work to do now.
Well, I'll get right out of here. Just as soon as Mr. Henley makes up his mind. Now, this A1436 that I was showing
Listen, mister, I don't want to buy a coffin. I've got no use for one. Do you get me?
Solid silver handle.
George, this guy's screwy.
Oh, no, sir. Now, wait. I got some pictures here in colors, if you like something a little fancier. Just a minute now till I find it.
Fritz, go get Horace and have him get this old gent out of here. I think the old guy's crazy.
Yeah, okay.
Mister, did somebody send you up here to see Ed Henley?
Send me? No, sir. I told you. I thought it up my own self. Now, this here H6782 with the bronze plate on top. How do you like that? Pretty nifty, ain't it? Yes, sir.
Listen, I've told you I don't want a coffin.
You can have it with solid silver plate, if you like that better.
If I were you, Ed, I'd get the one with the silver plate.
Huh? Oh, yes. Yeah, I'd rather like that one with the silver plate. Mm-hmm, that's the one, all right.
H6782A with solid silver plate. Yes, sir. Well, that's all I wanted to know. Yes, sir. That's what I come up here for. Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Henley. I think you'll find it very satisfactory.
Sure, I will.
And thank you, sir. I'll be going now. Thank you ever so much. Sorry to interrupt you.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Henley.
Well, I wonder what goes with that guy.
Whose idea was that?
No. It's all right, Fritz. He's gone now. We don't need you, Horace.
Huh? Where'd he go?
Well, he just went out that door a minute ago. Didn't you see him?
No.
He must have went the other way.
He went out that door right there.
Oh, that's funny. We didn't see him.
Listen, Horace, was that your idea?
Mine? Oh, gosh, no.
Hey, I know. It was one of the announcers. Wisecracking guys.
I don't think it was so funny myself. Not at this time of night with nobody else in the whole place.
How'd you get rid of him, Ed?
Oh, the old guy was showing us coffin after coffin, and I suggested to Ed that he buy number H6783A.
With solid silver plate.
So he said okay and scrammed. Leave it to me to handle the screwy guys. I've had experience enough producing shows around here.
Thank you, dear.
You birds want me anymore?
No, Horace. Thanks. Oh, if you see old Joe Coffin Seller again, though, tell him we're not in the market. Now, come on, let's get to work.
Yeah, it's about time.
Where do we start?
There on page 6, line 5. The answer is the same and so on, you know.
All right. The answer is the same as it has always been.
You refuse, then, huh?
I refuse,
Well,
yes.
that's the next time through.
Very well, then.
You forced me to become a murderer.
No, you forced me to become a murderer.
You forced me to become a murderer.
Go on.
I don't know.
You know the penalty for murder in this country? Put down that knife.
You have had your last chance.
Oh. No, don't kill me.
I warned you, but you would not listen to me.
Cut.
Oh, what?
Now, listen, we got to plant that knife somehow.
Oh, holy smokes, George, I can't say it. I am now about to stab you with this here repulsive knife, can I?
Oh, well, that's the trouble with writers. No imagination. Let's see now.
Well, I could say drop the knife again.
No, let me think.
Shut up. Sorry.
Oh, I got it. Oh, look, why do sound effects guys have to go on vacations? Is there a knife out there someplace?
I don't know. I'll look over here. Let's see. Yeah, here's one.
Well, what kind is it?
Pocket knife. I think I just drop it in my pocket, too. Well, then what in a knife like this?
Well, let's see it.
I got 10 dibs on it.
Well, now, look. You hold it up close to the microphone and open it. Make it click. And I'll go to the control room and listen.
Very well, Orson.
It'll probably sound like a door opening.
So what? It's more than the door opening gag we got, sounds like.
All right, let's hear it now. Open it up. No, not so loud. Try it again. Okay. Now, Fritz, you put that effect in just as you start the struggle. Give him the cue, Ed.
What, no, help, that business?
Yes.
No. Hold!
You would not listen to me?
Stab him!
Oh, yeah, okay.
You better fall down on the floor, Ed. It'll sound better.
Why is it I always have to do the falls?
Go on.
Ah, nuts. Okay.
Okay. Now, how are we going to ring that gong? Oh, I don't see why we can't get some help on this show.
Why don't you get Horace?
Well, that's an idea. I'll go get him.
Oh, gosh, I'm tired. I was here at 9 this morning for an audition, and I haven't even had time to get any dinner.
Actors, the idle rich.
Says you. Say, who do you suppose sent that dilly old bird up here?
I don't know. A lot of funny jokers around the shop.
It was a good gag for this show, I guess. Except I don't suppose it'll be so funny for the old gent when he finds out it was a gag.
Yeah, I don't imagine it's a very good racket running around peddling coffins.
I never even knew they peddled coffins that way.
Neither did I.
I was reading.
The genius.
You'll have plenty of time to catch up on your reading after the show's over. I want you to sock that gong.
All you got to do is take the little club and clout the gong when George points at you, Horace.
If George points at you, Horace.
Listen, who's producing this show?
I sometimes wonder.
Where's the stick to hit it with?
You are practically standing on it.
Huh? Oh.
All right, now look, I'll go in the control room, and you guys go on into the fight. Now, you watch me, Horace, and when I point, you sock that gong.
Okay.
Oh, George, listen, do we have to go through the whole thing again, my throat?
No, just the struggle part. Now, wait till I get in.
Hit it a good bat, Horace.
Okay.
Okay, struggle. Got it. Well, pay attention, dummy. Will you hit that gong?
Oh. Excuse me, I was watching Ed and Fritz.
Well, look, you watch me from now on. I'll give you the cues, and you do them. You got it?
Okay.
Go ahead, struggle. Okay, now, you do it just like that on the air. You got it?
Okay. Oh, I gotta go, George. The phone's ringing in the lobby.
Well, hurry up. We're practically on the air.
How are we doing?
Oh, I wish I had a cigarette.
No smoking in the studios.
Speak when spoken to. I was talking to Fritz.
Oh, well, there's still no smoking in the studios.
Oh, brother. Want to go get something to eat after the show, Ed?
Oh, not me. I'm going to be dead.
I'm dragging, too. I'm going sailing with Jake tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you can have it.
Okay, George, I'm back.
Well, look, come on, will you? Come on.
Hey, you know who that was?
Sure, somebody wanting to know what time Fred Waring's on.
No, it wasn't.
Come on, will you can the guessing games? Let's go.
It was the old coffin guy. He wanted to know if Mr. Henley wanted a silver or a bronze plate on his coffin.
What'd you tell him?
Silver, I said. Nothing cheap about Mr. Henley, I said.
Listen, you oughtn't to kid the old guy like that. He's just a poor, harmless old bird. Besides, the first thing you know, somebody will be knocking at my door, delivering a coffin and collecting money for it.
Trying to collect, you mean?
Now, listen, you lugs. If you want to play comedy, you put the bite on Don McNeil, will you? You're wasting your time over on this side. Now, let's go to work. Now, if that old guy calls up again, you tell him to go jump in the lake. Now, come on, look at page 10. We won't have time to take a dress. Top of the page. I want running footsteps, all three of you. Across the studio floor, up the stair steps. You stop and run back down. You got it? On my cue. Okay, hurry up now. Now, take the knock on the door and the footsteps coming in. That's bottom of page 11. You do the knock, Ed. Horace, you open the door. And Fritz, you do the footsteps. You got it? On my cue. Okay, keep it that way. She's coming right up now. Fritz, you do the wind machine.
Right, George.
Ed, you do the chime.
Okay.
Horace, you sock that gong.
Right, George.
On your toes now. At my cue, Fritz. Quiet, everyone. 5 seconds.
Lights out. Everybody. This is the witching hour. It is the hour when dogs howl and evil is let loose on the sleeping world. Want to hear about it? Then turn out your lights.
Ah, good evening, my dear friend.
Good evening, Doctor.
Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Here, let me take your coat and hat.
Oh, certainly. There you are, Doctor.
Won't you come in and sit down?
Thank you.
Well?
It's all taken care of.
Really?
Quite.
You have the proof?
Well,
of course you realize, my dear friend, I cannot be expected to carry out our little arrangement unless I have proof.
yes, I was reasonably sure of that.
And so?
There is a hat crumpled in the left-hand pocket of my overcoat.
A hat?
His hat. I think you'll find that it has a bullet hole through the crown, and there are several bloodstains.
Oh, fine. You don't mind if I look for myself?
Oh, of course not. That's why I brought it, you see.
Yes. Apparently, a very neat job.
I specialize in neat jobs, Doctor.
Do you mind telling me how it was done?
Not at all. I waited for him in the driveway of his house. Cold, too, tonight. He left his car at the gate and walked up to the house. We had planned on that, you remember?
Yes.
And when he came close enough, I shot him.
Oh, so noisy.
There was a silencer on the revolver.
Thoughtful of you.
I'm always thoughtful, Doctor.
Excellent.
I even stepped close enough to him to ensure powder burn.
That's on better.
And the revolver is there, without the silencer, to make it look like suicide. So.
I congratulate you, my dear friend.
Thank you. I am conscientious.
Are you conscientious enough to remember what I asked you to bring?
Yes, quite.
May I have it?
I think not.
What you say?
I came here tonight merely to thank you, Doctor, for your cooperation. I find myself a richer man.
I hope you are joking, my friend.
Not at all.
You don't want to give up the packet of jewels?
I couldn't have put it more neatly myself, Doctor.
I see. You have not forgotten that I paid you a sum of money to perform this service for me?
$500.
That is correct.
That is why I came here.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
To return the $500. You see, Doctor, I have decided to keep the jewels instead.
I see. Would you care for a drink?
Brandy, perhaps.
If you like.
Water?
No, thank you, no.
Your health.
If you don't mind, Doctor, let us exchange glasses.
You are a remarkably suspicious man.
I have to be, if you please.
Oh, quite.
I thought so, Doctor.
Well, your good health.
And now I'll be going, if you don't mind.
Oh, must you go, really?
Yes. Here are your $500.
My offer is still good.
Your offer?
$500 for eliminating this man and bringing me the jewels from his pocket.
Oh. I'm sorry not to be able to accept your offer, Doctor. I've made other arrangements, you see.
May I point out that you left your revolver at our friend's side?
May I point out that it is extremely possible that I have another?
Possible?
Probable.
Shall we have another drink?
May I pour?
If you like. Enough. Thank you. Now, shall we discuss this further?
I'm afraid there's very little to discuss, Doctor.
If you do not mind, I would...
No, there is nothing to discuss. I'm grateful to you, my dear doctor, for putting me in the way of earning the very comfortable sum that these jewels will bring. I'm equally grateful to you for your hospitality. But I really must go.
Oh, I beg of you. Let me point out that a gentleman of your reputation might have some difficulty in disposing of the jewels.
There are ways.
Would it not be a great deal safer for you to take the $500 with no further risk than to keep the jewels and run the risk of hanging?
I'll take the risk. Besides, if anything unpleasant does happen to me in the course of disposing of the jewels, I can always remind my captors of the part that you played in this little affair. You see?
I'm afraid you would have a very difficult time proving that.
Perhaps. But I'll run the risk.
Good night. Don't hurry, I beg of you. I should dislike to have any unpleasant happening.
You forget that I have a revolver, Doctor.
That is a lie.
I wouldn't take a chance if I were you, Doctor.
I'm not taking a chance. I know you have no revolver.
Really?
Really.
Interesting. How?
A very simple process of deduction. There is none in your overcoat. I could tell by the weight of it.
But there is.
Thank you. I was rather certain that it was there.
You...
And so I took the liberty of locking your overcoat in the closet when I got up to inspect our friend's hats. Checkmate, my dear friend.
Stalemate, I think. I still have the jewels.
And I warn you for the last time to give them to me.
I'm sorry.
It would be a great deal better for you if you would, you know.
What will you do if I won't?
Something very unpleasant, my dear friend.
For example?
It is quite possible I will kill you.
You amaze me.
I assure you I am quite serious.
Impossible.
It's not impossible at all.
May I ask just how you propose to, end my life, shall I say?
I shall cut your throats, neatly, and as the books have it, with dispatch.
You've been reading books, then?
Come, we are wasting time. What's the answer?
The answer is the same as it has always been.
You refuse, then?
I refuse, yes.
Very well. You forced me to become a murderer.
You know the penalty for murder in this country, Doctor? Put down that knife.
You have had your last chance.
No. No, don't kill me.
I warned you. I warned you.
No.
You would not listen
to
help
me.
Ed. You. Ed.
You stabbed me, Fritz.
Oh, my God. Horace, look. The knife slipped. I didn't mean to cut him. I cut him.
Blood. You've really killed him, Fritz.
Oh, no. No, I didn't.
I just got here in time, didn't I? Yes, sir. Model 86782 with silver plate for Mr. Henley.
No!
Yes, sir. Just bring it right in, boys. Mr. Henley's all ready for it.
You have just heard The Coffin in Studio B, the second in a summer revival series of Lights Out. In tonight's cast, you heard Bob Murphy as Ed, Sherman Marks as Fritz, Don Gallagher as George, Jack Bivens as Horace, and Charles Eggleston as the coffin salesman. Come next Saturday night, we have a yarn cooked up for you that we think you'll like. We call it The Haunted Cell, and I rather think you'll get a chill or two when the ghost of a condemned man starts working on the guilty conscience of one of the toughest hoodlums in town. Why don't you sort of plan to listen in for Lights Out? This series is produced and directed by Albert Cruz.
All right. You can turn them on now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock. How many stories have you heard that began with the words, once upon a time? Hundreds of them, perhaps, when you were younger, and when the hours of your life passed by in a more leisurely pace. You'd huddle in the big easy chair by the fire, while the old grandfather clock ticked the minutes away in a reassuring, monotonous, and soothing fashion. Your narrator would tell you a frightening tale of Beauty and the Beast. Then you'd scurry off to bed, happily secure in the knowledge that they lived happily ever after. Well, I have a story for you tonight that begins with Once Upon a Time. And, in a way, it's a modern version of Beauty and the Beast or Lady Bountiful. But I'm afraid that I am unable to guarantee that they lived happily ever after.
The idea's ridiculous, Natalie. But why? It's too dangerous, that's why.
Oh, how can it be dangerous to want to help someone?
But you can't just go into the street and pick up any old tramp. It's fantastic.
Eve, do you know how unhappy I've been since Ralph died?
But what's your husband got to do with it?
A great deal. He needed me while he was alive. He needed me badly. I don't say I was responsible for his success, but I do know I gave him inspiration. And that was what I lived for, Eve, when Ralph was with me.
I suppose you consider yourself one of those women who has to mother every male in sight.
Not really.
What are you going to do? Just wander along somewhere until you find some filthy drunk to reclaim?
Why not? Weakness isn't a crime. When a man's down and out, there must be a reason for it. And it may only take a few pounds and a little kind advice to straighten him out.
Where on earth did you get this idea, Natalie?
I saw in the papers today about some poor soul picked up in the street, an unidentified man who died of malnutrition.
And chronic alcoholism?
No, that isn't true. He hadn't been drinking. Anyway, I don't intend to look for an alcoholic. There are doctors and hospitals for those. All I want to do is find one man who needs my help and do what I can for him.
And what will that get you?
I want to feel the way I felt when Ralph would come to me for advice, when he'd depend on me.
And when do you intend to go on this hunt for the lost soul?
This evening?
You're mad, Natalie. You're just looking for someone to clutch you over the head and take your purse.
You needn't come with me.
Natalie, for heaven's sake, forget it. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll dine at Louis, then go to a show. There's a musical I'm dying to see.
I've made up my mind, Eve. I'm going through with this. Will you come with me?
Oh, all right, I may as well. At least I'll be around to identify your body. What a neighborhood. Couldn't you pick a street with lights?
There's a little park over there, Eve, with some benches. Let's sit down for a while.
I'd give anything for a cocktail.
Eve.
What?
Look. Lying on that bench.
Yes, dear. It's a man. His face covered with newspaper.
I'm going over to talk to him.
Now, wait. Let me get a policeman.
No, do you want to frighten him? Look at the way he's lying there. How can you be afraid of a human being who's so pitiful? So close to being completely broken.
Oh, all right. Give him some money and let's get out of here.
You stay here, Eve.
Natalie!
Are you awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you.
Oh, that's all right, lady. What do you want?
Well, I just want to help you.
Yeah?
I'll give you some money if you promise to use it in the way I suggest.
Yeah? How much?
What?
I said, how much do you want to give me?
Well, how much do you need? Do you think you can buy a good suit of clothes for 15 or 20 pounds? I have 30 here that I...
Let's see. 3 tens.
Will you use it to give yourself another chance to live like a decent human being? I really want to help you in other ways. If you'll just be honest with me, I can get you a job and I can... Wait. Here. This is my card. Tomorrow morning, when you feel better, come over to my home and I'll make inquiries about a position for you. What's your name?
Pike.
Is that your last or your first name?
It's my only name.
Oh. Well, you have some money now. I expect you'll really make some good use of it.
Yeah, I'll make good use of it.
Good night, Mr. Pike.
Good night, lady.
Natalie, you had me frightened to death. What did he say?
Nothing.
I saw you give him some money. Didn't he even thank you?
No.
I didn't. Quick. Well, there you have it, Joan of Arc. Now you see how far kindness will get you.
Maybe you were right, Eve. He really didn't seem very impressed. I probably won't ever see him again.
Now will you forget this idiotic notion of yours?
All right. I feel better about it anyway. At least I tried. Where is he? Is he gone?
No. He's just standing there staring at us. Come on, Natalie. Let's get out of here.
Oh. It's you.
Yeah, lady. It's me.
Come in, Pike.
You gave me your card.
I know.
But you don't look very glad to see me.
Glad? That's a funny word to use, Pike. Frankly, I didn't think you'd show up.
Ah, but I'm here.
Yes, you're here.
What you looking at, lady?
Your clothes. They're the same ones you had on last night. And you haven't even shaved.
It ain't Saturday yet.
Saturday?
Only shaving Saturday.
Oh. You could at least have bought yourself some second-hand clothes.
The ones I got on are okay.
Did you spend the money I gave you?
Well, I used it to pay some debts.
Oh, well, that's something anyway. When a man turns over a new leaf, it's always a good idea to clear himself of his obligations.
I got into a poker game last night. I lost. Then my debts I paid.
Oh. Then why did you come here? You didn't do as I asked, didn't you?
I came for some more money.
More money?
I need some more.
Now, just a second, Pike. Let's understand each other. I have no intention of giving you money to gamble with.
I won't gamble.
I placed my faith in you last night, and you've disappointed me terribly. I'd rather not let myself in for another disappointment.
But I need some money, lady.
You can get yourself a job and earn some. I'll call a friend of mine if you like and see if he can...
I don't want a job. I want money.
Well, you're not going to get any from me. Now, please leave. I have an appointment downtown.
What's in there?
In where? Oh, clothes, of course. Where are you going? How dare you?
What's these men's suits doing in here?
They belong to my husband. Now, will you please...
Is he dead?
Yes.
Just my size. Oh, this brown one's nice.
Take your hands off that suit.
Oh, won't you give it to me?
Of course not.
It's a nice suit.
It's the only thing I have left tonight. Oh, why am I talking to you like this? It's none of your affair. Put the suit back and leave, please.
Oh, you wouldn't miss it, lady. The guy's dead, so he don't need it.
Are you going, or must I call the police?
Won't you give me that suit?
Oh, all right, take it. Take it and go.
It's a good suit.
Where can I drop you, Eve?
I'll drop you. This cab's on me for a change.
It's been a lovely afternoon.
I haven't been to the museum in ages. I'm afraid we're becoming a couple of lowbrows, Natalie. Really, we ought to be intellectual a little more often.
I guess you're right.
Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, you never heard of that raggedy tramp you helped last week?
What made you ask that?
Oh, I just wondered if he ever tried to follow you up for another touch.
As a matter of fact, I saw him the next day, but it was only for a moment. I gave the poor fellow a suit of Ralph's clothes.
But what about that money?
Oh, it doesn't matter, Eve. He's gone now. I haven't seen him since then, and it's been almost a week. I'm sure I'll never hear from him again. Driver, stop on this corner, please.
But you're several blocks from home.
Oh, I had some shopping to do. I'm dining in tonight for a change, all by myself. I haven't cooked a meal since Ralph was with me. I'm going to spend a nice, quiet evening at home.
Lady?
What are you doing here?
I just came to say hello.
How did you get in?
The door was open.
It wasn't open. I just unlocked it myself.
What you got in those packages?
Food.
Let's see. Steak, like a pie. Looks good. What's this?
That's an avocado pear.
What?
Now, if you know what's good for you, you'll march right out of that door and leave this neighborhood as fast as you can.
I never tasted an avocado.
Did you hear what I said?
I'll leave, lady, right after we have some dinner.
Every species has its own particular life cycle, and they greatly vary in length of time. It is said that a sea turtle can live more than 200 years. The elephant can go beyond the century mark. Man is given his 70. And when we come to the insects at the bottom of the scale, we find they complete their lives in a single season. There is one species of life, however, that depends upon a host in order to exist. It is known as the leech, and it seems to me it might be logical to assume that the length of life this creature can look forward to depends in part upon how much blood he can squeeze from his victim.
I'll take another cup of coffee.
You've had 2 cups already.
One more, lady.
Why don't you go? What are you waiting for? You've sponged your meal. Now leave me alone.
Pass the sugar.
Do you know what I'm going to do if you don't stop annoying me? I'm going to call the police. I'll have you arrested and they'll put you in jail.
Pass the cream.
What are you trying to do to me? Why do you keep following me this way? It's the first time I've lost my temper in years. And it's your fault.
You got any money on you, lady?
I've given you money.
I need some more.
I gave you money and I gave you a suit. What did you do with the suit? You're not wearing it?
I hawked it. It was a good suit. They gave me 15 quid.
You're a parasite. You're like some horrible thing that attaches itself to your skin and you can't get rid of it.
You got nice skin, lady.
Take your hand off my arm.
Pink skin. I like pink skin.
If I give you some money, will you go away and never come back?
How much?
I've got 20 pounds in my bag. Take it, and for heaven's sake, don't come back here anymore.
Let me have it.
Here. Now get out.
That was a nice dinner, lady.
Now will you stop calling me lady? I happen to have a name.
Yeah, it was a nice dinner. Only, next time, don't forget the toothpicks.
Hello. Hello, Eve.
Yes, Natalie. What is it?
Didn't you tell me you were going away for a few weeks?
Why, yes. I'm going to visit my sister.
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow.
Eve, would you do me a great favor?
Of course.
I'll never forget you for this, Eve. If only you'll say yes, please. Don't refuse me.
Natalie, darling, you sound just awful. I'd never refuse you anything. You know that.
I want to move into your flat until you get back.
Is that all?
Oh, you don't know what this means to me, Eve.
Darling, calm yourself. What on earth is the trouble?
It doesn't matter. I'll explain some other time. I've got to get out of this house, that's all. And I've got to get out immediately.
You can move in the morning, Natalie.
Thank you, Eve. Thank you.
You're sure you'll be all right now?
Yes, I'll be fine, Eve.
And you still don't want to tell me what the trouble is?
The whole thing's so ridiculous. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm just acting like a frightened child. By the time you come back, I'll have sold my home and bought another. And...
Oh, you're going to sell that pretty house and buy a new one?
Yes,
but the way the prices are these days, you'll never get anything.
Oh, Eve, let me handle this, please. Look, you'd better hurry or you'll miss your plane.
You'll be comfortable here, and I'll write to you.
All right, Eve.
Bye now.
Goodbye, and have a nice trip.
Thanks.
Let me in, lady.
Go away! Go away, I said!
You ought to be more careful. You would lock the door. You can never tell about burglars.
How did you find out where I was?
I followed you.
What do you want? I've given you money and clothes. What are you after me for? Oh, please, don't do this to me. What have I done to you? Why do you torture me this way? Please, I beg of you, leave me alone.
You look better when you cry than most women do when they laugh.
If you try to stop me leaving, I'll... Get out of my way.
No, just a minute, lady. Just a minute.
Get out of my way.
Yes, ma'am?
Sergeant, my name is Williams. Mrs. Natalie Williams. I live on Parker Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's a man, I can't get rid of him. He's been following me for weeks. You've got to do something. You've got to help me.
He's been molesting you?
Well, he keeps coming to my house and asking for things. I'm terribly afraid of him.
Just a second, lady. Take it easy. Do you know this fellow?
His name is Pike.
How did you meet him in the first place?
Well, I gave him money.
What?
I gave him some money. He was on a park bench, and I wanted to help him.
You mean you picked him up?
Oh, no, I only wanted to help him. I wanted to do something for someone, and
So you started a conversation with a stranger and gave him money.
Oh, you don't understand.
What else did you give him?
What? Why,
a suit of clothes. It belonged to my husband.
Okay, lady. You better be on your way.
What is the matter with you? Why won't you give me protection?
Protection from what?
Pike!
Has he threatened you?
Oh, no, he hasn't made any threats.
Is it a case of assault and battery, maybe? Did he hit you?
No, he never...
Did he steal anything from you?
No, but it's worse than that.
Is it?
It's
what?
You don't believe me, do you?
Yes, I believe you, lady. You picked up a tramp and gave him clothes and money. He doesn't touch you and he doesn't steal from you. So now I'm supposed to slap him in jail. On what charge, may I ask?
You'll kill me if you don't help me.
My advice to you, lady, is to meet your boyfriends at bridge parties and not on park benches. Wait a minute. I want you to talk to somebody.
Who?
There's a doctor inside. You don't look so good. Maybe you need a little study.
Now you think I'm crazy.
Look, let's just take it easy.
Oh!
Hey, come back. Come back here.
May I help you, madam?
Do you sell guns here?
Hunting guns, yes, madam.
Give me one.
What kind, please?
What kind have you got?
Well, we have rifles for duck shooting and larger models for bigger game.
Let me see a larger model.
Very well. This is the Mannlicher .256, used for big game, mostly leopards and lions.
And this one?
Well, this is the most powerful model we have. It's a .450 high-velocity job. Got a kick like a mule and stop a mad elephant at 100 yards.
I'll take it.
You must be going after dangerous game.
Yes. I'm going after the most dangerous game of all. Come in. Come in, Pike. I want to see you. Come in! Natalie! It's you. What on earth are you doing with that ugly-looking rifle? Why did you come home, Eve? My plane was grounded. Natalie, what's going on here? Why were you pointing that gun at the door? I'm waiting for a visitor. Natalie, the heavens! Don't interfere, Eve. It's either him or me. I know why he follows me. Now he wants my life. He's got everything else, and now he wants my life. Give me that gun, Natalie. Don't touch me. Your ear, darling. Oh, please listen to reason. Give me the gun. I'm going to sit here until he walks inside that door, and then I'll pull the trigger. Who are you talking about? Pike, the tramp, the parasite. I can't wait any longer. I've got to get him now before he gets me. That's murder. It's self-defense. Don't you see what you're doing? Oh, darling, you're so ill. Let me call the doctor. Sit down, Eve. Natalie, sit down and don't interfere. Oh, Natalie. Open the door for him, Eve. Natalie, for the love of... Open the door, I said. Then stand aside. I won't open it. It's open. Come in. Natalie, don't...
What's the big idea, lady? Here, give me that gun. Hey, this is some cannon.
It's a hunting gun, Sergeant.
What were you expecting to walk through that door? A rhinoceros?
Oh, we're planning a hunting trip. Aren't we, Natalie? We're going to Africa or to India or somewhere, and...
You're Mrs. Natalie Williams?
Yes.
You're the lady who came into the station a few hours ago.
Yes, I am.
I got some news for you, lady. But I'm not sure as how I ought to yank you in on suspicion.
Now, officer, this woman is a friend of mine. I can provide character witnesses for her. Now, look, officer, I see no reason why we can't clean a rifle in my own home. It's a hunting gun, and we weren't concealing anything.
All right. Stop chewing my ear off.
Sergeant, you said you had news for me.
Yes. A fellow named Pike fell in front of a train half an hour ago. He had no identification on him except this card with your name on it. It is yours, isn't it?
Yes, I gave it to him.
Well, he's dead now, poor fellow. A more harmless-looking guy I never saw. Looked like he wouldn't have to fly. Just a tramp was all he was. A down and outer. What in the name of all that's sensible made you think he was bad?
I don't know. Now that he's gone, I don't know.
Can't
Catch her, Sergeant. She's fainting.
Easy, lady.
Maybe the joke's on me. Maybe he was harmless after all.
Cowper, the poet, might have ended the story with a couplet such as this. Fancy, like the finger of a clock, runs the great circuit and is still at home.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee with Hart McGuire as the Clock. You heard Mary Clark as Natalie and Ozzie Wenban as Pike, with Muriel Steinbeck and Gordon Glenwright. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I no longer see fearful things in the night. All that is changed. Night and shadows are friendly. Now it is the daylight that frightens me.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I work by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of Legacy of Death. It was 10 years ago that Henry Mitchell, formerly a biologist, married Martha Holliston, the widow of a wealthy cotton grower. Martha continued to direct the business of the plantation with the aid of Henry as overseer. She had one child, a daughter, by her deceased husband, a girl named Doreen. Now the mother lies on her deathbed. She's been ill for almost a year and grown steadily weaker.
It won't be long now, Henry. And there's something I must tell you. Something you must promise to do for me.
Yes, Martha, I'll do anything.
It's about my daughter. Doreen is 21 now. She's a woman, and she'll be thinking of marriage soon.
I know, Martha.
I've watched her every move, raised her carefully. I've been stern in my opinions regarding her. And perhaps, at times, I've seemed too strict.
Yes, Martha, but a mother knows best.
Doreen has always been an odd child. You've mentioned that yourself many times. And as she grew older, she became more strange each day. A peculiar, exotic mind. She must still be guarded and handled carefully until she reaches 30.
What are you trying to say, Martha?
Doreen is the last of her father's line. And from that line, she's inherited something horrible.
What? You mean insanity?
No, not insanity.
Not insanity? Well,
but a horrible tendency. It skipped her father. If it appears at all, it always occurs in the early 20s. If it doesn't appear by the time they reach 30, then you're safe.
But what is it, Martha? What has she inherited?
The tendency to murder. What?
Good Lord.
She must be handled delicately, gently, like a flower. Treated as a minor until she's 30. And if she suffers no emotional upset by then, she's safe. Love, deep love, paves the way for possible emotional upsets. Jealousy, hatred, and fear.
But it may skip her.
You must promise me that you'll care for her as you would your own daughter.
Yes, dear, I promise.
According to her father's request, I've left the estate to Doreen, with you as trustee and manager, at a yearly salary.
Yes,
Yes, Martha, that's very good of you.
Until she's 30, she must have your consent in every matter, particularly marriage.
Yes.
If she defies you regarding marriage, then you must tell her the truth, but only then.
I understand, Martha. Oh, please don't say any more.
Now that I've told you, I can rest so much easier.
I'll send Doreen in now, dear. I'll be just outside.
Henry, you're a darling.
Doreen stepped into the room, knelt at her mother's bedside, and a few minutes later, Martha was gone. Now 6 months have passed, and Henry has hired another overseer, young Irving Wallace, a graduate of Agricultural University. Irving has fallen madly in love with the strange, unpredictable Doreen.
You realize, Doreen, I almost turned down the offer to take this job. And something kept saying to me, take it. And I did, darling. I don't know why at the time, but now I know.
The night. I love the night. And the river, the moon.
What?
Daytime in the sun unnerves me. I'm never at ease, never able to think clearly. Till the sun goes down and I see the moon on the river.
It is pretty.
When I was a little girl, I was always frightened of the dark. I fancied all sorts of horrors waiting for me in every shadow.
Yes?
Now, in the last year or two, I've somehow lost my fear of the darkness. I no longer see things in night. Night and shadows are friendly. It's the daylight that frightens me.
Doreen, what are you trying to say?
What?
What sort of talk is this? What's happened to you, Doreen? You've changed. You've grown distant and detached. We come down here to the river now, and you just stare at the moon, talking riddles. I don't understand it.
No? I don't either.
I don't like it, darling. It's not natural.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I don't approve of such ideas coming from a woman I love.
You don't?
I want my wife to be normal. I don't want her to be afraid of the daylight and come to her senses only at night.
What right have you to say what I shall like? And what do you mean by your wife?
What? Doreen, I thought...
Did I ever say I'd marry you?
No, but what else would I think?
Did I ever say I loved you?
Well, you surely gave no indication that you didn't. What's wrong with you, Doreen? Doreen.
What?
Oh, please, darling, tell me what's wrong. What have I done?
Nothing. Done nothing.
Do you mean you don't want to marry me?
I don't know. I'm afraid.
Oh, darling, if you only knew how I worship you.
I'm just afraid. Afraid of all men.
An awful thought.
Please go. Please, leave me alone.
I can't understand you, Doreen.
Please go, Irving.
All right. I'll go if you insist. But please don't stay here long. It's almost midnight.
What?
Nothing, darling. Nothing. I saw the light in the library, Mr. Mitchell, and I wanted to talk to you. Have you noticed anything strange about your stepdaughter lately?
Strange?
I mean about her behavior, her actions.
Not particularly.
Well, I just left her down on the riverbank, and she's talking a lot of nonsense.
Nonsense? What were you doing down at the riverbank at this time of night?
I may as well tell you. I'm in love with Doreen. I want to marry her.
Marry?
Yes.
I knew nothing of this.
Well, I suppose it's only natural. It's just the way it happens, but... Oh, really, Mr. Mitchell, I love her so much that I...
Never mind. You needn't say any more.
Good heavens. Is it such a shock? After all, she's a woman. What's wrong, Mr. Mitchell? Are you ill?
No, I'm just... What did you say about Doreen acting strangely?
Well, in the last few days, she's changed. She's acting in a weird sort of manner.
Weird?
Yes. She says the daylight frightens her, and she loves the dark and the moon.
Tell me, is Doreen in love with you?
Well, I certainly thought she was. She led me to believe so. Until tonight.
And had you talked of marriage?
Not until this evening. But I thought the idea was mutual. Then all of a sudden, she turned cold. Well, that's why I came to you. Maybe she's ill or something.
Yes. Yes, Irving, she is ill. What? Sit down, my boy. You really love her?
Oh, more than I can tell.
You have only her best interest at heart?
I do. Thank heaven you told me this in time. I'm going to ask a sacrifice of you, Irving. You must stay away from Doreen. You must say no more to her about love or marriage.
Why not? I love her.
Then you'll do as I say. Keep out of her way as much as possible. I know that seems hard, but for her own good, you must.
What do you mean? What's wrong?
See, I have to tell you the truth. Since this has happened, I must tell you. Doreen has inherited something that may lie dormant, but which under emotional stress may appear without warning.
You're trying to frighten me?
Oh, no. Doreen has inherited a tendency to...
To what?
To murder.
Murder? Oh, I can't believe it.
Yes. It's a strain in her father's family. It appears only in the 20s, but if it doesn't appear before 30, the person is safe from the malady.
It just doesn't seem possible.
I promised her dear mother I'd do my best to protect her from emotional disturbance of any kind until she reached 30. Now, do you understand?
Yes, I understand you, but... Well, I'm not cold.
You say she's acting strangely. That may be an indication. And you must do your part to help by staying away from her.
Very well. I will. If it's for her own good.
It is, Irving, believe me.
Irving keeps his word, and difficult as it is, he avoids Doreen. Then a few weeks later, Henry Mitchell's handsome young brother, his only living relative, Clyde Mitchell, a wealthy Hollywood writer whom Henry hadn't seen in years, drops in unexpectedly.
Well, Clyde, you've been doing very well in Hollywood, haven't you? Yes, indeed. Hollywood's been good to me. I've made a fortune. And I've handled my money in a better fashion than most of them. Every dollar I get is turned over to a manager, and he invests it for me. I couldn't write my name to a check for $500 if I wanted to.
Good. I'm glad to hear you finally got some sense.
Why did you give up your biological research?
Oh, I haven't entirely given it up. I still dabble in agricultural biology.
You seem to be doing all right, Henry. This is a nice plantation, nice home. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet your wife. She had a daughter, didn't she?
Yes, she's here. Doreen. A strange girl, most unusual.
No children of your own, Henry?
None. You and I, the last of our line. We're the only living ones of the family. It's up to you to carry on the name, Clyde.
Yeah. Well, I suppose I'll get around to that sooner or later. I'm engaged. Expect to be married this summer. Maybe before.
Hollywood girl?
She lives in Hollywood, but she came from Boston. One of the Harrington girls.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was here.
Oh, come in, Doreen. Come in. This is my brother, Clyde.
Clyde? I'm glad to know you, Clyde.
Doreen. What a charming name.
Clyde is a movie writer. Been quite successful in Hollywood.
Oh, now, don't tie me down to pictures, Henry. I've written a few novels, too.
Yes, I know. You wrote Moon in the River.
Guilty?
I was terribly impressed by it. It was out of this world.
I have a fan.
Are you staying for a while?
Oh, a few days. I like it here.
Do you? I'm glad. Well, I'll leave you alone now. I know you want to talk. Good night.
Nice girl. I said she's a nice girl.
Oh, yes, she's gorgeous. I've never seen such red hair, such strange eyes. Why, they're hypnotic. Red hair and green eyes. What did you say?
I didn't say anything, Clyde.
Why have you brought me down here tonight, Doreen?
The river, Clyde. The moon in the river. Look at it. The stream of silver and gold flowing arm in arm. Down to the sea. To the melting pot. To eternity.
Yes. It's very beautiful.
That's your river. Moon and the river. You made me conscious of that, Clyde. It breathes and lives. That's why I've come to love the night and hold no fear of the dark.
You mean you're at ease in the dark?
Tonight I'm soothed and the moon thrills me. The moon and the river. And they mean the same to you.
The same?
They must. Or you could never have written as you did. You and I are the same, Clyde. We say alike. Look at me, Clyde.
Yes?
Why don't you say it? I know what you're thinking. Say it.
Doreen,
You love me. No, don't turn away. Look in my eyes and say it. I love you.
I love you, Doreen.
And I
I love you, darling. Oh, Clyde, dear. If you only knew what it meant to me, your coming here 2 weeks ago. You saved me, Clyde. Saved me.
But you don't understand, Doreen. It's all wrong. Everything is wrong.
Look at me, Clyde. Look. Everything is right. Just as it was intended. Isn't it?
But you must listen.
Hold me close, Clyde. Listen.
Doreen, darling,
Yes, dearest. What are you trying to tell me?
I don't know. I can't remember. I can't think.
Nothing else matters. Nothing is real but our love. And the meaning will never. And you won't leave me, Clyde, ever. I won't let you.
Doreen, please. This can't go on. It isn't right. I've got to get away.
You won't leave. You can't leave me because you love me.
Yes. Yes, help me. I must be mad. But I do love you. But I just can't seem to...
Don't say a word, dear. Just us. And the moon. And the river.
Oh, Clyde. Yes, Henry? Come to the library. I've just been talking with Irving. Said you were walking down by the riverbank a while ago.
Yes, I was. That is,
What's wrong with you, Clyde? What's happened?
I don't know, Henry. I'm leaving in the morning.
Leaving?
I must. I've got to get back to Hollywood. I'm getting married, you know.
Next summer, you said?
Oh, did I? Well, I've decided to get married as soon as possible.
Clyde, I know where you've been. You've been with Doreen. Irving told me.
Yes. I was with Doreen. I don't know what's happened to me since I've been here. But I do know I mustn't stay another day. I'm leaving in the morning.
You've fallen in love with Doreen?
I don't know, Henry. I don't know what's wrong.
Is she in love with you? Is that it?
Yes, she is. I tried to fight it off, but... Well, it's just I lost all sense of logic.
Doreen is a strange creature, Clyde.
I'm certainly aware of that. It seems to... I'm powerless to keep away from her. I mustn't stay longer. I'm leaving the first thing in the morning.
I'm sorry to see you go, Clyde. I had hoped you'd stay longer, but perhaps under the circumstances it's best. I only wish I were free to go with you.
You can come along if you want.
No, I can't leave, Clyde.
Because of Doreen? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, Clyde. I can't leave her alone for a single moment.
What's wrong with her? There's something odd about her, and you know what it is.
Does she know you're leaving?
No. No, I tried to tell her.
I see. And I'd better tell her?
Yes. Good night, Henry.
Clyde climbs the stairs and goes to his room. Henry stands in the door of the library, lost in thought. A few moments pass, and Doreen comes into the hallway from outside and stops for the stairs.
Doreen?
Yes?
Come in.
What is it?
I've just learned that you've become infatuated with my brother.
Infatuated?
And before it becomes more serious, I want to warn you that it'll be a mistake for you to fall in love.
What do you mean? Why shouldn't I fall in love?
Well, don't you think it'd be better to learn more about a man before you allow your emotions to carry you off your feet?
I don't understand you. Why should I wait?
It'll be better if you do. Please believe me.
What's the reason back of all this?
Well, Doreen, I hate to tell you this.
Why don't you say it? What is it?
You're making a fool of yourself. I mean, Clyde is making a fool of you.
That isn't what you were going to say.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. I know my brother better than you. He isn't serious about you. Well, he's never been serious about any woman. He never will be. He isn't the type. Believe me, he doesn't love you.
I don't believe you. I know he loves me. I know. And I'm going to marry him.
Marry him?
Yes.
You poor girl. I'm terribly sorry for you. Clyde was here a few minutes ago. I asked him about you, and he told me that he wasn't in love with you. You see, my dear, he's engaged to another woman. He's going back in the morning to be married.
Married?
If he had been serious, he'd have told you the truth. I'm sorry this had to happen to you. I've tried my best to keep you from falling in...
What did you say? Go on, finish.
I said that... Oh, please, Doreen, don't become upset.
You tried to keep me from falling in love. That's what you were going to say.
Doreen, you must...
Why didn't you want me to fall in love? Why?
No, Doreen, control yourself.
Do you know what I'm thinking?
Doreen.
I despise you. I hate you.
Oh, no, you don't understand.
You don't want me to marry Clyde. You don't want me to marry anybody.
And I know why. You're lying to me. You told him something to drive him away.
I told him nothing, and I'm not lying.
I'll find out in just a moment.
Wait, Doreen, wait. I didn't want to tell you, but I see now that I must. You see, my dear, you've inherited a complex, something that lies dormant and may be brought into action under emotional stress.
Inherited a complex?
Yes. A tendency to murder.
Murder?
And that's why I've tried to keep you from falling in love, from subjecting yourself to emotional stress.
Oh, that's what you told him. Another lie.
Oh, no.
So I've inherited a desire to kill. Does anyone else know that?
Yes, I had to tell Irving.
I see. Good night.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, no. Come in, Irving, come in.
I wanted to talk to you about... Hello, Doreen.
Huh?
I said, what's the matter with you, Doreen?
Nothing. Nothing is the matter.
You look as though you... Doreen, what is it? Are you ill?
Yes, I am ill. Haven't you heard?
Doreen!
Good night. Both of you.
What's wrong with her? I've never seen her like this. Do you suppose...
I had to tell her, Irving. I had to.
What has happened? She snapped. I can tell.
I don't know what to do now.
I just talked to Clyde. I told him he had to leave at once. The sooner the better. And I told him why. Told him about Doreen. I begged him to go for her sake. He only laughed at me. Told me to tend to my own business.
If Clyde tells her the truth, which he will, she's liable to snap completely.
But what can we do?
I know what to do. When Clyde tells her, she'll turn violently against him. He's got to leave on the first train in the morning, but tonight she may do something. I'll change rooms with Clyde after she talks to him.
What can I do?
Nothing, Irving. Just try to forget it. Oh, you can get me some coffee. I've got to stay awake tonight. Doreen, what is it?
I want to ask you something, Clyde.
What?
Are you leaving in the morning?
Well, yes, Doreen, I am.
Why?
I've some business to attend to.
Why are you leaving me, Clyde? Why don't you take me with you?
Take you? But I can't do that.
Why didn't you tell me you were leaving?
Well, it came up all of a sudden.
Oh, did it? What did your brother tell you about me?
He didn't tell me anything.
No? I love you, Clyde.
But
I can't leave without me.
I can't take you with me, Doreen. It's impossible.
Why is it?
Because I'm going to be married.
Married?
Yes. I wanted to tell you, but...
Married? I thought you loved me, Clyde.
Oh, Doreen, I can't stay here any longer. I can't go on like this.
Why didn't you tell me you loved someone else? Why?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Are you afraid of me?
I'm leaving in the morning, Doreen. That's definite.
Good night, Clyde.
Doreen,
Goodbye, darling.
Now, the next morning. Breakfast is set early since the first train leaves at 8:30. At 7, Doreen, her face pale, deep shadows under her green eyes, comes slowly down the stairs to the sunroom.
Good morning, Doreen.
Morning.
Sit down, Doreen. Did you rest well?
No.
I didn't sleep so well either. Guess the storm disturbed me.
Was there a storm?
Yes, an electrical storm. Didn't you hear it?
I don't remember. What time does the train leave?
8:30. Clyde will be down in a few minutes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes?
Mr. Bolton like to see you.
Oh, tell him to come in.
Morning, Mr. Mitchell.
Morning, Bolton.
This is Mr. Davis, my assistant. This is Dr. Upton.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Gentlemen, this is my daughter, Doreen, and this is my superintendent, Irving Wallace.
Yes, I know. How are you, Irving?
What are you doing here?
May we see the body, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, Sheriff.
Sheriff?
Body? What's happened?
Clyde has been murdered.
Clyde?
Murdered? Well, murdered?
Yes, during the night.
Clyde?
Come along, gentlemen. Upstairs.
The sheriff and his deputy make the routine inspection of the room and the body. And after the coroner completes his examination, they return to the breakfast room.
I'm afraid I'm to blame for this unfortunate circumstance. My wife begged me to keep her from emotional upset. I did my best, but I'm afraid it wasn't enough. I never dreamed she was falling in love with Clyde. When I learned about it, it was too late. I made a mistake by telling her.
only upset her the more.
Say she inherited this tendency to kill from her father?
Yes. Her mother made me promise to guard her carefully until she was 30. You see, it only appears in the early 20s, if at all. It lies dormant and may be brought to the fore by emotional stress.
I see. Too bad. Did you leave your room last night, miss?
Huh? No. That is, I don't remember.
You were in love with him, and you didn't know about the other woman?
I loved him. I didn't know about the other woman till last night. I didn't kill Clyde.
You have no recollection of leaving your room?
No,
Will you come to town with us, miss?
Why?
Oh, we just want to talk to
Wait.
you.
Wait, I can't stand this any longer. Doreen, why, she didn't kill Clyde. I know. I killed him.
You? But here we go again, Doc. You're trying to protect her, I think, because you love her.
I do love her.
Sure you do. Where's the gun?
Gun? There's no gun. Clyde wasn't shot.
No?
No. I killed him with a sickle. A sickle from my tool shed. Now, do you believe me?
Has he seen the body, Mr. Mitchell?
No, I didn't say how he was killed, but Irving... I killed him. I knew about Doreen, and I wanted to save her because I was jealous of Clyde.
Well, he was killed with a sickle, all right.
Yes, my sickle, from the tool shed. Now, do you believe me?
Do you know what you're saying, Irving? I think he's shooting in the dark.
No, and I can prove it. If Doreen had entered that room and stabbed anyone, she would have killed Henry. Not Clyde, but Henry.
Why?
Because Henry was afraid of what might happen during the night. So he changed rooms with Clyde. And I was the only one who knew that. Doreen would have killed Henry.
Is that true, Mr. Mitchell?
Why, yes, we did change rooms, but
she didn't know that.
Well, I don't know how she could have known it, but she must have discovered the switch.
You know, I think Irving knows too many details to be lying. I think he's telling the truth.
I am. I killed him.
He didn't. Irving didn't kill him. He is trying to protect me. I remember something now.
Remember what?
If you killed him, Irving, what time was it?
It was 4 a.m.
Have you established the hour of death, Doctor?
I have.
Wait, I'll tell you. It was at midnight. 12 o'clock.
What time was he killed, Doc?
About 12 o'clock last night. Couldn't possibly have been 4.
How did you know that?
At midnight, I went to Clyde's room to talk to him. I was awakened by a horrible dream. It frightened me, so I went to his room. Clyde wasn't there. No one was there. So if Henry was occupying that room, and he was not there at midnight, Henry must have been in Clyde's room.
What?
Henry must have killed Clyde.
What? Why would I kill my own brother?
For the same reason you killed my mother.
Oh, nonsense.
I've been suspicious of you ever since Mother died. What? I know you've looted my estate.
No, look.
That's why you didn't want me to marry. And you were your brother's only heir. He was wealthy and his money could save you. You knew I was suspicious of you.
Why, this is ridiculous.
So you killed Clyde for his money and tried to blame it on me because you knew I'd be suspected. That's why you told Irving about my hereditary tendency.
Why, she's crazy, gentlemen, completely insane.
Examine my mother's body. Check the account.
She's mad.
Mr. Mitchell, do you believe she inherited this tendency to murder?
Why, certainly. Her mother warned me of all this.
You're a biologist, aren't you, Mitchell?
Oh, yes, I was.
Still are, Dr. Henry Mitchell.
Well, I still dabble in biology, only as it concerns agriculture.
Mm-hmm. I recently read an article you wrote a few years ago in which you proved the one thing that was not hereditary was a criminal instinct. That such tendencies were the results of environment. You proved that.
Well...
And you knew from the beginning that the mother was merely a victim of a false belief. But you used that belief to suit your own purpose. It all adds up against you, Mitchell.
We'll just follow through the girl's advice about your wife's body. I wouldn't be at all surprised by the results of the autopsy. Let's go, Doc.
Did follow through on Doreen's advice, and they did find her estate rifle, and they found traces of poison in the mother's body, so Henry confessed. If it hadn't been for Doreen's psychic powers, he'd have gotten away with everything. Oh, yes, Doreen was definitely psychic, because she said she went to the room at midnight and no one was there, but she did not go to the room. But she did wake up at the start of midnight. She knew something terrible was happening, but didn't know what it was till this moment. She put things together and knew the truth. And Irving knew about the sickle because he missed it from its rack, and he was merely guessing. But it all worked out to a successful conclusion, and Doreen need have no further worry about her so-called inherited criminal tendency, because there is no such thing. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual story. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
My plan is sound, mathematically sound. It cannot fail. It's perfect. 3 months from now, I will be worth $50,000. Independent for life.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing tale of Fool's Gold. Herbert Lang is chief teller of the Amalgamated Bank. A thrifty man of 43, Herbert has been an employee at a small salary for over 20 years. Honest and punctual, his reputation is above reproach. Herbert is thin, slightly bald, bespectacled, and unmarried. Herbert is a poor man, but he has a plan. He won't always be poor, because he's developed his plan for 10 years. And 10 years should bring mathematical perfection to any plan.
For 5 years now, it has been working. And by the 1st of June, 3 months from now, I will be worth $50,000.
Herbert studies the figures on the little pad before him, writes a total of 50,000, and smiles behind his bifocals. Then an abrupt sound breaks his meditation.
Herbert? Huh? The auditors just found another shortage, and they've traced it.
Shortage? Another?
Yes. $3,000.
They've traced it?
Definitely. Third one this year.
And to whom did they trace it, Mr. Faber?
That young fellow, Barton. He denies it, of course, but the evidence is all against him.
Barton, I can't understand what happens to young men lately. I do my best to hire the ones I think are on him.
I wish you'd exercise a little more care. Oh, I know they have the best of references. I should think by now you'd be able to judge character at a glance.
I'd have sworn by that boy, Mr. Faber.
You've taken him down to the police station.
Oh, what a shame. It's very embarrassing, Mr. Faber. I feel as though I'm responsible.
Oh, now, don't take it that way, Herbert. After all, we're insured. But it is annoying to both of us. We all make mistakes in judgment now and then. Besides, you had your nose to the wheel without a vacation for 3 years now. It doesn't pay, Herbert. You'll crack up.
Well, I haven't felt as though I needed a vacation. And besides, when I do take one, I'd like to have it all in one lump. I've always wanted to tour Europe or some foreign land. 2 weeks mean nothing.
I understand. I feel the same way, but what chance is there? I do think you need a rest from this place.
I'll let you know when I'm really tired, Mr. Faber.
I doubt it. I will say that I admire your devotion to duty.
Thank you, Mr. Faber. It's good to hear you say that. I want you to know that I appreciate the opportunity of being with the firm for 20 years.
There's a board of directors meeting this afternoon. I'm going to try to get you a raise.
Oh, that's all right. Whatever they decide will be for the best. wouldn't want the board to think I was dissatisfied here.
You're 43, Herbert, and alone, unmarried. That isn't right. And you're not the type of man to tackle marriage on your salary.
Well, I've been thinking about it. I have plans. I've saved a bit. I found the right woman. Mr. Faber, I may surprise you one of these days.
Yeah. Drop into my office after the board meeting and may have some news for you. So, make it around 3.
Thank you, sir.
Herbert sits at his desk smiling. What complete confidence they have in him. What a perfect setup.
3,000 more accounted for. 3 more months and I'll have reached my goal. 50,000 and independent for life in South America.
With a move of sudden decision, Herbert slaps on his hat, walks out of the bank, and pays a visit to Hazel Yates at her apartment.
What are you doing away from the bank at this hour of the day, Herbert?
I'm out to lunch. I thought I'd drop by.
Oh, that's nice. I'm certainly surprised.
Hazel, exactly 3 months from now, I'm going to take a vacation.
You certainly need one. It's been ages since you've been away from your work for more than a day.
Yes, I know, but I had to keep my nose to the grindstone. But now it's different.
What do you mean?
Well, I've kept it a secret, but now I can tell you. I'm going to get married.
Married? Herbert, you're going to get married.
That's right.
But I thought you never considered marriage because you felt you couldn't support a wife.
That's true, but now it's different. I didn't want to say anything till I was sure.
What are you talking about?
Hazel, for several years now, I've been working on a problem, a plan that cannot fail, because it's mathematically correct.
What? Herbert, you frighten me.
It has to do with the stock market. I've worked it over and over.
Stock market? Gambling?
Oh, no, not gambling. Not the way I worked it out.
Lots of people have thought they'd found the secret to playing the market. And what happened?
Well, this isn't a theoretical plan. This has already worked. Proven.
Already worked?
I set myself a goal, an amount of money I felt sufficient to live on, in ease for the rest of my life. $50,000. Beyond that sum, I would not attempt to go.
$50,000?
Yes, I've placed every dime to use according to the plan, and I've not missed one.
Herbert, you mean you have $50,000?
Well, not quite, but we'll have by the 1st of June.
Well, I can't get over it. I'm amazed.
Well, it's very simple. I have got 3,000 to go. Then I'm through.
3,000? Oh, that frightens me, Herbert. Why don't you be satisfied with what you have? You may lose it all in trying to get the other 3.
Oh, not a chance. I set myself a goal, and I intend to reach it.
Very well. I hope you're right.
Then I'm going on a long vacation.
How long will you get?
Oh, from next June on and on.
From June on? Well, how can you do that?
I'm not going to work another day. Why should I? I'll be independent. I'm going to quit.
Quit your job?
Yes, and take a long trip to South America. I'm going to live there. 50,000 there is like 200,000 here. What more could you ask for?
I see. And you're going to get married?
Yes, I am. I haven't asked her yet, but I'm confident.
Who is she? Do I know her?
Yes. She's wonderful.
Well, I wish you lots of happiness, Herbert.
Would you like to live in South America, Hazel?
What? Well, yes, I would.
Then you and I will be married June 1st.
Oh, Herbert, you mean you're asking me?
Yes. Now, don't say a word about this. Now, it's a secret. Don't tell a soul. Promise?
Oh, yes, Herbert, I promise. Oh, darling, I thought you were never going to ask me.
I want to surprise you.
I've never been so thrilled in my life.
I've got to run along now, dear. I'll see you later this evening.
Yes, everything is working perfectly for Herbert Lang. A 10-year plan just cannot fail. A few months from now, and he will be independent. Hazel, 50,000, and South America. It's after 3 now. The board meeting is over. Herbert steps confidently to the president's office.
Well, I see the meeting's over, Mr. Faber.
Yes. Come in, Herbert. I talked it over with the board. They didn't seem to agree with me.
Oh. No raise?
Sorry, Herbert. Board members are rather a cold group of individuals.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Faber. I've gotten used to it after all these years. They're a very selfish lot. A whole lot of stock. Someone else does the work. They draw big dividends. It's all they're interested in.
Oh, I hold stock too, Herbert.
Oh, I know, sir, but you take a more personal interest in the employees because, well, you're an active officer.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, maybe they'll see their way clear next year. I'm certainly not one to become impatient.
No, Herbert.
I'll run along now.
Just a minute. I haven't quite finished.
Oh, no, sir?
I had quite a session with the board. For the life of me, I don't understand one of them.
What do you mean, sir?
They were up in arms about that latest shortage.
Oh, but I had nothing to do with that. Do they think I took it?
No, certainly not. But, well, they do think you are indirectly responsible. Brought up the fact that the 5 men you've hired in the past 10 years have all been sent to the penitentiary.
Oh, but how can I tell by looking at a man that they were all recommended?
The board thinks you've been working too hard, Herbert, that you need a rest.
What?
They've instructed me to give you an extended vacation.
Extended vacation? How long?
Indefinitely. Effective in 2 weeks.
Oh, but that's impossible, Mr. Faber. I just couldn't do that. Why, I have a tremendous amount of special work on the books. I just couldn't attend to that in the next 2 weeks.
The board at first wanted your vacation to be effective tomorrow night.
Well, that's ridiculous. You know that. So who else here could step in and take over in a moment's notice?
Of course. That's true. Do you think you could straighten things around in 2 weeks? If you had special assistance?
Special assistance? Yes, but I won't need any help, sir. I'll be able to handle it myself.
Well, as soon as you finish, take a nice long trip. You won't need it, Herbert.
Very well, sir.
Oh, yes. By the way, the board has voted you a $500 bonus.
Have they? They only give a bonus on retirement. Why don't you tell me the truth, Mr. Faber?
Sorry, Herbert. That's the way they feel. Nothing I can do about it. Oh, you'll let me hear from you from time to time.
Retired at 43. Well, good night, Mr. Faber.
The moment Herbert steps out of Faber's office, fear, a strangling, clutching fear grips him. 2 weeks, 2 short weeks. That wasn't part of Herbert's plan. This is something he hadn't counted on. He's 2,000 short of his 50,000 goal. But he'll have to let it go at that and be satisfied. And only 2 weeks to fix the books to cover the new $1,000 shortage. Night and day he works alone, works feverishly. Then on the 10th day, he has accomplished his plan. The book's balanced. Everything is perfect.
Things worked out sooner than I expected, Hazel. We didn't wait till June. We can be married tomorrow and sail the next day. I've arranged passage.
Why so soon, Herbert? Oh, I thought we could have a regular wedding.
No, I think we better leave now. Sooner the better.
Oh, all right, Herbert. Whatever you say.
Yes?
Good evening, Mr. Evans. Anything you or Mrs. Evans wish, just press the button.
Thank you, Stewart.
I'll arrange for your deck chairs in the morning.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome, Mr. Evans.
Why did he keep saying Mr. Evans?
Evans? Did he say Evans?
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Evans.
Strange. Must have confused us with someone else. I'll put him straight on that in the morning.
What did you do with the passports, Herbert?
Well, they're in my coat.
May I see mine?
Yes, of course. Later. We'd best get along to dinner now.
I always thought a person had to appear and sign his passport before an official.
Oh, no, not always.
May I see my passport, Herbert?
What's wrong with you, Hazel?
Please, Herbert. I'd like to see it.
Very well. There you are.
Herbert, why are we traveling under the name of Evans?
Well, it's better that way, incognito, you know.
How did you get this passport without my signing for it? This isn't my signature. Who signed it?
It doesn't matter. I've got it. You better study that signature and be able to copy it when you arrive in port. Don't worry, darling. It's done this way every day.
I don't believe you. You're hiding from someone, running from something.
Oh, that's silly.
$50,000. The stock market.
What are you getting at?
Now I am suspicious.
Are you, Hazel?
You stole that money. Stock market. Well, you never made a dime on the stock market in your life.
Aren't you being a bit silly, Hazel?
So this was your plan. A system. Stealing from the bank and blaming others. That's what happened to my brother 2 years ago. That's why he was sent to jail.
All right, Hazel.
You're in this too now, so I'll tell you. I did have a plan, and it worked. No one will ever be able to trace it to me. And I'll take care of your brother later. I've sent all the money to a man in Brazil, a man I know. Sent him several packages and asked him to hold them pending my arrival. He doesn't know what's in them.
What man?
Well, his name is Pedro Gonzalez, big coffee plant outside of Rio de Janeiro.
I see.
You and I are the only ones who know, Hazel.
Supposing I tell what I know.
You'll be an accomplice?
But my brother will be cleared.
I told you your brother will be taken care of.
The only way my brother can be compensated is to be cleared of the charge.
No, that's so.
And I intend to clear him, regardless of what happens to me.
Hazel, you're being awfully silly about this. Last call for dinner, Hazel. Come along now.
I don't want any dinner.
Oh. Then let's step up on the top deck, huh? Let's just talk this over. There's a lot of things you don't understand, Hazel. Well, I'm sure I can explain things to your satisfaction.
I certainly need some fresh air.
I'm terribly sorry to have upset you like this, Hazel.
The tossing liner plows on through the darkness. The wind sings mournfully through the masts and cables. Herbert cannot sleep. Herbert is worried. His plan worked. It was perfect. They'll never trace the money to him. But Hazel presents another problem. It is morning now, 9 a.m. The steward steps up to Herbert's stateroom door.
But, Hazel, why don't you look at this sensibly? It isn't as though I'd done a murder. Why take on so? Now, you aren't the first woman who discovered something about her husband. I made a mistake, and I'm sorry. It's done in the past. Now, why not look forward to the future together?
Yes? You rang, sir.
Yes, well, my wife isn't feeling well this morning, steward.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I'll have something sent down, darling. Is breakfast still being served, steward?
Yes, sir, for a few minutes yet.
Then come along, please. She'd better have something light, grapefruit, coffee, and dry toast.
Yes, sir.
And how about a soft-boiled egg?
Well, is she seasick?
No, she isn't seasick. She's just emotionally upset, you know. You know how a woman gets sometime over nothing.
Oh, yes, I know, sir. I think an egg will be nice.
Very well.
Grapefruit, coffee, toast.
Dry toast.
Dry. Oh. And an egg. Take about 15 minutes or so. Here's the coffee shop, sir. You'll get quicker service here.
Oh, thanks, Stuart.
And good luck, sir.
What? What do you mean?
Well, I married myself, and I know how it is. Women are just naturally suspicious creatures and jealous of everyone. Jealous of your past and your future.
Yes, I know.
And how long have you been married, sir?
Not long.
Well, she'll get over it. Be sorry.
Get over what?
Well, I just couldn't help hearing when I came to your door just now.
You pardon me. I better get my order in.
Oh, yes, it's after 9. By the way, if you're in the mood, there'll be games and contests on the after-deck topside starting now. Horse races. 50 cents a ticket if you care to gamble.
I know, but I don't gamble.
Oh, well, then you'll find plenty of other things to keep your mind off your troubles.
See you later, Stuart.
Herbert steps into the coffee shop, orders his breakfast. Try as he might, he can't keep his mind off his troubles. His troubles and Hazel. He ponders over the thousands of dollars in the cork-lined, waterproof package hidden in his trunk in the stateroom. Wonders if Pedro Gonzalez will meet the ship outside the harbor as planned. 20 minutes pass. Then...
Mr. Evans!
Yes, what is it? What's wrong with you?
It's your wife, sir. It's your wife.
What are you trying to say?
She isn't in the stateroom. No sign of her.
Well, she must have decided to walk around.
No.
Will you calm down, please?
Look at this. I found this on the dressing table.
A note? Let's have it.
It must have just happened, sir. It says 9:10 a.m.
Herbert, I cannot reconcile myself to such a situation. The very thought of being married to such a man as you sickens me to the depth of my soul. I can't go on. And don't think you will escape punishment for the suffering you've caused. Goodbye, Hazel.
He jumped over. 9:10. Just 12 minutes ago.
I was a little fool.
I'll phone the bridge. Give me the bridge.
She was out of her mind.
Bridge? Stop ship. Man overboard.
The ship leans over and puts about. They scour the choppy seas for over an hour, circling and circling. Herbert stands beside the captain, peering wild-eyed into the water. Finally, the captain gives up hope, orders the ship to resume its course, and invites Herbert to his quarters.
Sit down, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Come in, steward.
Yes, sir.
Well, we've certainly done our best, Mr. Evans. No one can deny that.
Yes, Captain, I know it, and I appreciate your efforts. The sea is very choppy. It would be hard to find anyone.
As you know, we'll have to ask a few questions.
Yes, I understand.
This note was written by your wife at 9:10 this morning.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it as her writing?
Well, of course.
It's hers, all right, Captain. I checked with her passport signature.
Mr. Evans, how long have you been married?
Just a few days. We were on our honeymoon.
The tone of this note indicates that your wife was terribly upset about something she had discovered.
That's right. I tried to reason with her, but she refused to see my side of it, I guess.
What was she referring to in the note?
I can answer that.
I'm not asking you, steward.
Oh.
What was she referring to, Mr. Evans?
Well, she was referring to another woman. She'd found out about another woman, a woman I'd known previous to our marriage.
Did your wife threaten you?
No.
Did you threaten her?
Certainly not.
When did you see her last?
Well, it was at 9 o'clock this morning. She was so upset she didn't want to go up to breakfast. I decided to go alone. I rang for the steward to bring her something to the room.
That right, steward?
Yes, sir.
After the steward left, did you go on deck with your wife?
No, I left with the steward, went to the coffee shop. That's where the steward found me and showed me the note.
Yes, sir. As I stepped up to the stateroom to answer the call, I heard them arguing. Heard Mr. Evans asking her to forget about the past and think of the future.
Yes?
And he told her he'd have me bring something down. Him and me walked along the corridor up to the coffee shop. He told me what to bring her, and I got it. And when I returned to the room, she wasn't there. I found the note on the table and ran for Mr. Evans. Then I phoned the bridge.
And you didn't leave the coffee shop, Evans?
I did not. Ask the coffee shop steward. Are you trying to infer that I pushed my wife over?
Certainly not. We just want all the facts. We're on the high seas, you know, and this represents a court of inquiry. Coroner's jury, so to speak.
I see.
Mr. Goodman, my first officer here, the ship's doctor, and I will make a decision. What's your opinion, gentlemen?
According to the steward's statement and the note, I'd say suicide.
Mine is the same opinion.
Very well. I agree with you. It's quite obvious that she committed suicide. Enter the findings in that manner, Mr. Goodman.
Yes, sir.
I'm very sorry about this, Mr. Evans. Please accept my condolences. That'll be all, gentlemen.
And so Herbert, very sad, but far less worried, goes back to his stateroom to think. Then days later, the sleek liner checks speed and prepares to stand off outside Rio de Janeiro, awaiting the arrival of the pilot. Dusk has fallen. The ship barely creeps along. Herbert stands at the aft port rail, a package in his hand, a cork-lined waterproof package. Many small boats bob about on the surface, moving at a snail's pace. As the first officer moves forward, Herbert speaks to him.
Why are we stopping out here?
Well, we always stop at this first light to wait for the harbor pilot.
How much longer before we get in?
Oh, we'll tie up in about an hour. Stand here for about 10 minutes. Pilot's on his way out now.
I see. What's the name of this first light here?
Well, it's called the Cordoba light.
Thank you.
Why don't you come up forward? There's nothing to see from back here. All the excitement will be up ahead.
Yes, I'll go up there in a moment.
What's that you have there?
Oh, this.
Camera?
No, it's a manuscript.
Why the oilskin wrapping? You think we might go down?
Oh, no, Well, I guess I am a little superstitious. After all, we did sail on Friday the 13th.
Well, I'll see you up forward.
The ship comes to a dead stop, and Herbert peers over the port rail into the dusk. He scrutinizes each small craft, waiting, watching for the signal from Pedro Gonzalez. Then, after several minutes, a tiny launch approaches the ship very slowly, and just as it reaches the port quarter, a tiny red light flashes on and off. Herbert cups his hands around his eyes and focuses on the one man in the little boat. The light signals again. Pedro Gonzalez. Herbert looks up and down the deck, grabs a little flash lamp from his pocket and gives the answering signal. Suddenly, with a swing of his arm, he tosses the waterproof package down to the water.
He's got it. Good work, Pedro.
The man grabs the package, and the little launch moves away and heads up the coast as the liner churns off up the harbor. Herbert smiles a smile of relief and steps briskly with self-satisfaction toward the bow. And now, 3 hours after docking, Herbert waits in the little waterfront cafe, waits impatiently for Pedro Gonzalez to keep the rendezvous. But Pedro is already an hour late, and Herbert has begun to worry.
You would like more wine, senor?
Huh? Oh, yes, please. I'll have another wine. By the way, waiter, do you know of Pedro Gonzalez?
Pedro Gonzalez? Say, senor?
Oh, have you seen him this evening?
No, senor.
Oh. Well, bring me the wine, please. I'll wait a little longer.
Si.
Buenas noches, senor.
Pedro, where the devil have you been?
I have been on my way.
You got the package all right?
See, I got it, Herbert. I'm sorry I'm so late.
Oh, I was beginning to think you'd run out on me. Where have you been?
Run out on you? How could you think such a thing?
I'm sorry, Pedro. It's just upsetting.
Well, I knew you would be worried, but there was nothing else I could do. I was worried, too.
What do you mean?
I was followed by another boat.
What?
See? And no sooner had I pulled away from our ship and headed up to my cabin than another boat started following me.
What kind of a boat?
I do not know. It could have been a government cutter. So I headed out to sea and then cut in behind them. They kept right after me, so the minute I...
Care for some wine, Senor Gonzalez.
Hmm? Oh, no, gracias. We are leaving at once.
Gracias, senor.
Come, Herbert. Let us get away from here. My car is outside. We will drive up to my place on the coast.
Of course. Here you are, waiter.
I bought this shack on the beach I told you about for this purpose. A fisherman's shack. Do you know what I call it? Casa Dinero.
House of money, eh?
I have done a little fishing, but only as an excuse for having the boat. Well, how is everything in New York, eh? I always liked New York.
Did you?
Perhaps next year I will go back there for a visit and live in style, eh? Of course, you will have to stay down here for quite a while until this blows over.
Maybe not. They can't trace anything to me.
How much did you get?
Well, according to our agreement, your share should be $5,000.
$5,000? Beautiful, wonderful.
But look, I want to know about this boat that followed you.
Well, I was plenty worried, so instead of landing at my place, I landed half a mile up on the beach. The second I got out, I picked the spot and buried the package in the sand. What? I was afraid they would follow me to the shack.
Oh, but you agreed that you'd hide it under the floor in a gas can.
I ask you, Herbert, what would you have done? I was not taking any chances.
And just where did you bury it, Pedro?
Oh, it is easy to find. A half mile up the beach and 50 feet from a small...
What is it, Pedro? What's the matter?
There is a car following us.
What? Maybe the police.
Police?
Step on it, Pedro.
Why should the police follow us?
Hurry, Pedro. They're gaining on us faster.
It is wide open. They have turned left. It was not the police.
Pedro, look out, those kids!
Going on the
road! Pedro, you didn't hit them. Pedro, are you all right? Pedro, can you hear me? Pedro, tell me. Tell me, where is it? You've got to tell me. The money. Pedro, where did you bury the money? You can't die. You've got to tell me. Pedro, where did you go?
But poor Pedro was dead, quite dead. And with him died the hopes, the plans, the 20-year plan of Herbert Lang, the perfect crime that ended in failure. Herbert was a thief, but worse still, he followed it up with murder. Oh, yes, Herbert killed Hazel, choked her, and threw her over the first night out. She wasn't in the room that following morning. The steward only thought she was. And Herbert himself forged the suicide note. For 2 years now, a thin, emaciated, glassy-eyed figure has been wandering around a Brazilian beach, digging holes in the sand. No one knows why, and no one cares. Just another simple-minded derelict. And poor Herbert Lang will go on digging for a long, long time. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called 13 and 8.
I don't remember when was the first time I seen him, I don't think. When was the fire at the Harbor Hotel? Last August, wasn't it? When the fellow jumped out the window, lit on the streetcar, got carried 3 blocks in his nightstick? Yeah, last August. I guess that was the first time. I've seen him a lot of times since then. Well, I never thought much about it the first time. Me and this kid Buzz, we was covering the fire. You know how it is when the hotel gets on a fire in the middle of the night. It could be a big story. You used to hear the shot of a guy doing a swan dive out the 20th story and get one of them prizes. Only the Harbor Hotel is only 3 stories high, and this guy landed on a streetcar, and all he got was a fractured clavicle, wherever that is. When I get the pictures, only no prize. I'll tell you about it, see? There's about 12, 15 photographers there from different papers, and a lot of reporters and cops and firemen and things. Too many of the bubblegum kids with their box cameras getting in everybody's way, and once in a while getting stood on their heads in the gutter by working stiffs like me. All of a sudden, this Buzz, he hollers, "Hey, look at the guy in the window." And I look, and so does everybody else. And everybody has got his camera aimed at the guy, and this citizen steps right in front of him. Well, you know what is a lens lounge? We get them all the time. They're citizens, they want to crawl into a picture a news photographer's making, and so they get their pussies in the paper. And they're by the millions, brother, by the millions. So we got a kind of yell we yell sometimes when we see a lens louse lousing up a picture to warn off the other guy, see? We holler 13 and 8. Then everybody is onto his guard, see, and the lens louse thinks out a prayer. So I holler 13 and 8. And all the other photographers, they look around, and just then the fella jumps out the window, and I'm the only guy looking, and I bang the shutter. Well, I figure the lens louse was right in the middle of the picture. He was googling into my lens. But maybe I also got the fella jumping off from the window into the background, and we could rout out the lens louse and just have a shot of the guy flying through the air with a greatness of ease. Well, up runs Biggie Wallenstein from the press, and R.A. Parks, and Lee Nittinger. all hollering and waving their cameras because they missed the picture on account I hollered 13 and 8. And I said, listen, I'm just trying to be a nice guy and a comrade. I missed the picture too, don't I? And they say there wasn't nobody. And I say, what do you mean, your adjective? And they say, there wasn't nobody, and I was just trying to draw them off the picture. They say there was too. He was a guy, wasn't he, Buzz? And this Buzz, he looks kind of funny. He said, sure there was. And then it's Biggie Wallenstein. He said that this was the old days we take the plate away from you and bust it. I said, well, it's film, and you can't bust film. Then I say, and besides, this is the new days, and you lay off, and maybe I'll take your face and bust it. Then they swore at me, and the fire was out. So, Buzz and me, we went back to the office. So, we go in the dark room, and I cook the film. Sure enough, I got a sensational shot of the guy skimming out of the window. And there ain't no sign of the fella I seen in front of me, the lens louse. So I say, hey, Buzz, that's funny. Buzz says, listen, Rocco, he says, listen, you know there wasn't nobody there. Then he laughs and says, hey, that was a pretty cute trick. Throwing off them other fellas like that, Rocco. So what am I, crazy or something? I say there was a guy there, or else I wouldn't have hollered 13 and 8. And I got a $15 bonus check. Yeah, but just the same, I'll holler 13 and 8 again if I see a fella googling into my land. Well, fine. 2 more times I've seen a guy. You ever know how it is you see a guy and you don't see him? And he looks like somebody you know. Or maybe it's because you see him every once in a while and you get to recognize him like. Well, that's with this guy. I only get to see him, see, looking through the wire thing on my camera with one eye, and I got nearsightedness in that eye a little bit. But up he pops right in front of the mayor one day while he is saying welcome to some ambassadors or something in his pluck hat. And it's very quiet, and I holler out, 13 and 8. And the mayor jumps and his pluck hat falls off. Then I shoot just as him and one of the ambassadors bumps their heads together, reaches for it. And oh boy, I've got another $15 bonus. On account of we don't like the mayor, see? And at the next kill, Biggie Wallenstein, he prefers up charges against me. He says Brother Rocco Carcioli is guilty of conduct unbecoming. And if Buzz didn't testify for me, I would be thrown out of the guild or something. All I'm doing is trying to be a good guy. Yeah. Well, now I'll tell you about the third time. The time I got the raise. This fella, this big-time Charlie with the pinball machines, you see, he was bit by the dust. You know, they have put the finger on him, but big, and the judge says how he should spend the next 40 years making little ones out of big ones or whatever they do down at Joliet. So it's the day when they're going to shove him in a car and take him down Highway 66 to Joliet and stuff him in the pokey. All the papers have got the guys around to make the farewell shot to the takeoff. He's been in the big can out on California Avenue. We're standing around outside waiting for the party to come out. This here Biggie Wallenstein is standing alongside me.
You're going to holler 13 and 8 on it this time, Rocco. I'm going to shove your camera down your throat.
Yeah, you and who else?
Me and the rest of these guys. I'm not kidding, too.
Well, listen, Biggie, I don't holler unless I see somebody.
You never seen anybody the last 2 times.
I did, too.
I'm only trying to do you a favor.
You should do me a favor.
I'm just warning you.
Heads up, they're coming.
You keep your nose clean now, Rocco.
Ah, go shoot you. Hey, Chief. Hey, Chief, how about it?
All right, police. You get back now.
Pull up your hat a little bit, Chief.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold that. One more.
Have him take his hat off, Chief.
Take off your hat, John. How's that?
Okay. Hold it.
Hold it. You got all the names?
Sure, we got the name.
We shoot one while you get in the car, huh? Okay. Come on, John.
And then I see this here character again, this Lancelot. Oh, God, I say to myself, that fellow looks familiar to me. I move around so he ain't in front of me. Yeah, but he moves, too. And they're just getting in the car, and somebody else is stepping up close to this big shot. And I yell out, 13 and 8! Hey! That's how I got the only shot at this big shot blowing a hole through the chief of police with a gun that somebody slipped him. And you know what? Biggie Wallenstein, if it hadn't have been for his camera, Biggie Wallenstein would have got his head blown right off. Only he was holding up the camera to his face, and all it done is ruin the box and all the other shots he made. Yeah, this Sunblouse was standing right in front of me. But he wasn't in the picture when I developed it. There wasn't nobody but the big shot with his gun and the chief of police standing there with a dumb look on his hand and a hole in his chest. You could choke a horse with it. And I get a scoop. And a raise. Well, I want to tell you about this kid Buzz I was telling you about. We worked together quite a lot. You see, he is fresh out from college, where he was a GI Bill after the war, and Steve Trumbull is the city editor, hires Buzz. Well, we're getting kind of famous, see, on account of the scoops I'm getting. And, of course, Buzz is with me, so he's kind of in on it, too, and I figure maybe he's good luck. Besides, he's smart. He was the guy, for instance, that named a streetcar. You know, the killer car. You know, the car that bumped the old lady at Lake Park in 49. Then it run away from the motorman, remember? Hit the automobile with them kids from the university the very next week. Yeah. It was Buzz that thought that up. How'd you think it up, Buzz?
Didn't think it took any special genius to think that one up, Rocco.
Oh, yeah. Sure it did.
Anybody'd think of it.
I wouldn't have.
Well, you're a photographer.
I wished I could think of things.
You're doing all right with your pictures, Rock.
Oh, sure, yes.
Only one thing, though, Rock.
Huh?
One of these days, you're going to wake up with a busted nose.
You and who else?
Nah, not me. I mean that 13 and 8 stuff.
What about it?
Well, it's been a great gag. One of these days, you're going to pull it once too often. Some of your valued colleagues will put the arm on you.
Well, listen, I ain't kidding, Bud.
You're not kidding me.
No, there is a guy.
You mean this is the same guy? You know it's a gag.
No, it ain't. I pretty near can recognize him.
Well, how come I've never seen him?
Ain't you seen him? Said you did.
On your pal, Russell.
Listen, Buzz, cross my heart, I hope you die. There is a guy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he follows me around.
Little man with a green coat.
No green coat, but he's a real guy.
Well, how come he never appears in any of those pictures?
Me.
Don't kid me, Rocco. I wouldn't kid the other guys either if I were you. I think they're getting tired of it.
I tell you, I ain't kidding nobody, Bud.
Okay, Bud. But don't come to me for sympathy when they gang up on you.
They ain't gonna gang up on anybody. Okay. Hello. Hello, Mr. Trumbull. No, sir, I was just going in the darkroom to develop it. Yes, sir, I sure do need a new camera. Hey, it's right here, what's left of it. Oh, no, I got the holder out and the film's all right, I think. I think I got a good shot. Sure. Oh, sure. Well, I never seen you hit me, but I think I know who it was. Biggie Wallenstein. Yeah, sure, from behind me. And I'm pretty sure it was Ori Fox on the car that jumped on my camera. I was laying down. Well, I just seen footprints going up and down on my camera right in front of my nose. Yes, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Nothing. Why, sure, that was kind of a reflection. Reflection, like automatic. I seen this fella, he stepped in front of me. Then automatic, I say 13 and 8. Then boom, I'm dead. Huh? Oh, well, it was a beat-up old camera anyway. Okay, right away. Yes, sir. All righty.
What's the matter, Rocco? Can you get work over?
Shut up. Who's in the dark room?
Nobody.
Anybody in there? I guess not.
Hiya, Rocco. Where'd you get the black eye?
Hiya, Bud.
Where'd you get it?
Come on in the dark room with me.
Okay. Got another scoop?
Where's the suit? Oh, here.
You say it again?
Say what? Yes, set the timer there.
13 and 8.
Yes. I seen them again. They're digging a hole in the river. How's the time?
You can't see in the dark. You mean the tunnel?
Yeah, this fella got a taxi or whatever it is, and they're hauling him up with a pulley.
Pulley?
Yeah, and my friend the Lentlaw steps in front of me, and I just say it and stop and get a clout in the mouth. Yeah, they fall down, and I press the thing as I fall down. The rope breaks on the bullet, and the guy falls back in the drink. And they jump on my camera.
You mean you got a shot of the man falling, Rocco?
Why, shit, if that character ain't smeared all over the film. Here. It's cooked enough. You can get it in the hypo. Wrench it first. I hope that's hypo.
I turn on the white light?
A minute. Okay. Oh, boy.
Hey, look at that. Fine, Rocco. Terrific. Wait a minute. Hey, me.
Tell you what.
It's your guy.
What guy?
Your lens lock that was standing in front of you.
Yeah. Hey, look here. Now, wait till I get the front of the light. You see? Look here.
I don't see.
See? There's his head, see?
Huh?
You see his hat? See? There's an arm, see?
Yeah, but
he's there. You pay me.
There, all right. But why do you suppose you can see right through him?
Well, you know what? I took this here negative over to Kinsey Grill one night where I knowed I'd meet Dickie Wallenstein, and I walked in with it. Him and Norrie Parks is getting at the table organizing some beers. I just walk over and sit down. I says, look, I want to show you something. I ain't mad, see. I just want to prove something. I just want to prove I never hollered 13 and 8 for nothing. I want you to see this here, I said. Well, see what happens when you're the right guy? By 11 o'clock, I'm full of free beer. And Biggie Wallenstein offers to leave me hit him in the nose. And Norrie Parks is also going over to the office and getting his camera so I can jump on it. I mean, they're sorry. And the only one thing that bothers none of us is why is the guy so you can see through him. And then Biggie Wallenstein putting his scared the beer out of me.
Maybe the guy is a ghost, Rocco.
You know what? I am out on the thing with Buzz the next afternoon. Who is there also but Biggie Wallenstein. He gives me a big hello. I give him one. And we're pals, see? And we're standing alongside each other, lining up a shop. He borrows a flash bulb from me, just to show we're brothers and things. And he grins at me and he says, now don't holler, Rocco. And I say, why should I holler? There ain't anybody here but us chickens. And he laughs. And so we line up our shots so they won't be too much to liking. It's a shot of a coal shed where they found $34,000 in $20 bills. And I'm squinting with my bum eyes through the wire thing, and all of a sudden, 13 and 8! And I pretty near dumped my camera as I bust the stand and high jump right. And listen, there wasn't anybody there at all. Nobody but me and Biggie.
I seen him, I tell you, Rocco. I just too seen him.
You're crazy.
He was standing right there in front of us both.
Well, where'd he go then?
I don't know.
Listen, Bud, you wouldn't be pulling a gag on your pal, would you?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I seen him, Rocco.
Just because you think I pulled a gag on you a couple of times?
Oh, so it was a gag, huh?
Listen, you...
I knew you was pulling a gag.
I'll bust your neck
I'll
off.
smack you down.
Well, now I am back at the shop with another busted camera. And a loose tooth someplace. Also, I got no picture. And I feel off.
Hey, Rocco. Telephone.
Shut up. Yeah? Huh? Get away from there. I ain't talking to you. Now, listen, Biggie. You what? You did. You have. You are? Holy. Yes. You know what? He's got a picture of that guy on his film. And you can see right through him.
Hey, Rocco.
Yeah, what do you want?
Come on.
Oh, Buzz. Hey, what's cooking?
Killer car did it again.
Huh?
A killer car. No, the streetcar. Ran off the tracks on the south side and killed the mailman. Come on, Trumbull wants pictures.
Oh, all right. Here we go again.
Come on.
He wants pictures of it now for. The fun's all over.
Come on. He gave me taxi money.
Oh, well, in that case, if we ride, Nothing very much. Streetcar blocking the street, his nose up on the sidewalk. Didn't bother it a bit. I got me 4 or 5 shots to the art department, could paint up with dotted lines and X's and stuff. And Buzz, he got a lot of stuff from the people that seen it. Then pretty soon Biggie Wallenstein come up. Buzz is listening to the barber tell how he was giving some old guy a shampoo, and he heard bungle, 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 and the mailman comes sailing through the window scattering poster cards all over the shop. And I'm sitting on the curb drinking a bottle of ale and writing down names.
Got any good shots, Rocco?
Yeah, regular stuff.
Hey, that picture.
I don't want to talk about it.
Leave me show it to you.
No.
Yeah. Look. I made a print.
Listen, Biggie. What do you suppose this is?
I don't know, but it scares me.
Did you see anybody here?
No.
You think you and me is nuts?
You know what? I wouldn't take no bets on it, Rock.
What'd they say over the paper?
I told them it was a double exposure.
Wasn't, though.
You know it wasn't. Hey, you think we're haunted?
I wouldn't bet on that either.
Hey, look.
What? He's a lot cleaner in your picture.
I noticed it. Can't quite see his push, though. No, but there's something awful familiar about him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Put it away, quick.
What's that? Give me a close-up of the front of the car, will you, with the number and everything?
What for?
I want it.
Ah!
Trumbull wants it, too.
Oh, well.
Oh, hi, Biggie. Hi, Bud. How's it? All right. Hurry up, Rock. I want to get back. You find out something I don't know, Bud? I'll meet my girl. Oh.
1398!
What?
Hey, Biggie. Come quick. That guy again. He's under the front of the car. And he's dead. Come on, Bud.
Telephone, Rocco.
I'm just going in the dark room.
It's Trumbull.
Oh. Yeah, Mr. Trumbull. Yes, sir. Well, Buzz is right there with you, ain't he? He can tell you. No, sir, I ain't developed it yet. No, I know. Well, no, sir, I sure thought there was somebody under that car when I was taking a picture. And when we went back... No, that's right. I couldn't see anybody either, but I'd have sworn it. Well, I don't know. Well, I'm going to cook the film right now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll call you as soon as I get it developed. Yes, sir. Hey, anybody in the dark room? to me, Biggie Wallenstein. Biggie. This is Rocco, listen. Well, wait. I gotta pull myself together. Yes. You know that picture I took when I thought I'd seen that character under the car? Yes. Yeah, well, in the picture there is a guy under the car, and he's all smacked up. Oh, I'm not kidding. Yes. Sure. Oh, well, you couldn't see through him this time. Well, listen, Biggie, I'm scared of it. Have you got a shot in front of the car I could borrow? I gotta have it. I never missed a shot in my life. Yeah, I gotta. Send over by Kid, will you? What? No, I can't shoot it from the tumble. No, I can't. I can't show it to Buzz either. What? Listen, Biggie, I burned it up. The film, I burned it up. Well, you can see the guy's face plain in this picture. Yeah. Yeah. It's Buzz.
Rocco. What are you doing down here in the lobby? Where's your camera?
Why, well, what for, Buzz?
Come on, you're going with me. We got a feature assignment, boy.
Well, I ain't got my camera.
Go get it. Hurry up. I'll wait for you. I've been looking all over the place for you.
Yeah, but why
I'll tell you on the way. Go get the camera and a lot of film. Well, film too, Rocco. Hurry. Read it now.
I'll meet you down here?
Yeah, I'll be right here. I gotta make a phone call. Let me talk to Steve Trumbull, Alma. Hello, Mr. Trumbull. This is Buzz. I found Rocco, all right. Yeah. So I want to thank you again. It's going to be a slow story, I promise you. Now, we're going right out to the car barns now. The killer car is waiting for us. So long.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is 13 and 8. It is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Murray Forbes played Biggie. Buzz was played by Ed Raggy. And a variety of voices in the course of the half hour. Reporters, cops, thugs, office boys, etc. were by J. Pat O'Malley. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now a word from our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
You couldn't possibly have recognized yourself or anybody you ever knew living or dead in 13 and 8, because I invented them all myself. And any resemblance to anybody else is an amazing coincidence. Quiet Please next week is called How Beautiful Upon the Mountain.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Miriam Hopkins. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, Raymond, ready as always to provide you with your weekly ration of screams, gurgles, and blood. All in a spirit of gentle fun. I have no other object in mind, except to reduce you to sniveling wrecks of nerves and shudders. Have you got a white sheet handy? You might wrap it around yourself in case a ghost shows up. You'll think you're in the business and pass right on through you.
Now, Mr. Raymond, don't be so silly. You know there are no such things as ghosts.
Who said that? Oh, hello, Mary Bennett. So you don't believe in ghosts, huh? And, what's that standing behind you, huh?
Oh! Oh, you shouldn't have done that, frightening me that way. Shame on you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Can I make amends?
Well, you might tell the folks how much you enjoy Lipton tea.
Oh, gladly. Friends, just the other day, a ghost and I were having a conversation about Lipton tea.
Now,
and...
here. Enough of that. Nobody is interested in what you and the ghost said about Lipton tea.
Oh.
No. Let's talk about real people and the solid pleasure they get from Lipton. They drink it at meal times. They serve it when friends drop in for a visit. And, of course, they often brew themselves a cup of Lipton's during the day, just because it's so nice to relax and enjoy that famous brisk flavor. Oh, by the way, that word brisk, B-R-I-S-K, is one that tea experts use. Brisk means that Lipton's always tastes tangy and bracing. It's never flat or wishy-washy. Yes, you just don't know how good tea can be until you know how good Lipton's is.
Okay, Mary, suppose you go fry me a cup of tea. But keep the kitchen door open because you're about to hear the story of the Bog Oak Necklace. It's an original radio play by David Driscoll. And our heroine tonight is that beautiful star of stage and screen, Miss Miriam Hopkins, who'll play the role of Emily. Now, be calm. There's nobody standing behind you. At least nobody you can see. At the edge of a lake, in a small New England town, two men are busy digging an excavation.
Must have been like a cave around here once, huh?
Yeah, old Miss Bristow used to own this property before she sold it to this here city man who's building.
There used to be a fine apple orchard right up there. It was all fine trees once.
Well, let's dig. That's what we're getting paid for.
What's the matter with you, Paulie?
Look down there what I just hit with my shovel.
Huh? Oh, bone. Oh, some cow, I expect.
Cow? That ain't no cow bone, Jerry.
Hey, Paulie. Huh? Look at this with the bone.
Yeah, I see it. And you call that a cow bone now?
No, I don't.
This here must have been a graveyard once.
This here was never no graveyard. The river used to come right up to here almost before the big flood. Before they built the dam.
Hey, what are you doing?
Get your coat and hat.
You bringing that with you?
Of course I am. Hat and this.
Yeah, but there must be a skull here, too.
Of course there must be. But we don't have to look for that, Polly. That ain't our job. Come on.
Jerry and me was digging away there, Mr. Warren, down towards the river. And all of a sudden, Jerry kind of yelled. And when I asked him what's the matter, he shows me this leg bone. So I looks and there's the skeleton right at his feet.
I see.
So I figure you being the county attorney here, you're the man who ought to know first.
Yes. Now, this place by the river that you're talking about, it's the land that city man bought to build a home on?
Yeah, that's right. He bought it from old Miss Emily Bristow. And then we found this, too. Around well, I guess you'd call it the neck. That is where the neck would be. Is there anything wrong, Mr. Warren?
Where did you say you found this bone in this necklace?
Well, Jerry and me is making a trench for a water pipe, and we're digging where the old riverbank used to be. Right near the river edge.
Leave the necklace with me. If I need any more help, I'll get in touch with you. That's all.
Yeah, yes, sir.
40 years. 40 years. Emily Bristow.
What do you want with me after 40 years, Andrew?
Look, Emily.
Well, these are old woman's eyes.
Look closer.
Take that away. Take it away.
The Bog Oak Necklace, Emily. Do you remember? Presented to Miss Emily Bristow on her 24th birthday by Andrew Warren.
Where did you get it, Andrew?
It was found at the river edge. The property you've just sold.
Daisy. Daisy.
It's come back to us, Emily. After all these years. It's come back to us. The Bog Oak Necklace. The necklace that meant the death of your sister, Daisy.
Oh, Andrew. Oh, Andrew, darling.
Daisy, there aren't two people anywhere as happy as we are.
Of course not. May I tell Emily?
Why, yes, I suppose so. After all, she's your sister. She should know. Good night, darling.
Look at that moon.
Smiling at you.
Oh. I'm going to close my eyes, and I won't open them until you're down the road out of sight.
Good night, sweetheart.
Oh. Good night. Good night, sweetheart. Good night, moon. Oh, young ladies shouldn't stand staring at the moon that way. Oh, Emily. You frightened me so. Did I? You had a nice drive with Andrew in the moonlight, I hope. Mm-hmm. Emily. Andrew, yes. Andrew and I, we're... Oh, darling. How will I ever stop my heart from beating so? Let me say it for you. You're engaged. There you are. It was easy, wasn't it? For you? You've no idea how easy it was for me.
Emily.
Right here.
Emily. I wanted to see you so badly.
She's already told me, Andrew.
Emily, I want you to understand about this. I know how this must hurt you.
You've got to break it off. You've got to. You can't marry her. Andrew, listen to me. Please. Please marry me. I beg you.
Emily, we must be sensible.
I beg you.
If you love me, Emily, you must let me do what I feel is right.
I can't let you marry Daisy. You're mine. I must have you. If not me, Andrew, no one. No one else at all.
It's too late now. Forgive me.
I'll never forgive you. And I'll never let you go.
Emily.
Never. Never. Never.
Emily, are you asleep?
Go to bed, Daisy.
Oh, Emily, don't be cross. I can't sleep.
You can't sleep.
No, I'm so excited. Why, Emily, you're still dressed, too.
Oh, so I am.
What's the matter, dear? Don't you feel well?
Oh, I feel very well. Thank you, Daisy.
Emily, what's the matter? Why do you use that tone with me? Oh, darling, you're not feeling well, are you? I can tell by the look on your face. Oh, come on. Come on out into the night. The moon is full, and let's walk up to the apple orchard. After all, Emily, even though we're going to be separated, it won't be forever.
Aren't you afraid to be out here at night?
Afraid? Afraid of what?
We are at the end of the apple orchard. There's the little patch that goes down the river. I think you'd better go back now.
I go back?
Well, what'll you do? I'm going to stay here.
I wouldn't dream of going back to the house alone.
I thought you weren't afraid.
All alone? Of course I'd be afraid all alone.
Daisy, I don't want you to marry Andrew.
Emily.
Do you know what you've just said?
Certainly. Why, Oh, Emily, I'm surprised at you. Well, you're jealous.
That's right. I want you to write to Andrew and tell him that you've thought it over and that you've decided you don't love him and you're not going to marry him.
How dare you speak to me that way? Now get out of my way. I'll never talk to you again as long as I live.
Have you thought that you mayn't have very long to live?
Emily!
Emily, I'll scream. No, you won't scream. You won't scream at all. And do you know why? Down in that little pigeon heart of yours, you're frightened. Frightened? Let go of my arms. You're hurting me. You're out of your mind, Emily. I'll let you go when you promise to write that letter. I promise. I promise, Emily. Now let go of me. As soon as we get back. Yes. And don't you dare breathe a word of this to anyone ever as long as you live. I promise. No, I think we understand who loves Andrew. I'll let you go. You don't know how close you came. Come back here, Daisy. You'd run away, would you? Emily, I wasn't running away. Please let me go. Oh, what are you doing with that necklace? Emily, no. I knew I couldn't trust you. I knew I never should have told you. Stop, Emily. You're joking me. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh.
Well, girls will be girls, I suppose. It's kind of pity about little Emily, though. Just think what a wonderful hangman she'd have made if she'd been born a girl. Kind of cute, huh? Being taken for a little swing by a girl.
What a terrible woman she is, Mr. Raymond.
Oh, now, listen, I like Emily. She's so inventive. Most women will do anything for a necklace, but only Emily knows what to do with a necklace.
Now, please. You know very well that the only thing you can do with a necklace is wear it.
Oh, yeah? Well, the only thing you can do with Lipton tea is drink it.
Well, what's wrong with that? And, Mr. Raymond, maybe you don't realize how often folks do drink Lipton tea. Why, it's the perfect beverage for so many occasions. And that's why it makes sense to have a good supply on hand, to buy the larger, more economical size packages. And it is more economical that way, too. Oh, yes. It's wise to have a large size package of Lipton tea on your shelf because that well-known brisk flavor, that bracing, full-bodied taste, makes Lipton's always welcome.
That gives me an idea. Maybe we should have had Emily and little Daisy talk out their quarrel over a cup of Lipton tea. Oh, man, that'd be chummy. But it's too late now. Daisy is stretched out on the ground with a Bog Oak necklace twisted tight around her neck. She's not sleeping now. She's just dead to the world. So, let's get back to our star, Miss Miriam Hopkins, who plays the role of Emily.
Daisy, get up. Get up this minute and stop teasing me. You're not hurt that bad, and you know you're not. Please get up, Daisy. You're frightening me. Daisy, you're acting just as though you were dead.
I am dead, Emily. You murdered me. You strangled me with the Bog Oak necklace.
You see, you wouldn't be talking to me if you were dead.
You've killed your own sister, Emily, because you were jealous.
That voice, that Daisy's voice. But your lips are not moving. How can you be speaking to me, Daisy, when your lips are not moving?
They'll find me here in the orchard with your necklace around my neck. And they'll know you did it. And they'll punish you. You'll never be allowed to marry Andrew.
I will marry him. I will. Oh, what am I saying? Who am I talking to? Somebody's speaking to me with Daisy's voice.
And all your life I'll be speaking to you. Just like this. Because you murdered me with the Bog Oak necklace.
I must do something. I must get some help. Some way I must get some help. She can't be dead. I just pulled the necklace a little bit, not tightly at all.
You pulled it very tightly, Emily. Look at my neck and you'll see. You'll see how tightly you twisted the necklace.
Stop it. Stop talking to me.
I'll never leave you, Emily. Never as long as you live.
You are dead, aren't you? I murdered you. Something dreadful will happen to me. I've got to do something. What can I do? The river. I'm near the river. Stones, yes. With twine strong twine wound around the stones, and I could tie the stones to her, and I could throw her into the water from the crag on the hill, and the stones would make her sink to the bottom, and then she'd never come back. Never. And who would know?
You know, Emily.
Maybe when I get back to her, she'll be moving, and I'll talk to her. No, she is dead. She is... Oh, I'm running in the wrong direction. It was over there that I killed her. It couldn't have been because she's not there. She was right here. Daisy's gone. She got up and walked away somewhere. She's alive.
Emily. I found her, Emily. Strangled her to death.
I know nothing about it.
What are you doing then with that twine in your hand? You wanted to tie stones to her, didn't you? Throw her in the river.
I killed her because I was jealous. You're as guilty as I am. Because you should have married me.
Yes, I am as guilty as you are. What will become of me now? All my hopes, my ambitions.
If we can get rid of the body, then we can get married after all. It'll only take a little while for people to forget, and then we can go away somewhere. Forget
I never want to look at you again as long as I live.
I
hate you. Came back here to speak to you again. I wanted to tell you I'd done a wrong thing. That I ought to marry you. I wanted to arrange with you about Daisy. How we could tell her without hurting her too much. I was heading toward your window when I saw her. Strangled with the Bog Oak Necklace.
What have you done with it?
Exactly what you planned to do. Because no woman would have the strength to do it. I had rope in my rowboat. I tied stones to the body. Rowed a bit into the river with it. Dropped it overboard. The plan works, you're safe. If it doesn't, he'll die. And I'll go to prison. I'm going now. The moon is down already. Soon it will be dawn.
The necklace. What did you do with the necklace?
I left it where it was. Around her neck.
That sound. The sound the necklace makes. I have heard it every night for 40 years. 40 years. Now she's come back to us. To me. Tell me, Andrew, where was it found?
She's been there, at the bottom of the river all this time.
Oh.
During the flood last year, the skeleton must have been swept into that old sewer. The twine probably rotted away a long time ago. That's the only explanation I can give.
Watching. Down there at the bottom of the river, watching.
I'm going now, Emily. It's probably the last time we'll ever see each other. I'll leave the necklace with you. It was to you I gave it 40 years ago.
Emily.
What's that?
What?
The voice. Her voice.
I'm going.
Don't leave me, Andrew. Don't leave me.
He'll leave us, Emily. He'll leave the two sisters alone. Together.
Andrew!
We're alone now, Emily. Just as we used to be. You and I and the necklace.
No.
Come, Emily, let's take a walk as we used to. In the old apple orchard.
No.
Come. It's getting dark.
No, I've not been near that orchard in 40 years.
Come, Emily. With me.
But I'm old.
No, you're young. As young as I am. Come with me. We'll tell each other little secrets, won't we, Emily? Just as we used to.
Yes.
The crickets will be chirping and the moon coming up. All as it used to be.
Yes.
And you'll be wearing your necklace. The Bog Oak Necklace that Andrew gave you when he thought he loved you instead of me. You wear it the way you used to when you'd steal up there to the orchard to meet him. Remember? When he used to roll to the bottom of the hill and wait for you, and you could stand in the orchard until you heard him whistle.
Yes.
Emily.
Yes.
You've forgotten something.
Forgotten.
The necklace. The Bog Oak Necklace.
Oh.
Wear it, Emily. Dear Emily. Wear it. Come, Emily, come.
I can't run as fast as I...
Come, Emily, come. He's waiting.
Yes.
Listen. Andrew's whistling for you. Answer it, dear. Go on.
I can't whistle. That's strange.
You must run faster, Emily, faster. Oh, you must run so much faster. Through the apple trees, bending beneath the branches. He may not wait. Listen. He's angry with you because you're keeping him waiting.
All out of breath. These apple trees. The branches, they're in my way. I can't bend over.
Faster, faster. He may run off with Daisy.
No. I'm coming, Andrew. I'm coming. Wait for me, Andrew. Wait for...
Oh, that necklace. Emily, you caught it in a branch. Turn around, Emily. Turn around. Turn around. And loosen it. Turn quickly, Emily. That's the way my voice sounded one night long ago. When I wore the Bog Oak Necklace. When I, too, was strangled by the Bog Oak Necklace. Come, sister. Come. It's so cool here in the river.
Daisy, Daisy, tell me your answer true. Who gets choked first, me or lovely you? If you'll be the first to strangle, I'd appreciate your angle. And when I learn that it's now my turn, I'll gargle as nice as you.
What awful words to sing to such a nice song.
Oh, but listen, I sing so well, and I can recite, too. Shall I recite you something suitable? Say a Mother Goose rhyme, huh?
Mr. Raymond, you don't know any Mother Goose.
Is that so? Well, I know one that you love. Listen. Polly, put the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on, and we'll all have tea.
Well, that's fine. Only I hope Polly makes sure that it's Lipton tea.
Naturally.
But I suppose there's little doubt that she'll use Lipton. Because, after all, more people drink Lipton tea than any other brand. The reason for that is Lipton's famous brisk flavor. Yes, Lipton tea is never flat or insipid. It always tastes full-bodied and vigorous. And, well, I guess it's all summed up by that word brisk. Yes, folks, brisk is the word that the tea experts use when they talk about Lipton tea. So try it real soon, won't you?
They say... Of course, I'll just tell you what the gossip is in the morgues I visit. They say that Daisy and Emily can be seen almost any moonlit night. Skull gently touching skull, floating through the old apple orchard as of yore. If you'd like them in your home, you could use their ration coupons. Outside of rattling a bit when the wind blows, they're very nice and companionable, especially on dark nights. And in the summer, you can always use them for scarecrows in your victory garden. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Outsiders by A.E. Martin. For now, it's really time to close that there squeaking door until next week at the same time when Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup will once again bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery produced under the direction of Hyman Brown. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, I wonder what our grandmothers would have said if they had heard about Lipton's noodle soup. I'll bet they wouldn't have believed it possible that a delicious chicken noodle soup could come ready to make in an envelope. But if they tasted Lipton, they would have agreed that it has an old-fashioned, homemade flavor, that it tastes just like the kind of chicken soup they used to make themselves. And Lipton is economical, too. It costs less and makes more than canned soups. So, folks, be sure to try Lipton's noodle soup. And be sure to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the man from the second earth. At the limitless reaches of space that we get any true perspective of man's place in the universe. Rarely do we forget the little worlds of our own making and pause to glance up at the beckoning call issued by the twinkling of other worlds far out in the murky blackness of space. Too many of us think of the stars as an indirect but very appropriate lighting system for a warm summer evening. We forget that each twinkle of light may represent another world, another sun, another solar system in which life may be present in a form similar or alien to our own. Only occasionally do we pause to think for a moment of what the heavens hold for the future of man. Carl Rasmussen was an associate of mine at the Research Institute. Though engaged in different fields of research, a strong friendship developed between us. Besides his work at the Institute, Carl was engaged on a project of his own, the study of the strange radio waves which emanated from various parts of the Milky Way. I didn't realize how far he'd progressed in his hobby until that day in the cafeteria.
And that's the extent of the progress we've made so far in our department.
I think you're doing pretty well.
I guess so. Bruce, you know about my work at home.
Yes, of course.
Why don't you come over tonight?
What's happened?
You know, I've been trying to trace down the point at which those radio waves originated.
Yes.
Well, I've done it.
Do you know what causes them?
Yes, I do.
What?
An intelligent thinking being.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. And I've been able to decipher the message he's sending.
Have you told anyone else about this?
Not yet. I want to be absolutely sure beyond a doubt. That's why I want you to come over this evening.
It's just that I wonder whether Sharon will enjoy having me over again.
Oh, she knows all about it. I want you there, Bruce. I want you to be the first to know what I've discovered.
I'll go back upstairs.
No, you stay here, too.
Well, I thought you wouldn't.
Nonsense. I want you here.
You've certainly got enough equipment, Carl.
All the latest. I'll put it on now. It'll take a few seconds for it to warm up. What time is it?
8:30.
Oh, we're right on time. I always begin receiving a signal at that time. A little more.
What's that low hum I hear?
That's the carrier wave. Yes, here it comes. He's a brilliant man. We hope he'd learned our language.
What does the message say?
See, I will try to converse with you tonight. Stand by.
How could he learn to speak our language?
I don't know, Bruce. He said he was going to try, but that was about a week ago. I guess he
Wait
tried.
a minute. This may be it.
Cocaine calling Rasmussen. Cocaine calling Rasmussen.
Can you answer him?
We're on the same wavelength, I think so. I am receiving you, Torcane.
And I, you. We have established contact with each other, though millions of light years apart. What is the name of your planet?
We call our planet Earth. What do you call yours?
We also call our planet Earth. And are you the satellite of a dying sun, as are we?
That's incredible.
No. Our sun will burn in the universe for ages to come.
You are lucky. Then how far progressed is your world? Our instruments recorded the radioactive blast some years ago. Have you harnessed atomic power? Can you travel in space?
We have really just begun to experiment with atomic power. But I'm afraid that for us, space travel is many years away. What about your people? The way you talk, you must have learned the secret of atomic power some time ago. But can you travel in space?
Yes. We had to learn the principles of space travel in order that we might save ourselves. For the time has come when an exploratory expedition must be sent out to discover a new world for us to inhabit. This is the last time I will contact you from here. This is Torcane signing off.
He's gone. He stopped sending.
Carl, I don't mean to doubt you, but are you sure this Torcane is real?
What do you mean?
Isn't it possible that someone's been playing a trick on you? A practical joke?
No, it's not, Bruce. I picked up the signal Torcane was sending several months before I was able to break it down and translate it. The radio waves actually came from somewhere in the Milky Way. Torcane said he'd been trying to establish contact with intelligent beings for almost 15 years. It was just recently that he directed the beam towards the Earth.
Carl, he said something about an exploratory expedition, and that this was the last time he was going to contact you from there. What did he mean by that?
Probably that he was going on the expedition.
Nothing else?
What else could he mean?
I see what you're driving at, Sharon. Torcane said he inhabited a planet in a dying solar system. It seemed to me that he was quite anxious to learn of what progress we've made in the atomic field and space travel. Why would he want to know if we've mastered it?
Probably because he was curious.
I should think he'd be more curious as to what kind of life exists here. Any number of things before he'd even think of space travel.
That's right. And he also said that their instruments had recorded a radioactive blast some years ago. Seems to me they've been studying the Earth for a long time.
And why should they study our planet so closely unless the exploratory expedition intends to come here to get a first-hand view of the Earth?
You mean you think he intends coming to the Earth?
Yes.
Well, then, think of what that'll mean to us, Bruce. Obviously, they're centuries ahead of us in technological progress. Think what they can teach us.
But what if they don't want to teach us, Carl? What if they want to conquer us, to destroy us?
Well, why should they want to do that?
Because their sun is dying. They must find a new planet to inhabit or die with it. I think Bruce is right.
I don't think so. I think he's like most of us, afraid of anything new. If Torcane does come here, I'm sure it'll be in peace.
Return to the Hall of Fantasy and the tale of The Man from the Second Earth in just a moment. Back now to the Hall of Fantasy and the tale of The Man from the Second Earth.
It was almost 5 weeks later that the report appeared in the papers concerning the mysterious disappearance of the farmer who had called the police. The story leaked out and the newspapers carried the headlines, "Who Was It?" blazoned across their lead pages. At the time, I didn't connect the farmer's disappearance with what had gone before, but I've learned soon that there was a definite connection. Hello?
May I speak to Bruce Marshall?
This is Bruce, Sharon.
Oh, Bruce. Bruce, I wish you'd come over tonight. I'm afraid something's going to happen.
Is anything wrong?
Not yet. But last night, Carl received a call from someone. I don't know who it was, and he wouldn't tell me anything about it.
Well, that's nothing to get worried about.
I'm not so sure about that, Bruce. Did you read the report in the papers about the farmer?
Yes?
Do you think they have arrived?
I don't know.
That's why I want you to come over tonight, Bruce. I want you to see Carl and talk to him before it's too late.
Carl, who called last night? Was it Torcaine?
Yes.
Then he did come here?
2 days ago.
And the farmer we read about in the papers.
Torcaine said the farmer tried to kill him. He was only protecting himself.
By following him into the house and killing him?
The farmer's not dead. He's being held captive on the ship.
Where is it?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me. But Torcaine said he came in peace. He doesn't want his presence known because he's afraid it might panic our people. That's why he's had to ensure secrecy.
The papers played it up big.
The people will forget about it in time.
Who's that?
It must be Torcaine. Let him in.
Oh, Bruce, I'm afraid.
Maybe there's nothing to be afraid of, Sharon. If Carl is right, then Torcaine did come here in peace.
I thought you would be alone.
So did I, but they already know about you. They were with me when we spoke together.
They will not mention me?
I know they won't. One is my wife, the other a good friend and colleague.
Then let us proceed.
You look so much like us.
Why should I not look like you? Our worlds are very much alike. We, too, are warm-blooded creatures who developed as you did here on your Earth. Our world is much like yours, only it is older and dying as our sun is dying.
Why have you come here, Torcaine?
To see my friend, Rasmussen. I come in peace.
So I understand.
Then there is nothing to be afraid of, is there?
That's right.
I must ask a favor of you, Rasmussen.
Anything you want.
I request that we be allowed to store some equipment here in your house. That I be allowed to stay here with you.
Of course. You can stay as long as you like.
We can exchange many ideas, you and I, which may benefit both of us.
I'm sure we can. When would you like to move in your equipment?
Tonight, if possible.
Can you do it tonight?
I was sure you would agree to my plan. My equipment is waiting outside.
We'll help you if you like.
No. It is very delicate. My own people will handle it for me. Where may we place it?
In the basement.
Many thanks. One other thing.
Yes.
This does not concern you, Rasmussen, but rather your friend. As long as we remain here, I would suggest that you stay also.
Why?
You are a colleague of Rasmussen's. I should be interested in talking to you, exchanging ideas which may be mutually beneficial. I don't
Bruce, please stay.
All right. I'll leave now and come back tomorrow with my things.
Let me know where your possessions are, and one of my people will get them for you. I should hate to have you leave us tonight. Now I will tell my people to bring in our equipment. After we are settled, I shall see you again.
Bruce, what time is it?
Almost 11:30.
Oh, Carl is still down there with them. I wish he'd come back upstairs.
He hasn't been gone long. He'll be back up in a minute.
Bruce, did you notice Torcaine's face? Waxy and shining. It didn't seem real. It looked like a mannequin one might see in a store. And, Bruce, maybe I imagined it, but I thought it changed while he was in here, that it took on new lines, new features while he was talking to us.
Yes. I thought my eyes were going back on me, but his face did seem to change. I'd almost swear that it did.
Someone's coming. Oh, it's you, Carl.
Yes, it's I.
Anything wrong, Carl?
I don't know, Bruce. Remember when Torquay first walked in here? He seemed so tall and thin. Downstairs, his shape seemed to be changing. It lost form, seemed to become fluid, and then would harden back into shape when he looked at me.
Then we were right. Carl, I think Torquay assumed the form of a man when he came here tonight. I don't think his body is solid. I think his true form is a semi-liquid state which he can harden and assume any figure he likes. I think he's made up of a mass of living matter.
What's that?
Someone screamed.
The farmer. He was down there.
We better see what happened.
Right, you stay here, Sharon.
Be careful.
Did you talk to him when you were down there?
The farmer? Yes.
Was he all right?
Yes, but he seemed a little dazed. Torquay?
All the lights are out down there. The only light is streaming through this doorway. Look.
Yes, I see him.
Do not come down here.
We heard a scream.
I'll take a look at the farmer. You keep Torquay talking.
Right. Why is it so dark down here?
We are resting.
Why did he scream?
He was frightened.
Why don't you let him come upstairs with us?
He will remain with us.
There's nothing wrong with him, is there?
Nothing. He's all right.
Let's go. I've seen enough.
We'll go back upstairs then.
Do not come down here again unless we call you.
Was he all right?
All right, nothing. He was stabbed.
What?
That's right. There was some kind of wet, oozing substance all over him that seemed to be alive.
I heard something down there, Bruce. Like the bubbling of water. And yet not like it.
No, it was too thick to be water. Carl, I think there's something down there that could very well destroy us all. This thing you spoke to from the other planet Earth isn't a man at all, but an oozing, undulating, living mass of matter bent on our destruction.
You are listening to The Man from the Second Earth on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. And now, back to our story. An original tale of fantasy featuring Jim Amici, entitled The Man from the Second Earth.
We stood there in the hallway beside the door which led to the cellar and the things that were downstairs. Carl and I had heard a scream. When we had gone down there to investigate, we found the farmer lying dead on the stairs. This thing you spoke to from the other planet Earth isn't a man at all, but an oozing, undulating, living mass of matter bent on our destruction.
When we saw him, he looked like a man.
I know. Evidently, they can solidify themselves when they need to, can assume any shape they desire, but they can't hold it for long intervals of time because the features change, meld into each other. Torquay seemed in a hurry to get downstairs. Evidently, they can't remain in a solid state too long.
Who screamed?
We better tell her.
What happened down there?
The man they held captive is dead.
Then they're not friendly.
No, they're not.
What are we going to do?
Well, I'm going to call the police.
What's the matter?
The line's dead.
Dead, but how could the...
Look.
Where?
At the window. Looks like a heavy layer of oil is covering the glass.
You're right.
Look! It's moving.
I'm going to see if I can open the window. I can't seem to move it. Stuck tight.
What about the doors?
Don't even bother. We won't be able to open them. Torquay took care of that, too.
But we have to do something.
Should never have established contact with him.
He'd have established contact with someone else then. Evidently, the conditions here on our planet are equivalent to the conditions that prevail on theirs.
But there must be other planets in the universe where the same conditions exist. In all the vast reaches of space, surely there must be others that approximate the Earth.
That's right. They must have come here for a definite reason.
But of all the planets in the universe, why would they choose ours?
I can explain that to you.
He's right in back of us.
How did you get up here?
I came up quietly. I did not want to alarm you.
What about the farmer?
What about him?
Is he still all right?
Yes.
You're lying. He was dead when we left him.
You know then?
Yes. What did you do to him?
That is one of the answers as to why we came to your Earth. By coincidence, we named our planet Earth also. But life on your planet followed a different evolutionary pattern than did life on ours. Your life developed from the one-celled creature spawned in the depths of the sea. You became the animal you call man, with its disadvantages of never being able to change your form. We still are the protoplasmic beings that once you were. Only we developed along that evolutionary line, and you did not.
that still doesn't explain why...
I am coming to that. You live on energy converted from plant and animal life. So do we.
Why did you come here?
Because the slow death of our sun has destroyed all but a small portion of the plant and animal life on our world. There is not enough heat, and we can no longer sustain ourselves. On your planet, there is an abundance of both. On your planet, we shall establish a new world. What are you doing?
Lighting a cigarette.
That is what you call fire? Let me see it.
The matches? Why?
I want to see them.
Here.
I thank you. On our world, we never had a use for these. It is like a tiny sun. How brightly it glows and how... It is too warm.
You shouldn't have held it so long, Torchain.
I do not like this thing you call fire.
Look, Carl. His hand. It's melting.
You have not much longer to live. Enjoy your last minute.
What does he mean?
He means they intend to kill us soon. We've got to get away from here.
How? What can we do?
There must be some way to destroy them.
How can you destroy a living mass of matter?
Let's try to figure it out logically. They left their own planet because their sun was dying and unable to support adequate life. They feared the cold, so they'd freeze into a solid and be unable to move.
But it's the middle of summer, and we don't have any refrigeration equipment downstairs.
I know, but what's the opposite of freezing? Heat.
Boiling, burning.
That's right. Did you notice what happened to his hand when he was holding that match?
Yes, it began to melt.
That's right. And he seemed afraid of it. I think there are only two ways to destroy these beings. Either to freeze them or to burn them.
We can't freeze them.
But we can burn them.
How?
This house will burn.
But we can't get out. We'll burn with it.
Maybe not. The window wouldn't move, but it might break. We can get out that way.
Well, what if it won't break?
That's the chance we'll have to take.
Let's start ripping the curtains and drapes down, Bruce. They'll burn the easiest.
Right. Let's go.
I'll go open the gas burners in the kitchen.
Good girl. That'll help it along.
I'll be right back.
Pile them up over here alongside the wall.
All right. I just hope the rest of the house catches.
So do I. If it catches and the gas gets dense enough, it should explode.
There's some more over here.
Sharon! Hurry!
I've got everything open in there. The oven, the burners, everything.
You can smell it from here.
Well, that's the last of the curtains.
Look! Seeping under the doorway.
They must have smelled the gas.
Oh, light the fire. Hurry.
It's seeping through faster.
It's swelling up on all sides of the door.
We'll break through the door in a minute. It won't hold much longer.
Fire's catching hold. We've got to get out of here.
Let's go.
Use that chair on the window.
I will.
Hurry.
Let's hope it breaks. Here we go. It worked. Climb through in a hurry.
All right, here. It'll help.
There now. Run as fast as you can.
The fire seems to be dying down.
They're trying to smother it. If only that...
Your house, Mr. Rasmussen. Doesn't look like we can save it.
That's all right.
What did you have down in your basement anyway? Some chemicals?
Yes.
I've never seen anything burn like that before. Now, I'd better get back.
Well,
I didn't think we would.
I'll never forget it as long as I live.
but it's over.
Yes, for a while. Who can tell what will happen in the future? What other forms of life are present in those stars you see? What else will come from out of the sky?
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Coffin. And starring two of radio's foremost personalities, Lyle Sudrow and Robert Donnelly, in Behind the Locked Door.
This is the Mysterious Traveler inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as I bring you the strange and chilling stories so many of you have asked to hear again. I call it Behind the Locked Door. Our story begins in the beautiful mountain region of Lake Mead, Arizona. A convertible car is speeding along a deserted road which winds through the mountains. The car slows down, turns into a dirt road. A few minutes later, it comes to a stop before a small mountain lodge. Kathy Evans, an attractive girl in her early 20s, gets out of the car, runs up the steps of the lodge to the front door. She knocks impatiently, looking about anxiously.
Yes?
Martin.
Kathy.
I thought I'd find you here. Aren't you going to ask me?
Go away, Kathy.
Martin, what's wrong
Go
with
away.
you?
Go away.
Not until I find out what this is all about. Well, let me in. Are you alone?
Hello? Yes.
Darling, look at yourself. You haven't shaved in days. And Martin, those deep gashes on your neck and face. How did you get them?
It doesn't matter.
Darling, you must have lost a great deal of blood. And you're feverish.
Yes, I know.
Is it true about Professor Stevens?
Yes.
Why did you leave town so suddenly last night? The authorities are looking for you.
Do they know I'm here?
No. How could they? It was intuition that brought me here.
They mustn't find me.
Martin, nothing makes sense. You returned from an expedition last night alone, unexpected. You stay in town 1 hour and then vanish. Not even phoning me.
It's best that way, believe me, Kathy.
You've got to tell me everything that's happened.
I can't, Kathy, I can't.
I'm your fiancé. I've got a right to know.
Kathy, go away, please.
I won't go away until you tell me what's happened.
If I do, then will you go?
Yes.
I don't know where to begin. I suppose if you can say it had a beginning, it was that day a little over 2 weeks ago in Professor Stevens' office.
Come in, Martin. Come in. Have a seat.
Thank you, Professor.
Martin, how would you like to go exploring with me for, say, 10 days, 2 weeks at the outside?
Exploring where?
The Vermilion Cliffs along the Colorado River. I found some wonderful Aztec pieces there last summer. One large cave I stumbled on proved to be a veritable treasure trove.
Yes, I've seen those Aztec pieces in the University Museum.
Now, the Vermilion Cliffs still remain largely unexplored. I'm sure that we could turn up many more objects of interest.
It certainly sounds intriguing. The only reason I hesitate, Professor, is because of Kathy.
Oh, I'm sure she'd give you a 2-week leave of absence.
Yes, I suppose so. How many of us would go?
Well, it would just be you, myself, and an Indian guide. And 3 burros. I find that the fewer there are on an expedition, the better.
Mm-hmm. When would we leave?
Well, what about the day after tomorrow?
All right, Professor, I'm with you.
These are the Vermilion Cliffs, Professor.
Yes. An awe-inspiring sight, aren't they?
They're as breathtaking as the Grand Canyon itself. I had no idea they towered so high.
Yes, they make you realize just how insignificant man really is.
Yeah.
Now, this region is so desolate, Martin, that it's all but unexplored. That's why I'm drawn to it time and time again.
Yes, I can understand that. It represents the challenge of the unknown.
Careful, Martin. You'll get the exploring bug.
Oh, I've already been bitten, Professor.
Well, if you're going to be an explorer and an archaeologist, I'll have to start teaching you the fundamentals of the profession. Sam, this seems like a good spot. We'll camp here for the night.
Phew. Well, it certainly is hot, Professor. Exploring isn't as easy as I thought.
Yeah.
All right, Professor, what is it? For 20 minutes now, you've been sitting on that rock staring at that cliff.
Note the boulders strewn over the face of that cliff.
What about it?
And that's a very peculiar landslide. If you carefully study the formation of it.
What's peculiar about it?
Many of the rocks look as though they'd been placed there by human hands.
But why and by whom?
Well, one of the ancient Aztec forms of punishment was to seal a person in a cave by means of a landslide or just piling heavy rocks in front of the mouth of the cave.
That landslide, there must be hundreds of tons of rock there.
Yes. Well, fortunately, we're prepared for it.
Is that why you brought the dynamite along?
Yes. Probably all we'll find will be a skeleton. In that case, it'll have been a waste of dynamite. However, we'll chance it. Oh, Sam.
What do you want?
Get the case of dynamite, Sam. I'm going to blast that landslide.
Professor, better leave it same way it be.
Why?
Evil spirit sleep in cave. Better not wake him up.
You really believe that?
Martin, I wouldn't laugh. Sam may be uneducated, but he senses things that you and I can't even begin to comprehend.
Well, now, wait a minute. You mean you believe what he said about evil being asleep in that cave?
I wouldn't say that I believe it. But nevertheless, I respect Sam's opinion. Sam, I still want to blast that landslide.
I get dynamite.
Keep your head down, Martin. When I set that dynamite off, there are going to be a great many rocks flying around.
Don't worry, Professor. I've got cover.
Sam, you ready?
Yes, Professor.
All right. Here goes. Keep your heads down. All right. It's safe now.
Professor, I think you did it. I can see a small opening. It looks like a mouth of a cave.
Yes, it is. Sam, let me have one of the flashlights. Martin, you take the other. I'll lead the way in.
Just as you say, Professor.
The air doesn't seem too bad in here. Yes, it's all right.
Yeah, what's that noise?
Just rats scurrying around.
Oh.
Certainly a huge cavern. Look at that ceiling. Must be 200 feet high.
Look at the bats up there.
Yes, huge ones. I have a feeling that this cavern and others extend for miles underground.
Yeah, Professor, look.
Skeleton.
Yes. There's another one over there.
Yes. Let's see what else there is.
Wagon train. What?
Good Lord. Sam's right. It's a wagon train.
A wagon train?
Yes. But there are at least 30 or 40 wagons in this cavern. Look. Skeletons of horses.
Here's a skeleton with an arrow beside it.
Let me see it. Appears to be a Navajo arrow. What do you think, Sam?
Navajo. Professor, this wagon train, what's it all mean?
Well, many years ago, this wagon train was attacked by Indians. Wagon train retreated into this cavern, hoping to save themselves that way.
And then the Indians caused the landslide, sealing them in.
Yeah.
Poor devils.
Look, notice that old gun lying there.
Yeah.
The flintlock seems to suggest that this wagon train must be at least 100 years old.
Well, probably headed for the California gold rush of 1848.
Yeah. Well, we'll come back tomorrow, search this wagon train thoroughly. I'm sure we'll find many things of great interest.
The next morning, after an early breakfast, Sam and I followed Professor Stevens back into the cabin. We spent the morning investigating the trunks and boxes we found on the wagons. And among the moldy clothing and 101 household articles, we found faded letters and newspapers which showed the wagon train had crossed the Mississippi in the summer of 1849, headed west for California and gold. We finished rummaging among the effects of the wagons, and the professor suggested we explore the cavern. We followed him from one cavern to another, each varying in size. Now and then the professor would stop to mark our trail, for the caverns were honeycombed with countless passageways. How far do you think we've come, Professor?
I should say we're about a mile from the wagon train. We'll go back a few more minutes.
We go back now. Displace evil.
Well, Sam, if there are ghosts here, they're only the ghosts of the people in the wagon train. They wouldn't harm us.
I tell you, evil. Feel it. All around. We'll go back.
We'll go just a little further and turn back.
Professor, wait a minute.
What is it, Martin?
I think I hear running water.
Yes, you're right. Come along.
We seem to be getting closer.
Yes.
Evil all around us.
Can't be much further.
Well, there it is. Yeah. It's a small river. Look how swiftly it's flowing.
This probably flows for miles underground, and it empties into the Colorado River.
Say, Professor, here along the bank, there's a tremendous pile of fish bones.
Yes, so there is.
Look. There are even more on the other side of the river. What do these huge piles of fish bones mean?
It's very strange.
Well, how do you account for it?
I'm afraid that at the moment I can't. Sam, you any ideas about it?
Evil all around us. Feel him strong.
Professor, he's trembling.
Sam, there's nothing to be afraid of. Look, I'll shine my flashlight around, see?
We've been watched.
Watched? What are you talking about?
Won't stay here. I go.
Sam, come back. You haven't even got a flashlight. Sam! Come on, Mark. We've got to catch him. Sam! Wait for us.
I can still hear his footsteps.
We've got to catch him. He'll do himself a serious injury running in the dark like that. Sam! Wait for us! Wait.
Professor, it's Sam, screaming.
This way. The fool's probably broken his leg.
No, that sounds more like a fight.
Fight? Who could he possibly be fighting with?
He stopped.
Sam, where are you? Keep shining the flashlight around. It can't be much further. Sam!
There he is.
Yes.
He's just sitting against that boulder. His head down.
Sam, give me a hand with you.
Good Lord. His face. Nick.
Yes.
Who could have done this to him?
I don't know.
But there must be an explanation. There has to be.
Martin, I haven't really. But
so incredible. I can't bring myself to voice it.
Tell me.
What do you think I'm insane?
Tell me.
What if the people of the wagon train, or rather their descendants, are alive here in these huge caverns?
Oh, that's impossible.
Why? Picture what happened the day the 150 people or so were sealed into this mountain by the Indians. What would have been the first thing they'd have done?
Tried to dig their way out.
Exactly. They start digging and find there are 100-ton boulders blocking the entrance, and they have no dynamite. They're forced to give up.
Yes?
They spend days looking for another way out, fail to find one. The day comes when all their food is gone. Starvation sets in.
All right. Then that would mean they would all die.
Not necessarily. The strongest of them stumble along in the darkness and find the underground river. They catch an abundance of fish and are able to survive.
The huge fish bone piles along the river.
Right. The river was an everlasting supply of food. They continue to live by the river in the dark. Some probably went insane, died. Others adjusted themselves to their new environment.
Professor, you think those handful of survivors have descendants who are alive today inside this mountain?
Yes, Martin. And it was one of them who clawed Sam to death.
What can those descendants be like? Being born and living in darkness?
I can only guess. I should imagine they'd be blind or near to it. But their other senses would be remarkably developed.
Their physical appearance?
I don't know.
It's not like a nightmare. It's a nightmare you can't awaken from. What's to prevent them from attacking us?
Our flashlights, for one thing. I'm sure light frightens them, just as fire frightens animals. Fortunately, I have a revolver.
Well, we better move on. Wait a minute. What about Sam?
There's nothing we can do for him now. Come along, Martin. We must find the trail I marked so that we can get out of here.
Seems we've been searching days for the markings you left.
Yes. Actually, it's been 10 hours. Listen.
What? The river.
Yes. Come along. Once we reach the river, we'll be able to pick up the trail I'm on.
Well, we're getting closer.
Yes.
There it is.
Here we are. Look, Martin, there's my marking on the passageway. We found the trail.
Yes.
Martin, 2 a.m. We'd better rest for a few hours. We're both too exhausted to go on right now. Let's one of us stand guard while the other sleeps.
All right. I'll set up the first hour.
Thank you, Martin. Keep your flashlight on.
Don't worry. I will. In a matter of minutes, the professor fell asleep. I sat on guard, flashing my light slowly around the huge cabin. I looked at my watch, and the seconds seemed like minutes, and the minutes like hours. My eyes grew heavy, and I finally dozed off. Suddenly, I awakened in the darkness to hear the professor screaming.
Martin! Help me! Turn on the flashlight!
Frightened frantically, I fumbled in the darkness, but I couldn't find it. And suddenly, there was shot. By the flashes of the gun, I could see the professor struggling with a huge, dark figure. And suddenly, all was quiet, except for the professor's moans. As I crawled toward him, in the darkness, my hand struck the flashlight. I turned it on, and there was the professor.
Martin, I think I'm wounded.
You're bleeding badly. Let me stanch your wounds.
Too late. Leave at once. At once.
But what about you? Professor? Professor! I felt
mother's heart. But there was no beat. I staggered to my feet, shined my flashlight around until I found the professor's markings. I stumbled wearily along the marked passageway, trying not to remember my last glimpse of the professor's face. I hadn't gone more than 100 yards when suddenly my flashlight flickered and went out. As I stood alone in the darkness, rats scampering past, I fought to keep from screaming. The darkness seemed to become heavier and more oppressive with each passing moment, and I had the feeling something was silently approaching. I backed up against the passage wall and waited, my eyes straining in the darkness, and then suddenly I was leaped upon by a wild fury. I threw my arms up with razor-like claws right to my face and neck. Again and again, the target savage was knocked aside, and I could feel the blood streaming down my face and neck. And then suddenly the deathly clawing ceased as my attacker turned to ward off something in the dark. As I sank to my knees, I was dimly aware of a fierce fight taking place, and then consciousness left me. Later. How much later, I have no way of knowing. I became aware of a heavy, calloused hand washing my face and neck with water. I winced in pain as the water flowed into the deep cuts, and then suddenly I remembered all. And remembering all, became aware of the calloused hand washing my face and the presence of someone beside me in the darkness. Oh, who are you? For a moment, the hand hesitated, then resumed washing the neck. Well, can't you speak? Say something. A noise came from its throat that was more that of an animal's than a human being. If I could only see you. Do you have a name? It spoke. It seemed to repeat the word name, though I couldn't be sure. And faint from the loss of blood, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. When I awoke, my face and neck felt stiff and painful. It seemed to sense I was awake, for as I opened my eyes and stared into the darkness, it came to my side. Can't you understand anything at all? Don't my words make any sense to you? Why did you save my life? My hand brushed against its hand, and I could feel the sharp, claw-like fingers on it. I reached out in the darkness. As I touched its face, it bit my hand. I tried to get to my feet, but it placed a strong hand on my shoulder and held me down. At that moment, I realized that not only was it my savior, but my jailer as well. I lost all track of time. Now and then, it would leave me, and I would cautiously get to my feet to steal off, but no sooner had I taken more than a few steps than it would be there at my side, forcing me to return to the bank of the river. I spent my every waking moment trying to think of a way to escape. And then, when my despair was greatest, an idea came to me. The professor had said that the underground river I lay beside emptied into the Colorado River. Though the odds were 100 to 1 against my surviving, I knew it was the only possible way of escape. Slowly, I crawled a few remaining feet to the edge of the river and, leaning over, started to wash my face. I could sense that it was watching me. I leaned forward a few inches more and fell into the river. As I came up for air in the swift flowing water, I heard a splash beside me. A moment later, I felt its arms around me. The current swept us along with breathtaking speed, and as we clung to each other, I discovered that it couldn't swim. For what seemed hours, the river swept us along in the darkness, and I felt myself losing consciousness as I attempted to keep the two of us above water. When I regained consciousness, Kathy, we were both lying on a sandbar in the Colorado River, and the sun was beating down on us.
Darling, you're delirious from your wound. You need a doctor.
I wish it were simple as all that.
You're feverish. You need care.
Go away, Kathy. Go away.
How can I? Leaving you alone like this?
Don't you understand? I'm not alone. She's here.
She's here?
Yes. Didn't I tell you? Turned out to be a she.
You're out of your mind. You don't know what you're saying.
When I first saw her, that first time, lying unconscious on that sandbar, my first instinct was to leave her there, but how could I? She'd saved my life in the cavern and then jumped into the river when she thought I was drowning, even though she couldn't swim herself.
Martin, I want you to get a grip on yourself.
Just as I was dependent on her in the dark, she's dependent on me in the light. She's blind. She can't speak, yet she...
Stop talking.
You can't believe it's true, can you, Captain? Neither could I at first.
What are you staring at?
Huh?
Is there anyone in that bedroom? Well, I'll soon find out. Why is the door locked?
She's in there.
Martin, you're sick. You don't know what you're saying. I'll prove to you there's no one in that room. It's just your imagination. Give me the key to the door.
Kathy, go
Give
away.
it to me. Thank you. Perhaps when you see the room is empty, you'll be willing to return to town for medical treatment. There. I told you.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? What's that, madam? You want a description of what Kathy saw when she opened that bedroom door? Well, you might ask Kathy. But the only trouble is the poor girl gets hysterical when you question her about the occupant of that bedroom. I suggest you write a letter to the Museum of Horrors for a full description. They consider the Woman of the Mountain as their star exhibit. Because when she... Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler. You may now enjoy other exciting adventures of The Mysterious Traveler in the current issue of The Mysterious Traveler magazine. In our cast, Lyle Sudrow, Ann Shepard, and Robert Donnelly, with Maurice Tropper in the title role. Bill Talkin speaking, this program came to you from New York. Mutual's ace commentator Cecil Brown, currently on a 3-month fact-finding tour of the world, heads for the Orient on the last lap of his history-making trip. In these last weeks, Mr. Brown will bring you on-the-scene reports from such tinderbox areas as India, Hong Kong, Hawaii, Japan, and Honolulu. You won't want to miss any of the eyewitness accounts by this able commentator of the latest happenings in these headline-making spots of the world. Be sure to listen to the news reports of Cecil Brown over most of these stations. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers, in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermits.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The Nameless, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Hardin Wilkin Company. One moment, please. Good afternoon, Hardin Wilkin Company. Mr. Wilkin is talking on another line. Will you wait, please? Good afternoon, Hardin Wilkin Company.
No, don't want any of it. Our advertising must pay for itself. I haven't any money to throw away on questionable charity. Goodwill be hanged. That doesn't put black ink in my ledger. No, tell them to peddle their magazine space somewhere else. I haven't any use for it. I didn't make my money to give it away. I have enough brains to make it. Let's hope I'll continue to have enough brains to keep it. Oh? Yes, Wills. Republic, 70,000 units, yes. American, 140,000 units. Standard, 95,000. That's grand, Wills. Huh? Well, never mind about that. You just bring in yours. I'll take care of filling them on time. Yeah? Yep. Right. 305,000 units in one day. I knew this invention would bring me a fortune. Over 3 million units the first year. Hardin Wilkin, a millionaire in 3 years. A millionaire. That's all that counts. A millionaire.
All right, there's a morgue. Pull up. Right. Hello, Alex.
Oh, so what you got?
Another John Doe for you.
John Doe, huh?
Yeah.
All right, bring him in.
All right. You got that in, Bill?
Yep. Go ahead.
Where's he from?
Out by Coleman Swamp.
Brown?
Nope.
How then?
Don't know.
Coroner had a look at him?
Yeah. Performed the autopsy and still don't know how he died.
Here, put him on here and we'll wheel him in.
A little higher.
How come he's a John Doe?
Not a mark of identification on him.
Labels torn off his clothes, even the buttons ripped off. Murder, huh?
Looks like it. The question is, how?
Poison?
Coroner says not. Analysis showed no trace of poison.
Say, Alec, do we have to go back any farther with it? Why? I don't like this place. You've been to the morgue enough times for it not to bother you. It always does. I want to get out into the fresh air. Good thing my nose don't bother me. Well, okay, you can leave him here. I'll take care of him.
Coroner will be in tomorrow, Alec.
All right. I'll just check him in and wait for the coroner.
That's right.
Come on, let's get out of here. John Doe. Always bothers me when they bring them in. When they're not identified, they end up in Potter's Field. Seems to me a feller's soul just don't rest right when he's buried in Potter's Field as John Doe. I suppose when the names are read off, he'll know which one to answer to, and it'll be all right. But until then, I just can't see how his soul could rest peaceful. Now, let's see now. You'll take number 9, please. There. There, John Doe, number 9.
John Doe, number 9.
What?
John Doe, number 9.
Who's talking? Must be hearing things. This place always did have strange echoes. Maybe the souls that got separated from their bodies too quick. I hope someone claims you, John Doe, number 9.
I, Stanley Creighton, now John Doe number 9, destined for Potter's Field, to rest among the nameless. Hardin Wilgan saw to it that identification was impossible. Hardin Wilgan. I thought he was my friend. My friend. I know now that he never intended to share the proceeds of the invention with me. He was just waiting until I had it perfected. How was I to know when he handed me the drink that afternoon a month ago that it was the first step toward Potter's Field? It was in the little shack in Coldman Swamp where he'd gone for privacy. Wilgan said,
Nearly finished, Stanley?
Yes, Wilgan, and it's going to work this time. It's going to work.
Good.
What have you been doing in the kitchen?
Just mixing up a little celebration drink.
You chemists are always mixing up some new concoction.
Here, stop a moment and try it.
All right. Smelled good while you were making it.
It is good.
It is at that. What is it?
Made mostly of herbs that grow around the cabin here.
Swell. Now, hold your breath. I'm all ready to try the unit. You hook those 2 connections to the battery while I get the thermometer attached. X goes to the positive terminal. Where's that ammeter? Yes, here it is. Ready?
Ready.
Connections tight?
As tight as the clamps will hold.
We're ready, then. I'll switch it on.
Motor's running perfectly.
Yes. Watch the thermometer. It's taking a nosedive already.
Down 15 degrees.
And look at the ammeter. The motor's drawing less than 3 amps of current.
The experiment is successful, then?
Of course it's successful. The unit will completely cool an automobile in less than half an hour, and will keep it cool as long as needed. The motor draws less than 3 amps. That's less than a car radio.
The unit can be run off the car battery indefinitely?
Of course it can. All the battery needs is normal charging. Hardin, the Wilgan-Creighton unit is ready for the market.
The Wilgan unit. Let's drink on it.
Our fortunes are made. Wilgan, we're rich. Of course we'll drink on it. Bring on your witch's brew.
That's a good name for it, Stanley.
Encase the motor as we've planned, and you won't hear a sound from it.
Here we are, Stanley. To riches and easy living.
To the successful marketing of the Wilgan-Creighton unit. And then on to more inventions. Hey, you'll have to tell me how you make that drink. It has a bitter taste that I like.
Yes, I'll tell you. Stanley, are you sure the unit is perfect?
Wilgan, I'd stake my life on its perfect performance.
That's a high stake.
That's how sure I am that it will do the work.
The next thing is to get the necessary patents.
You have all the papers, haven't you?
Yes.
Why don't we draw them up now?
Why not wait till the morning? We'll do that first thing.
All right. I feel a little sleepy.
Do you?
I think I'll turn in a few minutes.
Might be a good idea. I'm not very sleepy. I think I'll sit up a while.
That drink seems to have gone to my head.
In what way? How do you feel?
Very dizzy. My head feels very heavy.
Not as heavy as it will feel in a few more minutes.
What do you mean? Is it supposed to work that way?
Yes. It is supposed to work that way.
Why do you say it that way? Stare at me the way you do.
The Witch's Brew. That was a good name you gave the drink.
Don't you feel dizzy, too?
No. I didn't drink it.
Didn't drink it?
No. The Witch's Brew.
Why are you staring at me that way? Wilgan, you haven't...
Yes, I have. I've poisoned you.
You devil.
Try to get at me. Try to use your limbs.
I can't.
Your head's getting heavier.
Why did you do this?
Whose money is going to market this invention? Mine.
You wouldn't have anything to market but for me.
And whose solution are you using in the freezer?
I told you what mixture to use.
The Wilgan unit is going to make a fortune. The Wilgan unit, not the Wilgan-Creighton unit.
Wilgan, don't do this. Give me an antidote.
There's no antidote known. I wouldn't if I could.
I'll go away. I won't lay any claim to the invention. For heaven's sake, don't kill me just to get it all for yourself.
You'll go away. I've made sure of that.
Wilgan, I can hardly see you. Give me an antidote. Save my life. You can't be so inhuman.
The poison is made from 2 common herbs that grow here in the swamp. Been known for centuries. In 24 hours, there will be no trace of it left in your body. With all identification marks removed from your clothes, and no relatives to come sticking in their noses, That was convenient, Stanley. You not having any relatives. Go ahead, writhe. In a few moments, when the poison is ready to overpower the heart, you will jump like a jack-in-a-box. They will find your body in a swamp, Stanley, near a spot I know of where the ground is hard. Won't leave footprints. Kick. Go on, kick. This was the only sure way. This unit is going to make me a fortune, and I'm not going to share it. It's over. He's dead. No one will ever know who he is or how he died. Life is going to be easy now. Riches, luxury. I'm safe. They'll never trace this to me. They won't know who he is. Got to get him out of here. Drag him outside, then see if I can lift him. Got to get out of here. 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 John Doe, number 9. Got to get out of here.
I don't like this making the rounds in the morgue at night. Never did. Somehow I like it less tonight. Too many echoes in this room tonight. What was that?
Got to get out of here.
Too many echoes of lost souls in the morgue. It's number 9. I swear I saw his hand move. It is moving. It is. It raised its head up and looked at me. Number 9 is getting up out of his coffin.
Got to get out of here.
Talking. I hear him playing. Help! Help! The dead moving and talking. Help! Help!
John Doe, number 9. Got to get out of here. Got to get out of here. John Doe, number 9. Got to get out of here. John Doe.
A dead man gets up off the slab in the morgue and is now wandering through the city streets. Where is he going? What is he going to do? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now, the hermit again.
John Doe, number 9, wanders through the streets. Those who pass don't realize they've seen a dead man walking by them. It is now mid-morning. The skies are overcast, and in the summer gloom, John Doe approaches a certain building. Listen.
Going up. Up, please. Take me up, please. John Doe, number 9. Floor, please. Hardin Wilgan Company. The Hardin Wilgan Company. 18th floor.
Hardin Wilgan Company is the third door to your right, sir.
I know. Third door to right.
What's the matter with that guy?
Good morning, Hardin Wilgan Company. Just a moment. I'll have to look it up. I'll call you back in a few moments, Mr. Andrews. Yes, sir. What did you wish?
Hardin Wilgan,
This is the Hardin Wilkin Company.
I want to see Hardin Wilkin.
Whom shall I say is calling?
John Doe.
What's that?
I am called John Doe. Mr. Wilkin knows me. He knows me.
What did you wish to see Mr. Wilkin about?
The Wilkin unit.
Just a moment, then. I'll call Mr. Wilkin and find out if he can see you. Mr. Wilkin and Mr. Doe... Wait a minute, sir. You can't go into his office yet. Oh, look. Look, there's that man. He walked right through the door. He didn't open the door. He walked right through it. Help! Someone come here and help. Oh, help. Everything's getting black.
Grace. Hello. What's wrong with that girl? Who wants me, did you say?
John Doe, number 9.
What?
I want you, Wilkin. I, John Doe, number 9. You remember John Doe, number 9, don't you, Wilkin?
Stanley Creighton.
I am John Doe, number 9.
For a moment, I thought you were Stanley Creighton. You look like Stanley Creighton.
John Doe now, number 9.
How did you get in here? What do you want?
You, Hardin Wilkin. I want you.
Get out of here. Get out of my office. Who are you?
You know me, Wilkin. You remember the witch's brew?
Stanley.
You remember now.
Stanley Creighton is dead. You're an imposter.
No
Get out.
longer am I Stanley Creighton. You saw to that. I'm John Doe, number 9. My residence is the morgue. My resting place, a cold slab of marble.
Get out of my sight.
Look at my hands in the daylight, Wilkin. They're turning black. The blood is drained from my body.
Go stop.
Look, Wilkin. See? Here is the long slash on my body. The autopsy revealed no poison. You were right. Your crime was clever. You reckoned with everything but me.
Get away.
It'll do you no good to call for help, Wilkin. You've come face to face with me. Your face is white hot now, too. Like mine. Your heart is burning with fear. Your time on earth is almost drained away.
Help!
Your mouth is dry and parched, Wilkin. You feel dizzy.
No.
Try to use your limbs. You can't. A glass of water sitting in front of you. You need water.
Yes.
Drink it, Wilkin, drink. It wasn't water, Wilkin. Poison.
What?
You hear me? Poison. You have drunk poison.
Help! Help! I'm choking. I can't breathe.
You'll speak no more. It's all over, Wilkin. You reckoned with everything but John Doe and death. I, John Doe, number 9. My work is done. John Doe, number 9. John Doe, number 9. John Doe.
I found her just like this, Doc, lying on the floor.
She just fainted, that's all. She'll be all right in a moment.
I thought I heard someone call help. Sounded like it came from the Wiggins Company, so I ran in and found her lying on the floor. Then I ran down to your office, Doc.
She's going to be all right. Take a drink of this, please.
She was calling help.
Help.
That's what she's saying now.
Mr. Wilkin. Mr. Wilkin.
What about Mr. Wilkin?
A man who said his name was John Doe walked right through the door. Walked through it. I saw him.
He what?
Don't you understand? He wasn't real. He vanished through the door into the office.
Is this Mr. Wilkin's private office?
Yes. He vanished through his door.
I guess I'd better find out from Mr. Wilkin what this is all about. Mr. Wilkin. Pardon me, Mr. Wilkin, but... Wait. What's wrong here? Come in here, quickly.
What's wrong, Doc?
Mr. Wilkin is The man is dead. Dead.
The man. The strange-looking man. He walked through the door, came in here and killed Mr. Wilgan.
There are no wounds. Must have been his heart. I've never seen such a look on anyone's face before. He died in horror. Terrible horror.
I told you I can't stand this place, Alec. And it's worse at night.
You think I like it after all that's happened?
What are you bringing me back for?
I just gotta see. I gotta see.
You talk like a wild man.
I think I'm losing my mind. Here. We're going to look at him.
Who is it?
You remember? John Doe, number 9?
Yeah, I remember.
He's lying here quiet now. Like all the dead lie. Sometimes you think you can see him breathing.
Cut it, Alec.
I heard him. I heard him speak. I saw him move last night. I saw it.
You know, you're playing nuts.
Is that so? Well, listen. You saw the evening paper, didn't you?
Sure, I saw it.
You read about Hardin Wilgan, didn't you?
Yeah, I read it. Died in his office today.
Sure he did. The coroner says it was just a case of heart attack. No signs of murder.
Yeah. Well, what are you talking about? They didn't bring the body of Hardin Wilgan to the morgue.
No. But you read about the girl in his office, didn't you? How she says a strange-looking fellow came in the Wilgan company, said his name was John Doe, and how he walked right through the door. They say she was seeing things.
Well, what about it?
And listen. You know what I think? It was this John Doe. Him, lying here. He walked into that office.
Alec, you are crazy.
Crazy, am I?
Dead bodies lying in morgues. They don't get up and walk out in the streets.
You don't think they do. No one thinks so. But me, I think so. Now I do. I tell you, I saw this John Doe number 9 move on the slab last night. I heard him speak. I've always said a man buried as John Doe didn't rest easy in his grave.
I want to get out of here.
This one didn't rest easy. Even before we put him in the potter's field. It's like he really didn't die at all. And look at him now. Lying here. Quiet. Quiet and somehow peaceful. You know, he even looks different than he did last night. Sort of like he had gone to sleep in death.
John Doe does rest peacefully now. Yes, his work is done. John Doe number 9 even scores with Hardin Wilgan. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. In the realms of unsolved mysteries, nothing is more baffling than the disappearance of a human being. This is a true unsolved mystery of the disappearance of a prominent man. The case aroused international interest, and as the years pass, the mystery deepens. The scene is a fashionable home in the exclusive quarter of one of America's largest cities. The night, beautiful with the sprinkled stars just beginning to show against a sky of black velvet. And falling away from the house, rows and rows of electric lights stretch out like jeweled fingers to reach the city. Two men and a woman rise from the dinner table and move out into a glassed-in veranda as a servant brings coffee.
Awfully glad, Judge, that you were able to drop over for dinner.
Yes, indeed. Harry has spoken so many times of having you over, but, well, you've been so busy.
Yes. Most people think that a judge's day's work is over when he rises from the bench. But you know, if you take your work seriously and conscientiously, you spend hours going over the day's testimony.
Oh, it's been worth it, though, Judge. You've been mighty successful.
I suppose so. In fact, I might as well say yes. I set out to study law with the intention of rising to the Supreme Court, and
now you're on the superior bench and headed for your goal. And you're still a young man.
Handling the criminal cases you do, Judge, aren't you sometimes afraid that some of these criminals will be revenged on you?
Oh, I've been threatened, but then so is every other judge, I suppose.
But not afraid, eh?
No, I'm not afraid. Although, I must admit that sometimes, when I think of my wife, some of the men I put away for 10 or 15 years, I wonder what they might try to do when their terms are up. Oh, I say, I hate frightfully to eat and run, but I have quite a bit of work to do tonight. Will you excuse me?
Of course. Don't mention it. It's been grand having you over. I'll call a taxi. My car's being repaired.
Oh, please don't bother. It's quite a short walk. Good for me. I'd really much rather walk.
Well, if you're sure you'd rather.
Yes, really.
Well, once again, we've enjoyed having you. Good night, Judge. Sure you won't change your mind about the taxi?
No. In any case, I can find a cab, but it won't take me more than 10 minutes to walk home. But the judge never got home. He stepped off briskly down the street, and as if the earth opened and swallowed him, he disappeared. Several hours later, at the judge's home, a detective inspector and the police searched the house while the deputy district attorney questions the servants.
You say that the judge went out for dinner? Said he'd be back before 9?
Oui, monsieur. That is what he said to me.
He told me, sir, that I needn't stay in if I wanted to go to a movie or anything. Who'd he have dinner with? Mr. and Mrs. Howard. You called them?
I called them, monsieur, while Robins, the butler, monsieur, phoned you.
Yes? What'd they say?
They say as soon as they put their little girl to bed, they will come over here.
Good. Any threatening phone calls? None that I know of, sir. You?
Not me, monsieur. I know nothing.
Oh, more than likely that's Mr. and Mrs. Howard now, sir. Bring them in. Yes, sir. Found anything yet, Inspector?
Not so far, D.I.
You can go, unless you've anything to add.
No, monsieur. I don't know a thing, monsieur.
All right, run along. But stay where I can find you.
Oh, I just know something terrible has happened, monsieur.
Eh? Why?
Oh, just a feeling, monsieur. I cannot help it, monsieur. I know he has been killed.
The district attorney's in the line.
Why, this is awful, Mr.
Stewart.
To think that he should have dinner at our house and then...
Did he show any signs of fear when he was dining with you?
No. Oh, we did discuss the fact that he'd been threatened, but he said he wasn't afraid.
You watched him leave the house?
Yes. We watched him walk down the street until he turned the corner.
You watched him, too?
Yes.
No suggestions to offer?
I'm sorry. Not a thing.
Nor I'm afraid.
Well, thanks very much for coming over. Let the sergeant at the door know where we can find you if we need you.
And again, thanks. Good night.
Good day. Come here a minute, D.A.
Right with you.
Servant's gone out of the room.
Yeah. What's in the wind?
Look here. Checkbook stubs, bank notices.
Figure them out?
Yeah. The last few weeks he's withdrawn from deposit better than $22,000.
That could mean a lot of things.
Yes, including blackmail.
What's in the strong box?
Not a thing. Empty.
Was it locked?
No, it was open all right.
No incriminating letters?
Not a one.
I just searched the house. All these clothes are there as far as I can tell. At least there's no signs of packing up to leave. All the coat hangers, pants hangers, too, filled.
Shaving kit, hairbrushes in the bathroom?
Yes, sir. Suitcases and trunks all empty and in the closet.
You walked this beat, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see the judge come home?
No, sir.
So he disappeared between the corner of Laurel and the house here.
That's right.
No suspicious characters around?
No, sir. Fact is, I haven't seen half a dozen people in the neighborhood all evening.
Well, we'd better get down to headquarters and start some real searching.
But all the searching availed nothing. The police dragnet was thrown out. The underworld of America was combed. Stool pigeons were questioned. The search spread to Mexico, to Cuba, Europe. Find Judge Draper.
Find Judge Draper.
London calling. Call from America. Find Judge Draper.
Find Judge Draper.
Find Judge Draper.
Monsieur le Judge Draper.
This is Berlin. We are searching for Judge Draper.
Moscow answering. Searching for Judge Draper.
All the police of the world, in the daily press, private investigators, private citizens joined in the search for the missing jurist. Not a murmur. Not a word that would lead to his discovery. Within a period of 24 hours, the judge was reported seen in Havana, Italy, Arizona, New Mexico, Los Angeles, and Canada. But inquiries met with blank walls in every direction. Thousands of people were questioned, and month after month the search went on. One night, 5 months later, the district attorney and the inspector stand in the missing judge's study talking to his wife.
You say that you came home, opened this strong box, and found these?
Yes, Mr. Stewart.
You looked in the box before?
No, because you had already searched it and found nothing.
We did search it. It was empty. Couldn't possibly have been any papers in there without us finding them.
6,000, 10, 20, 75,000 in securities.
And a lot of papers in the judge's handwriting. This convinces me that the judge must be alive.
That doesn't convince me. Not the way we've searched. How could anyone escape our search?
5 years of searching. $300,000 worth of searching. And still no signs of the missing jurist. Wireless, radio, telephone, cable, photographs, rewards. A network of communication burning hot with inquiry without response. And today, 6 years later, the disappearance of Superior Court Judge Draper is still an unsolved mystery. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Judge Draper mystery.
We'll be back with the conclusion of this unsolved mystery right after this short break. And now let's get back to our unsolved mystery on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the apartment of an underworld character. He sits behind his desk giving orders to his two henchmen, one dressed in evening clothes, the other in the livery of a chauffeur.
Now, listen, you two. I tried to get the judge to listen to reason, but he nixed me before I even got started.
So, he's going to send Joe up, eh?
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
He ain't going to send any more up. He's through.
You mean you're going to snatch him?
I'm going to do more than snatch him. I'm going to take him for $100,000. Now, listen.
Okay, shoot.
Draper has about $70,000 in securities in his library. He's got about $25,000 in cash in his safe.
How do you know?
Never mind how I know. I do, and that's enough for you. Tonight, he's dining out with friends. The servants have been given the night off, if they want it. But we don't care. They'll all be in the back of the house eating. You, Red, won't have any difficulty with the strong box or the desk.
Okay.
You pull that about 7:15. And then you jump into the car and cruise around till the judge starts home. I've got Ike planted with a taxi. But the judge has been walking lately, and it's only a 10-minute walk home, so more than likely he'll walk.
And Bill'll drive me past, and I'll sign him over the car.
That's the dope.
If he shows ugly.
I don't care what he shows. I want that buzzard in here before night.
It's all right. But don't forget, they'll search. The whole city'll be torn apart.
Let 'em search. Where I'm going to put him, there ain't nobody'll ever find him.
To this day, the only word out of the vast unknown that has brought any hint of what might have happened are two letters. The first, signed SS, is quoted. Joe Draper is dead. No use looking for him. He was buried August 22nd, after being in the water 2 weeks. Sorry, I can't tell where, but it's true. And signed SS. Another letter to much the same effect was postmarked Buffalo. But from the moment of his disappearance, 6 years ago till today, no one in whose identification reliance can be placed has set eyes on the missing jurist. Contrary to the belief that the returned securities were an indication that the judge was still alive, the returned papers may indicate the possibility that gangsters could not dispose of them and returned them to the strong box, hoping the police would be led to assume that Judge Draper was still alive.
Yes, Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Wally Mayer in Dead Ernest, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Wally Mayer in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
Accident report submitted to Police Inspector Blandon from Lieutenant Steve Healy. Place 15th Street and 4th Avenue. Time 2:45 p.m. March 11th. Remarks. Ernest Bowers, age 34, was crossing the intersection as signal light changed from green to red. A car driven by Theodore Toby made legal right turn from 15th Street into 4th Avenue.
Hey, look out! Hey, officer! Oh, look at those officer! Here's the guy. Yeah, he's bleeding.
Give him some air. Come on now, let me through here. All right, stand back. Let's have a look.
Is he hurt bad, officer? I didn't see him. Honest, I didn't. I had the right of way.
He's passed out. One of you people call for an ambulance. Yeah, you. Okay, move back here.
He's bleeding. Here, I'll prop up his head.
Yeah, use his jacket. Here, I'll hold him.
Golly, he's limp. Feels just like he's dead.
Yes, Ernest Bowers felt like he was dead. Ernest Bowers suffered from catalepsy, a strange disease. He carried at all times a note in his inside coat pocket stating that he was a cataleptic and that in the event of seeming death, his wife should be immediately notified, or his doctor in the event his wife is unavailable. The letter also requested that no autopsy or embalming should be performed on his body for 72 hours, although in his particular case, the duration of the attacks were usually 4 hours or less. Ernest Bowers also wore a sterling silver bracelet with an inscription reading, "Do not embalm me. I am not dead." Catalepsy is a disease of the nerves and mind. The physical condition of the cataleptic when he is under a spell closely resembles death in all aspects, including the primary stages of rigor mortis. Officer Abbott was at the scene of the accident. He administered first aid to the injured man before making out his report.
Yeah, that ought to stop the bleeding. Looks like just a cut on his forehead when he hit the ground. Nothing much.
Oh, he can't be hurt bad, officer. I didn't hit him hard.
That's right, officer. I saw it. It looked like just a little bump.
All right, now clear back. Let's have a little air here. I'll have to take down some information. What's your name?
Theodore Toby. Here's my license.
Hey, you kids! Now, what do those kids do?
They picked up something off the tree.
Oh, here it comes. I hope he's all right. It doesn't look like he's breathing.
My gosh, he is.
I told you to get back. Now, come on. He's back. All of you here.
All right, let us through here, please.
Hello, Johnny. Glad you got here. He's out cold.
Yeah, I'll say he is.
Have a look.
Well, let's get him away.
He's dead.
Well, anyway, it didn't happen in a coach.
Okay, I'll take him away. Keep them back, officer, will you? Okay, keep back. Come on, clear out. Show's over. All right.
It's the second one today.
Yeah. Well, let's go.
Whose jacket was that he was laying on?
Well, I don't know. Did you pick it up?
No.
Hey, officer. Yeah. Where's the jacket? What? Well, the jacket, the guy's jacket. Oh, my gosh, it's gone.
Oh, okay.
Oh, those kids.
Never mind. Let's go, Pete.
Ernest Bowers had lost the identification of his condition. The letter was in the inside pocket of his jacket. The silver chain he wore on his left wrist had snapped and fallen to the pavement. Two youngsters picked up the chain, Robert Manelli, age 9.5, and Tommy Stoner, 8.
Hey, that cop yelled at us. Did you hear him?
Yeah. Maybe we should give it back.
No, what for? So he can keep it?
Let's go around the back to your father's shop, Bob.
Sure is a nice chain. Hey, there's writing on it.
Maybe it's the guy's name. Was he hurt bad? Hey, what's it say?
Oh, just a second. We'll be out of the alley. Yeah, Pop's gone home to eat.
Can you read it now?
Wait a second, will you? It says, do not do not something me. I am not dead. That's screwy.
What do we do with it?
Sell it, Dopey.
Well, that's stealing, Bob.
It ain't stealing. We found it, didn't we?
When we try to sell it, they'll ask us where we got it. What do we tell them?
Nothing. Use your head. You know what we'll do?
What?
We'll use Pop's welding torch. We'll melt it down.
But he told us not to use it.
Pop ain't here, is he?
No.
Well, come on.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Now here, you put it on that brick.
Okay?
Yeah.
There, be careful.
What are you kids doing?
What? Oh, hello, Pop.
Nothing, Mr. Manelli. We ain't doing nothing.
Nothing, eh? I thought I told you kids are not so going to need the torch.
Well, we want to melt this down.
Come on, give me that. Now, what's it all about?
Well, we found this chain, Papa, and we want to melt it down and sell it.
Chain and melt? Whose is it?
We don't know. Joey told me.
No, we don't.
Yeah, where you get it?
We found it.
Oh, come on, let me have it.
Well, there's nothing wrong, Pop. We just found it, see? It's ours.
Shut up. Do not embalm me. I am not dead. What's that?
It's screwy.
Well, where you find it?
In the street. Honest, Pop. Ask Tommy.
All right, go on. Get out of here.
Well, how about melting it down, Pop? We can sell it and buy some baseballs.
All right. Keep back.
Yeah, look at Tommy. You see it? Yeah. Starting to melt. You see how he does it?
It's the way I told you.
It's all melted.
They sold the melted chain for $1.30 to a dealer. $1.30. But the coat. The coat was the principal thing. In the coat, in the inside pocket, was the letter. The information about Ernest Bauer's condition was in the letter. The instructions that could save his life. The coat was picked up from the street by Honest Jerry Murdoch. Now, there's a big sign near the corner of 15th Street. It says, Honest Jerry Murdoch, Swap Shop. He brought the coat into his store, rummaged around on his shelves until he found some cleaner, then started to clean the bloodstains.
I'm looking for a sport jacket.
Oh, just a moment. What kind?
Conservative.
Oh, come over here, please.
Yeah, something on that order.
There you are. Just pick out what you want. How much you want to spend?
About $5.
Oh, these cost more.
How much?
From 8 to 12. Now, over here we got some cheap.
These don't look so hot for $8.
From 8 to 12. Over here.
Well, I'll take a look. No, these don't appeal to me.
And what size do you wear?
40.
Oh, here, try this one on. Nice and conservative. There.
Yeah, it's kind of tight around the shoulders.
Yeah, tight.
Yeah, it looks cheesy. Well, I guess you ain't got what I want.
Wait a minute. Wait, what's your hurry? I'm just putting a new one in stock over here by the counter.
Huh? Ah, that looks all right. What size is it?
I don't know. Here, let's try it on you, huh? How's that?
Yeah, this feels all right.
All right.
Yeah, it's kind of stiff in front here.
It's almost new, ain't it? You'll break it in.
Feels like cardboard or something.
Look, you want it? $5.
Okay.
There might be still a couple stains on it. I ain't had time to take them out. You use some cleaner on it to bring it to the tailor's. He'll spot it. It'll be better than new.
Yeah, here. Here's the $5.
Ernest Bowers was brought to the receiving room of the Veta General Hospital. The time, 4:10. If Bowers was going to awaken, it would probably be before 6:45. Intern on duty, Dr. Weldon, made out his report. He wrote it down while he was standing near the telephone switchboard.
Hello. This is the Veta General Hospital. Is there anybody by the name of Bowers at home? That's Bowers, Bowers.
No, nobody home.
Is Mr. Bowers married?
His wife thinks so.
Where can I reach her? There's been an accident.
I don't know. She's out.
Will you tell her to call the Veta General Hospital?
Yeah? What happened?
Mr. Bowers is dead.
That's funny. Just a superficial cut on his forehead. Well, that's cardiac. Look, I'm going to go. Get me the orderly room, honey.
Okay, use that phone now.
Right.
Yeah?
This is Dr. Weldon. There's a delivery for you to go to the morgue.
Morgue now?
Yeah?
I ain't had anything to eat since...
Yeah, I know. Since lunch. Go on now. It's down in the receiving room. The papers are down there, too.
Can I get a sandwich first?
No. Go on. Get going.
Oh, why can't I wait a few minutes?
It's got to go now. They'll want to stop the embalming so they can go home.
It was then 4:22 in the afternoon. Dr. Theodore J. Weldon left Honey at the switchboard and walked upstairs to the intern quarters and settled down to reading the sports page of the afternoon paper. At that moment, if anyone had been in receiving room B of the Veta General Hospital where the body of Ernest Bowers lay on the patient carriage, they would have seen a fly crawl slowly across the face of the dead man, and they would have seen his nose twitch.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you an all-star cast of Hollywood radio players headed by Wally Mayer in Dead Ernest, a radio play by Celie Glester and Merwin Gerard. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. In Roma Wine, you enjoy an important difference. Yes, Roma gives you an extra dividend of enjoyment in fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste. To bring you better tasting wines every time, Roma selects from California's choicest grapes. Then, with ancient skill and America's finest wine-making resources, Roma master vintners guide this grape treasure to tempting taste perfection. These choice wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before. And from these reserves, the world's greatest reserves of fine wines, Roma later selects for your pleasure. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. That's why you will find Roma California wine your best buy in good taste. So, whether you prefer sherry or port, muscatel or tokay, insist on Roma wine. R-O-M-A, Roma, the greatest name in wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Wally Mayer, who, as Police Lieutenant Healy, heads an all-star cast of Hollywood radio players in Dead Ernest, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Henry Prince had purchased the coat in which was the letter that could save the life of Ernest Bowers. When Henry Prince left honest Jerry Murdoch's second-hand store, he stopped to have a chat with some friends, made some purchases at the grocery store, and then started home. The time, a few minutes after 5. He lived about 2 blocks from the scene of the accident, and his wife was waiting for him.
Turn around a little bit, will you?
How do you like it for $5?
Oh, it looks all right. You lose some of that weight, look better. Wait a minute. What's that, a spot?
Where?
Well, take it off a minute. Here.
Yeah?
Yeah. I wonder what that is.
Well, he said there were a couple of spots. Clean will take them out.
Yeah, it looks like it might be. What's this in the pocket?
I don't know.
Heaven's sake. To whom it may concern, please open and read.
Well, that's what must have felt stiff, huh?
Yeah. This note is carried on my person wherever I go. It is to advise responsible parties that I am a cataleptic. That if it appears as though I am dead, I am not. And that my body is not to be molested for a period of 72 hours. Neither by autopsy nor by embalming, although the maximum periods of my attacks usually do not exceed 4 hours. Please telephone my wife, Mrs. Margaret Bowers, at Fulton 11231. This is a boarding house, address 8411 half West 25th Street. If she is not there, please try to ask Mr. 43422. This is the number of Dr. Benton. It is of vital importance. It may mean my life. Thank you, Ernest Bowers.
Yeah, that's a funny one.
Where'd you get that jacket, Harry?
Right honest, Jerry Murdoch.
Gee, I wonder what we can do.
Well, nothing. It's probably forgotten already. Somebody sold the jacket to him, forgot to take the letter off.
Doesn't sound like something a guy'd forget.
No, the devil.
Well, it might be important. Say, look at that, Harry. Those spots look like blood.
No, too dark.
That's the color that blood turns. I'm going to telephone that number.
Well, go ahead, but I think you're wasting your time.
Oh, well, hush. Will you a minute?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Keep still.
Hello.
I'd like to talk to Mrs. Bowers.
She ain't in.
Well, how do you know? You didn't even go to
She
find...
went out, and you ain't the first after her.
Who else wanted to get in touch with her?
Oh, somebody. I don't know who.
Oh, well, thank you.
There, you see? You're wasting your time.
I'll try that doctor.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I'm turning into a regular busybody.
Well, think of somebody else.
Well, I'm getting hungry.
Oh, hush, will you?
Oh, hush, me.
I'm busy.
How about some dinner?
It's cooking. Honestly, I can't get it out of my head. That guy, whoever he is, just lying there, and people thinking him dead when he ain't. Maybe doing things to him. Gee, what's embalming?
Oh, well, they do that at the morgue. It's preparing his body for burial. I think they take all the blood out of his veins.
For heaven's sakes, that'd kill him if he wasn't already dead.
Couldn't kill him any deader.
Harry, I'm going to find out about that coat. Now, where's this place you bought?
Now, wait a minute, Francis. I put in a good day's work. I'm tired. I don't want to run around the city looking for something I don't even know about.
Well, I'll go myself.
How about me at home here while you go out? I want to eat. I'm hungry.
Well, dinner won't be ready for another 15 minutes anyway. Where's the place?
Oh, all right. I'll go with you.
Pardon me.
Sure. What do you have?
We want to find out about the man next door. Do you know when we'll come back?
Oh, honest, Jerry?
Yeah.
No. Any there?
No, he isn't. Harry, listen, go take another look. I'll try that number again.
Oh, Brad, for heaven's sake, I'm hungry.
using this... Oh.
Well, he ain't back yet.
Well, what does the sign say, 10 minutes?
Yeah, but those guys put up signs like that if they're going away for an hour.
Well, we'll just wait a couple of more minutes.
Oh, come on, Francis.
Wait.
I'm going to run.
Is Mrs. Bowers in?
No.
Mr. Bowers.
He's dead.
He is?
That's what they tell me.
Well, look, listen, will you
You're
please...
bothering me, lady. I got a meal set up on the table. I can't be answering a million questions.
All I want to know is when Mr. Bowers died.
How do I know? Ask Mrs. Bowers. She'll be home soon.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Well?
Mr. Bowers is dead. I found that out.
Oh, you see? I told you.
Well, what about the letter, then? What if he ain't dead? What if they only think he's dead?
Well, what do you want to do, wait here all night?
If I have to.
Well, without me, then.
Well, just do as you please.
I'll be home. I'm hungry. It's after 6. If you think more of a crazy letter than you do of feeding your own husband, then that's all.
What do you mean, that's all?
Just what I said. That's
all.
all.
Harry, the trouble with you is you haven't got any imagination.
No, I haven't got any imagination. I'm just a home-loving guy. That's all. I don't go sticking my nose where it don't belong.
Oh, well, for heaven's sakes, go home then. I'll find out about it. Think of something besides your stomach once in a while. Officer.
Yes, ma'am?
Do you know where the fellow who owns that swap shop lives? Honest Jerry Murdoch?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Oh, dear. Gee, I want to get in touch with him, and there's a sign on his door saying...
Why don't you ask him, ma'am? There he is now.
Huh?
He's going in over there.
Gee, thank you. Mr. Murdoch? Yeah? Oh, gee, sure glad you came back.
Come in. Sit down having a bite to eat.
Yeah, listen, you sold my husband a jacket, a sports jacket this afternoon?
Did I? What kind?
Well, a light blue one with little red boxes in it. It had a few stains on it.
Oh, sorry. I can't take anything back once it's sold.
No, I don't want to give it back. Listen, where did you get it, Mr. Murdoch?
How can I remember where I got it?
Long ago? Was it very long ago?
I don't see what's any of your business where I got it.
Well, it may be important. I've been trying to reach the numbers. The doctor's number's always busy, and his wife isn't home yet.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, tell me one thing, just one thing. Did you have the jacket in here a long time?
Well...
Oh, please, listen, it's very important.
Well, no, I just got it in this afternoon.
Oh, where did you get it?
Look, you said one question, you asked it, I answered it, that's all.
There was blood on it.
Well, that I can't help.
Listen, if that man's alive and they do anything to him, I'll just never get over it. I'll never be able to live with myself.
What are you talking about?
Listen to me. There was a letter in the inside pocket of that jacket, you see. It said that Ernest Bowers was a cataleptic.
What's that? He goes into fits?
No. A cataleptic is somebody who looks like he's dead at times, and he isn't. He goes into a spell, and it looks as though he's dead. You see, sometimes they take dead bodies to the morgue. They embalm them. That means they take all the blood out of their veins. Now, this fellow Bowers is a cataleptic. I don't know whether he's dead or alive, or even if he's worrying about this letter, but I got to find out.
There was...
What?
An accident before.
Where? Who was in it?
I don't know. Believe me, lady, I didn't know anything about all this. You think that this guy was taken away in an ambulance was a catalepsy?
That coat. Was it his?
Yeah, lady, but it was left there in the street. They drove away and left.
Who?
The ambulance.
What ambulance?
I don't know. It was on the corner. The cop was there. He told somebody to call an ambulance. It came and took away the man.
Is that the cop out there right now?
Yeah, but look, you gotta protect me. I ain't done anything wrong. I didn't know anything like this had happened. I've never taken a coat.
Officer!
Ernest Bowers lay on a slab at the morgue. If he were alive, probabilities were that he would regain consciousness before 6:45. The two embalmers on duty at the time had decided to get a bite to eat when the phone rang. Yeah, but we're going out to eat.
Yeah, I know another one just came in. We got it here. Oh, what's the rush? No, we just want to grab a cup of coffee. We'll get right on it. Well, is it our fault if it comes in just when we want to have a... Oh, we can go home after? That puts a different complexion. Okay. Yeah. Hey, what time is it, Anthony?
6:30.
Good. Doc says if we embalm this one now, we can go home.
Well, let's start in then. I'm hungry.
Okay, I'll start the motor.
Young guy, ain't he?
Yeah. I was saying to the wife about that yesterday. Oh, get the injector out, will you, Tony?
Yeah.
She was saying more and more people die older and older.
Here. Yeah, it looks like we can open through the neck.
Yeah. Give me a piece of that gauze.
Yeah.
I said to Velma, she should be around this place a while. We get them all ages.
You want me to do it?
No, you get the injector ready.
Look at him. You'd never think that such a little thing like his heart stops beating could make him dead and not alive.
Yeah, okay. Now, hold it steady, will you?
Yeah.
Ready?
Just a second. Yep.
All right. Here we go.
What's the matter?
My glasses. They're clouding up.
Take them off.
Ah, that's all right. I'll just clean them.
What'd the wife say to that?
What? Oh, about all ages? Yeah. Oh, she didn't have anything to say. Only that most of the guys we deal with probably come to a violent end.
There's something in that.
Yeah. Okay, I got my glasses clean. Now, let's see here.
What's the matter?
They're steamed up again. That's funny. Every time I bend over, I wonder.
What?
Ah, it must be my imagination.
What?
Oh, I could have sworn this guy was breathing on my glasses.
Is he?
No, how could he?
Oh, come on, then, let's go. It's 6:45 already.
Yeah.
Oh, hold it, I'll get the phone.
No, let's get this started first.
Okay.
We'll just...
Now.
Huh? What's the matter with you?
I thought I saw this guy's hand twitch.
Oh, don't be silly.
Give me a scare. Let's wait a second. I'll get the phone.
No, it'll probably be another job, and we'll never get out of here. Now, let it ring.
But the doc said we could go home after...
Oh, all right. Well, come on, let's get this thing over with.
Al.
Okay, now, give me the knife again. All right. Now, I'll make a nice, neat little incision right... Hey, Tony.
Yeah?
Look, I'm bent over like this, see? I ain't gonna move. My glasses are full of steam again.
Oh, Lord.
Is he alive? Hey, well, look at me. I'm shaking all over.
Look at him, Al. Look at his lips.
Huh?
Listen.
Shut that thing off.
Apparently, the life of Ernest Bowers was worth $1.30 for a silver bracelet to the boys who ran away with it, and $5 for a blood-stained jacket to Honest Jerry Murdoch. Their petty thefts brought a man to the brink of death. As for the busy telephone in the doctor's office, it wasn't busy at all. The good doctor had unwittingly replaced the receiver on the phone stand incorrect. There's just one more episode which perhaps does not belong in an accident report, but which I would like to include. After regaining full consciousness, Ernest Bowers put in a telephone call from the morgue.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Brawley. Is Mrs. Bowers in?
I don't know. I'll see. Josie, see if Mrs. Bowers is home. Who is it?
This is Mr. Bowers.
Who? Mr. Bowers? They told me you was dead. The hospital called and said...
I know, Mrs. Brawley, but they made a mistake.
Oh, well, here she is. Hello. Ernest? Where are you?
Well, darling, it's quite a long story.
Well, never mind. You get right home, you hear? Your dinner's getting ice cold.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wines. In just one moment, we'll have a special announcement of interest to our Suspense listeners. This is Truman Bradley reminding you that Roma wines taste better because Roma selects better tasting wines from the world's greatest wine reserves. Yes, in Roma wine, you enjoy an extra premium goodness in fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. So insist on Roma, a premium wine in everything but price. Tomorrow, enjoy the ruby richness of Roma California port. Delicious after dinner, ideal for entertaining. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Don Thornburg, Vice President of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Your regular Suspense listeners will, I'm sure, be pleased to know that your Suspense program has won the 1946 George Foster Peabody Award for Outstanding Excellence in Radio Drama. In behalf of the Columbia Broadcasting System, I congratulate producer William Spear, the actors, the musicians, sound effects men, technicians, announcers, and the sponsor, Roma Wines, whose combined efforts have earned for Suspense the well-deserved title of radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Dead Ernest, heard this evening, is one of the plays upon which the Peabody Award was based. It was repeated by popular request. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Robert Mitchum as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Robert Mitchum in Death at Live Oak, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant. As Roma Wines bring you Robert Mitchum in a remarkable tale of Suspense.
Do you know what death is? It's a simple surgical process whereby a man's name is cut off from his body. If a man's name is dead, the man is dead. Even though his breathing may be normal, his pulse beat regular and strong. My name is dead. So I've become a ghost, a very much alive ghost with hemoglobin in my bloodstream and thoughts in my brain. And yet, as a ghost, I am accused of a crime which I swear to you I did not commit.
Name your floors, please.
Seven, please. I had just finished a rather harrowing day with my attorney, and I wanted a few moments' relaxation at the Sky Room before driving home to Palo Alto. As I stood in the elevator, I was conscious of someone staring at me. A girl, wearing an orchid which had been completely crushed against the shoulder of a mink coat. She was young, early 20s, I'd say, a sort of face which I find peculiarly attractive. Lean, tanned. She stood perhaps 3 feet away from me in the elevator. Her eyes stared steadily into mine. I glanced away, then looked back again. She was still staring at me. Then she stepped over close to me.
Going up.
What are you doing here?
I beg your pardon?
Why did you follow me? You know I didn't want to see you.
I think you've mistaken me for someone else.
21st floor.
You're Rex Melville.
No, my name is Sutherland.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You look exactly... Oh, please, forgive me.
This is your floor, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Good night, Mr. Sutherland.
Good night.
Sky room, sir?
Yes, the Sky Room.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a flyer, and I like to look down on the lights of cities from high places. Usually it makes me feel important and warm inside, but not on this night. I found myself looking down, computing how many miles an hour a human body would be falling by the time it hit the sidewalk. Then I noticed, leaning over the parapet a few feet away from me, the girl from the elevator. Good evening.
Good evening.
It looks as if I am following you.
It doesn't seem possible.
The resemblance?
Yes. It's almost perfect. You're a little taller, I think. No, my chin comes just below his shoulder, too. You're exactly the same height as Rex.
And who is Rex?
A friend. You told me your name on the elevator. I'd forgotten it.
David Sutherland.
I'm Diana Blake.
Miss Blake?
Yes.
Oh, would you care for something to eat, Miss Blake?
Yes, I would.
We had a rare bit, I think, and we talked about the customary subjects with the expected flippancy. She was beautiful by every standard except the Flemish. There was a thrilling compactness about her. My mind floated through all sorts of conjectures. But Miss Blake bolted me back to reality.
I lied to you.
What?
My name isn't Diana Blake. It's Mrs. Melville. Rex is not a friend. He's my husband.
Oh, somewhat more than a friend.
In this case, somewhat less. It's so incredible. So utterly incredible to sit across the table from someone who looks exactly like my husband and have a good time. Oh, better leave. He might find us here.
Of course. Philip?
Yes, Monsieur Sutherland?
Check, please. May I see you home?
Oh, it's not necessary. I have a suite here in the hotel.
Here is the check, sir.
I'll sign it. May I borrow your pencil, Philip?
I'm deeply sorry, Monsieur Sutherland.
What?
I've been asked to tell you that...
Now, look, I've been signing checks at the Sky Room for 5 years.
Yes, Monsieur, but the accounting
Please,
department...
don't hate me if I pay.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly
You
allow...
will find, David, that I am a woman of extremes. I've either a great deal or nothing. Right now, the only thing I have a great deal of is money. Philippe.
Thank you, madame.
Don't be angry, please. It's a small price for saving my life.
Saving you?
When you spoke to me out there on the parapet, I was getting ready to commit suicide.
I saw her to the door of her hotel suite, kissed her, mentally, and bade her a formal good night. It's been pleasant meeting you, Mrs. Melville, etc. But inside, I knew what had happened to me. And by 4 in the morning, I knew I'd have to do something about it.
Market 500.
I'd like to speak with Mrs. Melville.
One moment, please. I'm sorry, sir. There is no Mrs. Melville registered here.
Operator, how about a Miss Blake? Diana Blake?
I'm ringing Miss Blake's apartment.
Thank you.
Hello?
Forgive me for calling this late. David Sutherland.
I wasn't asleep. I thought you'd call.
I've got to see you.
I know. As soon as possible.
You see, it's 4:15. I'll meet you in the hotel lobby at, better make it an hour from now.
Oh, no, not the lobby. There's a little coffee shop, Radnick's, around the corner on Post Street.
I'll be there. 5:15. It was just growing light as I drove up the bay shore. Practically no traffic. I got to Radnick's in about, 40 minutes. She was there waiting for me. We ordered coffee. Anything else? Eggs? Toast?
No, I'm not hungry.
Do you know what I want to talk with you about?
I think I know.
There are a few things we have to get clear. Are you married?
Yes.
The hotel has you registered as Miss Blake.
I've been separated from Rex for 3 years. I met him in Buenos Aires. We were married. Didn't work, so I left him.
No divorce?
I hate scandal. Nobody knew I'd been married. It was foolish, but I came back here and became Diana Blake again.
And he dropped out of your life?
Until last week. Just showed up out of nowhere. Seems he suddenly needs money. And a wealthy wife's a handy thing to have.
Can't you buy him off?
It doesn't stop there. He wants to live with me. I can't stand being in the same room with him.
And he looks exactly like me.
That's why I married him. He's very attractive. His appearance... But... He's not a human being.
And you'd rather kill yourself than live with him?
Yes.
Now listen to me. Raise your head. Listen to me.
Yes?
I'd rather die than go through what I have to do this week. You know the firm of Sutherland & Sons?
The importers?
I used to have a third interest in the company. But there have been some cagey stock manipulations by my dear cousins. I wound up with a safe deposit box full of waste paper. I may have to go through bankruptcy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, look. We both considered suicide. That's no good. But what would happen if we both became...
Husband and wife?
Yes.
What will happen to Rex?
Rex is going to become the late David Sutherland.
Oh, no.
Now, look, I've thought it all out. I have some property up in the High Sierra, a summer house called Live Oak. The only way to get there is by air. The place has been advertised for sale. Now, suppose you told Rex you were interested in buying Live Oak. Could you ask him to fly up with me in my plane?
Well, he likes to fly, but he might be suspicious.
You can make it sound logical. Tell him you want to try to make a go of your marriage. Live Oak seems to be an ideal place for a second honeymoon.
Yes, I'll try.
Does he have any friends in San Francisco?
None that I know of. He's lived in Argentina for years. Oh, one thing, his voice. It's a little higher pitched than yours, and he speaks more precisely.
I can get by. What accounts does he have here? Bank accounts?
Doesn't have any. Using traveler's checks and the money I've had to give him.
Will he stay with you tonight?
If I let him.
Good. That'll give me a chance to go through his hotel room. Where's he staying?
The Park Row.
Room?
I don't... Oh, yes, 518.
518. Now, tonight, Diana, you tell him about Live Oak. Say I'm a real estate broker, and make some remark about the resemblance.
Yeah, all right.
Tell him that tomorrow night is the only time I can fly him up to the summer house. I'll meet him at the Palo Alto airport at 9 o'clock.
In the evening?
The air is smoother at night.
Can you land at Live Oak after dark?
No, Diana. But Mr. Melville will never land anywhere alive.
Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Robert Mitchum in Death at Live Oak. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. When you share Roma wine with family or friends, you enjoy fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste. Yes, Roma wine gives you more enjoyment for your money, an extra dividend of taste pleasure in every sip. To make absolutely sure that Roma wines taste better, Roma selects from California's choicest grapes. Then, with centuries-old skill and wine-making resources unmatched in America, Roma master vintners guide this grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. These choice wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before. And from these reserves, the world's greatest reserves of fine wines, Roma later selects for your pleasure. Tomorrow night with dinner, enjoy the superiority, the better taste of Roma California Burgundy or Sauterne. Discover for yourself why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. That's R-O-M-A, Roma. Your best buy in good taste.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Robert Mitchum as David Sutherland, with Mary Jane Croft as Diana Blake in Death at Live Oak, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I left Diana and went directly out to the airport. I loosened the screws around the cowling of the instrument panel of my airplane. And I took my parachute home and soaked it thoroughly in a wash tub full of black dye. Shrouds and the silk came out dull black, just right. As it began to grow dark, I felt a tremendous desire to be with Diana, at least to talk with her. I realized how much she was coming to mean to me. But I stifled my urge to call her. If I could be apart from Diana this one night, I could be with her the rest of my life. I drove back into San Francisco to the Park Row Hotel. The As I walked in, I turned my hat brim down in the way Diana had told me Rex Melville wore his. I prepared to speak more precisely to try out my impersonation of the man I was about to murder.
Good evening, Mr. Melville.
Good evening. May I have the key to 518, please?
Certainly, Mr. Melville. You weren't gone very long, sir?
No, not long. Is there any mail in my box?
Well, I just gave you your mail, sir, when you went out.
Oh, of course. I'd forgotten. Thank you. I went on up and unlocked the door to Rex Melville's room. Empty. And in a rather slovenly state of disorder. I made it a point to touch everything in the room. The light switches, the water faucets, the drawer handles. I wanted to leave plenty of my fingerprints in case I should need to prove later on that I, the future Rex Melville, had occupied this room. And I left. But I didn't go back to Palo Alto. I just walked the streets of San Francisco until dawn.
Who is it?
David.
Just a moment.
Oh, Diane.
Oh, David. I thought the morning would never come. Rex just left a few seconds ago.
I know. I've been watching for him outside.
He didn't see you?
No. How is it? About tonight?
We're all set. It wasn't easy, but I convinced him. He'll meet you at the Palo Alto airport at 9.
Perfect.
I took his billfold out of his coat pocket. Here. His signature's on the traveler's check.
Good. This is just what I needed.
Oh, David. When will it be over?
Before midnight. I'll be back with you by this time tomorrow morning.
Be careful.
Do you know something? I've never kissed you.
Oh, my darling. Forgive me. I didn't blot my lipstick.
Who could that be? Hide the billfold.
Yes? Who is it?
Let me in, will you? I forgot something.
Just a moment.
I left my wallet. Well, hello.
This is the real estate man I told you about.
My name is Sutherland. You're right, honey. He's a dead ringer for me.
Yes.
I understand we're taking a little trip tonight. Yeah, say, you make a business calls pretty early in the morning, don't you, Mr. Sutherland?
He stopped in to find out about tonight.
I was just leaving. Good. Now, what about the wallet, honey?
It's not here.
You sure?
If I find it, I'll call you.
All right. Say, why don't we ride down in the elevator together, Mr. Sutherland? You can tell me something about this place at Live Oak.
Oh, but, Rex...
I'll be glad to. Goodbye, Mrs. Melville. I'll see you later, honey.
Goodbye.
Down car.
Go right ahead, Mr. Sutherland. No, after you.
All the way down?
Yes, the lobby, please. Hey, I hope you're a good pilot, Sutherland. I've been flying 10 years. What kind of plane do you have? Metal monoplane, a high wing. It seats 2 people side by side.
Say!
What's the matter?
Hey, you fellas twins?
No.
I thought for a minute I was seeing double. Have to go see an eye doctor or something.
No, we're not twins.
You sure do look alike, though. Glad I don't have to see an eye doctor. Oh, here's the main floor. Watch your step, please.
Hello?
Hello, Diana.
Yes.
Listen, we're in bad trouble.
What's wrong?
The elevator boy. He noticed how much we look alike.
Which car was it?
The end elevator, the one nearest your door.
I can take care of it, David. Don't worry.
It was a ghastly day of waiting. I wired the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles to reserve a room in the name of David Sutherland. I remarked casually to one of my neighbors that I was flying down to Los Angeles in the evening. Promptly at 9 o'clock, I drove to the airfield. It was dark and deserted. I dumped my black parachute in the pilot's seat and waited. 9:15, no Melville. 9:30, still no sign of him. About 20 minutes in, I saw some headlights turn down the dirt road that leads to the hangar line. that you, Sutherland? I've been waiting for you. Well, I'm sorry to be late. I was delayed in town. You all set to go? All set. Equipped for night operations. I didn't waste much time warming up the engine. This would be the last takeoff for my ship, so it didn't make much difference. I gave a full throttle roar down the asphalt runway and banked sharply out over the bay. Sort of pretty up here. Yes, very. How long will it take us to get to Live Oak? Not long. Excuse me, I have to make a radio call. NC 35013 calling San Francisco radio. I wish to file a flight plan. Over.
NC 35013. This is San Francisco radio. Go ahead with flight plan.
This is NC 35013 over Mountain View at 1500. Pilot Sutherland, airspeed 145. Fuel supply 3 hours. CFR, destination Los Angeles Municipal. Los Angeles? Shut up. ETA in Los Angeles 2345, over.
Roger, 013. We'll file. San Francisco radio out.
But why are we going all the way to Los Angeles? You're taking a longer trip than that, Mr. Melville. I grasped the loose cowling from my instrument panel and swung it squarely against his head. He fell forward against the seatbelt. There was no blood. The bruise on his face was exactly where the cowling might strike him if an accident threw him forward against it. Quickly, I screwed the cowling back in place, and then I set about exchanging clothes with my unconscious passenger. It was difficult in the cramped cabin, and I had to watch my flight control. I pumped Melville into the pilot's seat and buckled his safety belt. Then I strapped on my own parachute and trimmed the ship nose down. As it started to pick up speed in a steep dive, I shoved open the cabin door and leaped. Into a meadow a few hundred yards from my burning ship. The wreckage was complete. I pulled in the chute, wadded it up, and tossed it onto my funeral pyre. Sleep well, Mr. David Sutherland. My plane had rammed the wild wilderness on the lowest slope of Mount Hamilton. I struck out on foot for the road which I knew from my maps, ran down the mountain from Lick Observatory to San Jose. As I walked along in the moonless night, I felt free. For the first time in many months, no more debts, no more threats of bankruptcy, no more scavenging attorneys. From San Jose, I took the bus back to Palo Alto, keeping as inconspicuous as possible. At the airport, I got into Rex Melville's car. No, it was my car. I was Rex Melville now. It was just getting light as I drove up Bayshore Boulevard. I went into a pay phone booth to call her and tell her everything was all right.
Market 0500.
Miss Blake's apartment, please.
Miss Blake?
Diana Blake.
One moment, sir. I'm ringing Miss Blake's apartment.
Hello? Hello?
Why should a man's voice answer in Diana's room? I went straight to the Park Row. The same clerk was on duty who had called me Mr. Melville the night before.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. The key to 518, please.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Melville.
Why should he stare at me that way? Everything had gone according to plan. What had I done wrong?
Hello.
I must have the wrong room.
No. This is the right room, 518. Come in. I've been waiting for you, although we really didn't expect you to come back here.
What do you want to see me about?
Well, there's a little matter of murder.
You must have the wrong person. My name is Melville.
Rex Melville.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. This your billfold?
Yes, that's mine. There's my name on it, Rex Melville.
Well, you ought to be more careful where you leave it.
Why, where did you find this wallet?
Now we want to get a few things straight. Harry, find the elevator boy and have him come in.
Right.
Now, about this Miss Blake. What was your relationship with her? Girlfriend?
No, she was my wife.
Oh?
We were married in Argentina 3 years ago.
Well, Mr. Melville, if this woman was your wife, why did she use the name of Miss Blake?
We'd been separated.
Oh, I see.
Did you want to see me, sir?
Yes. I want you to take a good look at this gentleman and tell me if he's ever ridden on your elevator.
I took him down last night from the 21st floor. He was in an awful hurry and sort of nervous. It was just before 9 o'clock. I remember because I go off duty at 9.
No. It was someone else. I was in Palo Alto at 9 last night. What is this, anyway?
Look at him very carefully, son. You're sure this is the man you took down from the 21st floor?
He's even wearing the same suit.
I demand to know what right you have to...
Don't you remember, Melville? Last night, sometime between 8:15 and 5 minutes of 9, you murdered Diana Blake.
I don't remember the next hour at all. But I heard myself saying, there's another man. He looks exactly like me. He must have killed him.
Oh, a sort of Mr. Hyde character?
No, another person. Elevator boy, you saw us together in your car yesterday morning.
I don't remember.
Now, think. You asked if we were twins, and you said something about going to an eye doctor, remember?
No, I don't remember.
He's lying. Diana bribed him not to tell.
Why should she have bribed him?
Because I'm not Rex Melville. My name is David Sutherland. I live at 18016 Willow Road, Palo Alto. I didn't kill her, I tell you. I loved her.
David Sutherland was killed last night in an airplane crash on Mount Hamilton.
No, it was Melville who died.
Sutherland radioed a flight plan at 9:55 for Los Angeles. He had a reservation at the Los Angeles hotel for last night. He never got there.
I'm Sutherland. I jumped in a black parachute. Melville, the murderer, he's the one who died.
Why are your fingerprints on every doorknob and every water faucet of Rex Melville's room in the hotel here?
I didn't kill Diana Blake. I loved her.
You've been separated from her for 3 years. You're the murderer.
I'm a murderer, yes. I killed Rex Melville. But not Diana. I didn't kill Diana. Now you know what can happen when a man's name is severed from his body. And in a few more moments, I shall know what happens when a man's body is severed from his soul.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Roma. America's favorite wines. Before we hear again from Robert Mitchum, star of tonight's suspense play, this is Truman Bradley, inviting you to enjoy the important difference, the extra dividend of pleasure you find in all Roma wines. In fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste. Yes, Roma wines taste better. Because Roma, and only Roma, selects for better taste from the world's greatest wine reserves. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. Enjoy the better taste of Roma California Burgundy with your dinner tomorrow. Insist on Roma wines. R-O-M-A, Roma, a premium wine in everything but price. And now, Robert Mitchum.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure appearing for you on Suspense. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I know you'll like next week's Suspense show when Roma Wines brings you Virginia Bruce in a very unusual play about a lonely woman who unknowingly invites murder into her home. I'll see you soon. Thank you. Good night.
Robert Mitchum will soon be seen in RKO's Crossfire with Robert Young and Bob Ryan. Tonight's Suspense story was written by Robert E. Lee and E. Jack Newman. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Miss Virginia Bruce as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
For the finest in sherries, remember this name. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Yes, the famous California sherries of Cresta Blanca are among the great sherries of the world. And Cresta Blanca has created a sherry for every occasion, for every taste. Ask your wine dealer. Discover the ideal Cresta Blanca sherry for you. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
Tune in again next Thursday, same time, for Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.